emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, lover, friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I If I heard that you 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 way I live life. sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time. How to let your head down and be a freak, singing like a Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time. On my mind, girl, you stay on my mind, all the time. On my mind, all the time.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, remarkable. My eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me.
Haters discretion advised.
Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on...
In the vast tapestry of human experience, fear stands as a formidable barrier, a shadow that often looms over the path to personal evolution. It is those that embrace fear as not only an external force, but an intimate companion, who become architects of their destinies, weaving an ornate legacy. A decade of global offensive, refined, tweaked, perfected. Now changed. These dream chasers and risk takers have made their moves. And the Hall of Heroes provides absolutes. It demands a response. How will you reply? Fight, flight, or freeze. A technological race is on. One player in the lab for years seems the most fluent in the science of Counter-Strike. Diligent and methodical, doubted upon his arrival, perpetually ready for the engagement. Unwavering focus, unparalleled execution. FaZe Clan, experience oozing out of every pore.
Steals the round away!
I'll go first, motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Tough act to follow, none more suited than the young veteran. Departing his first and formative home to reunite with one of Counter-Strike's most respected leaders. Will Carrigan continue to demonstrate his indispensability as their ceiling rises? A force to be reckoned with. A mind for the game ahead of their years.
And they finish global offensive at the top of their game.
This trident has pierced the elite tier and are showing no signs of slowing. Their counterparts must match their pace to survive. The Falcon, a bird of prey, top of the food chain, its birthright, soaring to the front of the queue with their acquisition of the Emmets core, blending the franchise Falcon with a pedigree Danish duo for both brains and brawn. Dangerously elusive, expertly calculated, consistently dominant. Nikolai Device Reitz, the study of an entire generation of AWP hopefuls, returns to his fabled home with one objective. A power move that restores their control of Danish Counter-Strike. The Great Danes are preparing to invade. upswing, down under. But the hardest part is doing it again. With the output of the All-American Trio a certainty, JT's bailout clutches and Halzerg's output are critical in order to replicate their Sydney success. Monty, mainstay of the middle of the pack, work rate undeniable. But who alongside Warrow can pry open the gates to the playoffs? The new prodigious prince. No desire to be the second simple, but the first wonderful. Having lost the identity and the firepower, Heroic were expected to be dead in the water. But rising from the ashes is not out of the question. Great or greatest? A question Glaive looks to answer with this compromised project. As some write their closing chapters, others pen their first. The Academy's top graduate, Donk. Self-professed inevitability. We are all here to witness his ascension. Taz, pilot of the plow, takes up the coaching mantle of the defending champions. Moves made to ensure sufficient space for the brightest stars in the G2 system. It's clear Monacy has adapted swiftly to the changing environment. Eyes now turn to Nico. Commandment of the crosshair undisputed. But has the new engine thrown off the calibration of the machine? Continued and calculated in their reconstruction. Vitality have shown no quarter. Apex's metamorphosis into leadership is complete. Zaiwu, Counter-Strike's humble deity. In the game of minimizing mistakes, Zaiwu's solution is simple. Just don't make them. As his greatest challenger takes a hiatus, the red carpet is rolled out for a seizing of power.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
In the vast tapestry of human experience, fear stands as a formidable barrier, a shadow that often looms over the path to personal evolution. It is those that embrace fear as not only an external force, but an intimate companion, who become architects of their destinies, weaving an ornate legacy. A decade of global offensive, refined, tweaked, perfected. Now changed. These dream chasers and risk takers have made their moves. And the Hall of Heroes provides absolutes. It demands a response. How will you reply? Fight. Flight. Or freeze.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
For the past 11 years, players have descended on Katowice with the sole intention of etching their name in history. Legends have played in this hall because they want to lift that trophy. Some have come close, but only a select few have the skill, mental fortitude, and sheer force of will to be crowned champions of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
As we move into the new generation and look to coronate Katowice's first Counter-Strike 2 champions, there are new stories to be written, new heroes to discover, and new champions to be crowned. An army of players are going to be descending upon these hallowed halls, but question is, who will emerge victorious?
That is the big question, Freya. So many teams are coming to the Hall of Heroes to try and etch their names into history.
We've got so many incredible squads. I'm going to be looking at Vitality, not just because of the UK connection, but they ended out last year so damn hot. FaZe as well, but let's not forget, G2 this time last year, lifting that very trophy in the Spodek. But more importantly, Sam, this is your first time in the Hall of Heroes.
This is my first time, and I think any fan of Counter-Strike, when they walk in here, they see all these legends on the wall. It can be overwhelming. I cannot imagine what it's like for a player to come in here and potentially see them sitting across from you as well. All of that, and you've got these iconic voices bringing you all the action.
Well, speaking of some of those legends, let's go on in and check over with Shox.
Well, Yabi, welcome to Katowice. This is the location where you last year narrowly missed out on the trophy, but I'm so happy to see you back. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We are having a good time in the team with my new team. So yeah, it's just nice to be back, and hopefully we will do better than last time I was here.
Yeah, of course, a new team, and Astralis is such a legacy team here specifically at Katowice. I mean, Device is even up on the wall there. He has like a huge picture, so it's insane how much they have proven here. So what is it like being part of Astralis now that has so much history with this event?
I mean, I think it's really nice to be under an organization that's so big and there's so much structure, and yeah, everything is just going really smooth. And obviously they won a lot of trophies in the past, but now it's all about what do we have to do now, and yeah, we will try to do the best and make some results in the future. But I mean, we can't focus on the past.
That is true. You can't focus on the past, but sometimes the past is right in front of you. You're playing heroic today. And of course, I have to ask, with that organization on the other side, as well as Sjus and Tesses, is there an extra amount of motivation, an extra amount of nervousness going into that match?
I think it's always nice to play against former teammates, especially when you played with them for a long time. I think it's the same with Nico. Nico does. We also played together for like a long time in Flames, so it's just going to be a fun match, and hopefully we will take the W.
All right. The best of luck.
Thank you.
Here at Katowice, it gets very special for all these players, and we've got a young player. It is first ever Katowice, and I want to just see to start off with, what does that mean to you?
I'm so excited to play my first Katowice here, and as a team, I hope we will show some good CS. As personal, I hope I will as well.
And for you, right, coming into CS2, we're in the Hall of Heroes right now. There's legendary players who have been here for a long time. But does it motivate you? Does it inspire you?
Yeah, it motivates me a lot. I hope I will become one of them one day, and I'm working hard for it.
You look like you could become one of them for sure. Your server performance has been very good. But there's a new generation, a young generation of players coming up, right? You yourself being 18, we're seeing like Yimfat, Donk, all these young players coming up. Do you feel like we're going to see more players in CS2 replace some of the older players on the Tier 1 teams?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the young players is the future for this game, and I'm sure we will see a lot of them.
Do you have any recommendations for like players you've seen maybe that might make it?
Yeah, they should grind a lot, and one day they will show themselves.
That's what it's about, getting that grind done. Now for you, right, you're with Eternal Fire, you've been there since April last year. What has this experience, what has this journey been like for you?
It's my actually first like top tier team for the first time of my life, and these guys are like my legends, all of them. Yeah, they are the legends of Turkish scene, and I'm very happy to play with them.
Well, I look forward to seeing you on the server, man. Good luck going forward. The new generation is coming through. Nice to meet you, man. Well done. Well done.
Yes, so many legends adorning these very halls, and so many contenders hoping to put their faces up there right next to them. My name is Ferris Spears. Joining me, Janko and Maynak, to be opening up what is day number 1 of play-ins at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I am so damned hyped to get into the action, guys.
Absolutely, first big event of 2024, right in the middle of all the major qualification, RMR, all that good stuff, and with so many changes that we had so far, it's going to be a great proving ground for a lot of these teams.
Definitely, and the first Katowice on CS2, right? We've made the transition to the new game now, and it is definitely one of the event of the calendar. So many old legends, but also the legends of tomorrow. And I think these interviews kind of showed that already.
Isn't it crazy just looking at the walls around us, right? We're coming from 1.6 into Go. And as you said, Machi, we're starting this new chapter coming into CS2. And we're starting off with some very tasty matches, Janko, on the A-Stream side of things. That first one very much piquing my interest.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? The Astralis Heroic, albeit in a little bit of a different setting, the rivalry and the derby there. But I think also some of the games down the line, right? With Big, I'm really curious to see how they will perform. They've been up and down to kick off the year. Ends with Lukas Glaive, right, as well. How will they do? So yeah, we'll learn a lot more after this first day of games.
Yeah, hell of a lot of questions going to be going down. So we check in with the 16 teams that we've got starting off the tournament, Machi, because of course we're starting in the play-ins. That's going to be going down for 3 days, and we're going to be moving on to that group stage where we've got 8 other teams waiting in the wings. But these teams, which one are you most hyped for, first of all, Machi?
Well, listen, I'm a little bit biased, but I have to say that the first steps of this new Spirit roster is something that keeps me awake at night. The donk, right? We actually walked into Spirit yesterday as they were in the lobby taking a couple pictures out there, and I thought, damn, like they're here, like it's happening. We've been waiting to see this full roster sort of gracing the steps of Counter-Strike, and it is going to happen now. And I have to say, the new Astralis roster also gets me quite excited.
Okay, so you've got Astralis, you've got Spirit. What about you, Janko?
I didn't know I could claim them, all right.
Yeah, you've got those cards now.
My boys from VP. They're back. No one likes playing them. They're annoying, right? They got a pretty easy opening game against Rebels. I think like for them, they can make a deep run in this tournament. We had in previous Katowice some of the play-in teams go all the way into the playoffs, but I'm also looking forward to seeing this Mongols Furia game, right? Because Mongols did knock out Furia in Cologne, in Katowice last year, so will they finally be able to get over that hump?
Which team do you feel like has the most pressure on them coming into this stage of the tournament? Are we looking at anybody to be proving themselves immediately here in Kato?
I mean, listen, obviously the highest seeds are the ones that have the most eyes on them. But I think a team like Cloud9, for example, like when you imagine where they're at in their trajectory as a team, we know that there's already a little bit of weaknesses here and there. People are discussing, is this lineup going to work? Opinions are going left and right. So I think in a playing setup like this, a failure would be cataclysmic for this roster specifically.
It's hard because if you ask them, a lot of these teams will just tell you, it's no big deal if we fail, or once they lose, we just need more time to figure everything out. But I think definitely some of the big names in there when it comes to the play-ins, Cloud9, VP, Astralis, right? These are the teams that absolutely have to go into the next stage of the tournament. And I think also for someone like Heroic, let's say, sure, it's a new lineup. They managed to qualify for the RMRs. That was the goal, right? But also just to get knocked out in the play-ins, there's some names in there. I mean, Shush and Tessis played the final last year. Nerds was incredible last year with Ents as well. So sure, as a team, they haven't gotten too far along, but as individuals, I'm sure they have high aspirations.
And imagine how close we are to the major as well. I think this in of itself is a huge amount of pressure, because for most teams, this is going to be the first real stress test, the first real amount of pressure, high pressure they have on their shoulders. And if you crumble here, it's not like you have a long road ahead of you to figure out what kind of changes you have to. You don't. Like, it's right around the corner, so you have to perform already now.
Well, it's not just going to be us giving our thoughts and opinions as a tournament moving forward. We do need to be checking in with our casters for our first set of games. So Moses and Dinko, how's it going this morning?
It's so great to be back here in Katowice for the first time in CS2. And as you walk through the Hall of Heroes, Jason, it's just a reminder of how much history this event has and how much there is to look forward to.
How much history and how much legacy and how much goes into an event like this that we've built up over the years. And obviously super excited to get CS2 started at IEM Katowice. A lot to look forward to today. Obvious one out of the gate, Heroic Astralis and that grudge match. But for me, the most exciting thing is Ents. Glaive at the helm of a Polish roster. Fush, look at them. And Spirit, one of the most exciting prospects coming into 2024. We finally get to see them with their full lineup. Donk is in the house.
Donk is in the building, and I'm looking forward to heading up to that caster setup and getting into this first game of the day here at IEM Katowice.
Yeah, of course, those beautiful gentlemen will be guiding us through the first best of one.
Now we know which two geniuses were playing ping pong during Yabi's interview.
That's what happened, definitely.
They could have just chilled, and let us hear the interview properly.
Who would win out of Moses and Dinko clashing at ping pong?
Moses.
Dinko is very competitive.
Oh.
I think Moses
not very good.
He means well.
He tries hard. Dinko is the rebels of ping pong.
Okay, so if Rebels do indeed make it through to the group stage, that might be an upset. We can take a look at our group stage side of things, because we do have 8 teams waiting on in there. And there's some big, hungry guys waiting to chow down on those potential opponents. We've got, world #1's Vitality, we've got FaZe, we've got Falcon. So hyped to see them taking to the server. Na'Vi as well. They've been looking pretty impressive, particularly back at Blast in Copenhagen.
Yeah, honestly, Na'Vi on the up and up. We might have not given them the time of day after Simple's departure, and it turns out it might have been a mistake, actually. They're improving event after event, day after day. They seem to be able to take down the best of teams, and it's going to be a great test for them. And Falcons, you mentioned it. I mean, there's something interesting about this roster.
I think if you look at this list of teams, the only question is, can anyone challenge Vitality properly when it comes to the big stage and the big games? And you have actually 2 groups of teams, in my opinion, here. You have the likes of G2 and FaZe, right? And maybe Falcons a little bit, okay, new team, but the core events is there, who were proven on the big stage, have the big name players, right? But they're so inconsistent at the moment. There's a good enough chance that they won't make the playoffs, as well as there is that they can, have a good game against Vitality. And then the other group of teams is your Monties, your Mouses, Navis. Like, can they make that next step and complexity in that group as well, right? Can they get to the playoffs? Can they have a good fight in the playoffs? And we'll have to wait and see.
How much were we baited by Complexity's performance back in Sydney? Because that grand final was spectacular versus FaZe. But since then, where are they standing, Match?
I don't know. I feel like it wasn't just one event. I think it was a ramp up towards the end of the year. The problem is there was no delivery at the end of that year, right? The end of 2023 is 2 failures back to back when it comes to that event. And then the beginning of 24 is pretty much the same bread. So now I'm left thinking, hey, you guys are lucky to even be in the group. I don't think they as much are top 8 team right now. I think they might just crash immediately. So I don't think we were baited. It's just, we respected the results that they were achieving at the time. Why would you undermine what they were doing at said time?
I think there was definitely delivery, but it's just one of those situations where, it gets bumpy on the road, the soup spills, it goes into your main, the fries become soggy, right? The drinks are warm as well, you know. So you hate to see that, and I think we got to see Complexity for who they are.
Let's turn that around and get into a very tasty dish to be starting off with indeed. Best of ones will be ensuing after this, and it's going to be Heroic taking on Astralis in a bit of a Danish derby, and definitely some revenge wanted there as well. We'll see you in just a few.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
This isn't finished, it's only begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done.
Yabi and Stavn are the two guys I could mention that I've always wanted to play with. I'm really happy, and I also do think that Heroic are happy. It might be a win-win.
I can't blame Stavn, I can't blame Yabi for joining a prospect like Astralis. Look at the team, look at the potential they have. Look at who they get to play with in Blame F and Device. Heroic got the shot into the stick, and they have to rebuild from the ground up, whereas for Astralis, I think they're going to be great this year. I expect more consistent performance coming in from Astralis. For them to win a major, that's going to be tough. There's a lot of great teams out there, but I think they're one of the teams that has to aspire to it. For Heroic, that's a rebuilding phase, and I think the first couple of months are going to be rough on Heroic.
It's a good thing for us to not have like a sleeper game where we have to be there 100% to beat them. Heroic managed to create a competitive roster. I think that picking up both Nicolas and Nerds were like really good pickups, and Kixan as an in-game leader. Don't know too much about him, but he's rated highly within like the environment. So
yeah, of course. I know like there is huge competition between both of the organization, and we're gonna smash them 100%.
Well, you've got to respect Nertz's confidence, but question is, will Astralis? Chances are, if we know anything about Blame F & Co, they absolutely will not, because Match 2, this is quite a spicy matchup to be starting off with. Let's talk about the tail end of last year when we know the drama that was going down between these two squads, and what Astralis managed to pinch from Heroic.
I mean, there's definitely bad blood in the water here. There's no way around it. The fact that Yabi and Stavn went from Heroic to Astralis, we know a little bit the ins and outs, and we've all read the 27-pages tweet, of course, explaining the situation. But I think it's very loaded. There's a whole lot of emotions going on there, and there is something that's very key and instrumental to esports, is a little bit of ego, right? I want to beat you. You think you can do it without me? I'm about to step on your face, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here, and that makes for a spicier matchup.
Yeah, what's happened has happened, and now it's down to really Stavn and Yabi just performing, right? And especially, I'm sure there was a little bit of, you know, maybe we feel like, oh, geez.
Oh, we could put it on one graphic.
Like, you know.
I wasn't even joking.
But for them to perform, you know, outside of that system, and especially for Stavn, right? He's been also under the magnifying glass in some of those big games, goes missing a little bit, whether that's because of the system or that's just him underperforming. Now in this team, you know, it's a different sort of a beast with Blame and Device there. This team has 4 top 20 players from last year. I think it's underrated how much firepower they have on this new Astralis roster.
Absolutely, and think about for how long we've been frustrated with Denmark not being able to have that team that's winning trophy. Heroic came in the last 2 years, and they had a couple of moments here and there when you felt, oh my god, they're going to break the glass ceiling, they're going to be up there. But you were left thinking, with all these good players, no way it's not working. And now with Astralis, I feel like you're reaching 3 generations. Device, obviously a little bit far back, but still very active, very strong. Blame F in the middle, and Stavn, Yabi. I'm going to do it a couple times. It's going to happen. Just deal with it. And now they have the best of the 3 generations. And that's beautiful to see. I'm hella hyped about this
Feast
roster.
on this, Astralis fans. The times of Lucky, Config, Altex
you deserve it.
Are behind you.
Yeah,
you know,
they worked for this.
You finally got in. They finally shelled out, right? I mean, it cost a lot to bring in Stavn and Yabi into the lineup.
I see why they didn't go the other way
and also for
around.
Device. I mean, it took a while to again have a team around them that's capable of lifting trophies, and I think this lineup definitely is. It's just about them putting all the pieces together.
I think the question of the system is such an apt one to be talking about, though, right? Because Stavn and Yabi, they've been so used to being under Cadian, who is quite the different style when we're comparing him with Blame F on the other side of things.
It's a completely different style. I don't know what the hell is going on here. They're screaming around. That's pretty great. It's different style, but I think in order for them to succeed, they have to bring a little bit of that. I don't think it can just be how Blame F wanted to play the game. Heroic definitely had a few very good ideas and good principles. I think the real question is, can you get the best out of the pieces? And by the pieces, I mean Stavn, Device, and Blame F. These are your 3. That's your triangle. That's your Bermuda Triangle. If you make that work, Ste has already proven he can be a very good fill, and Yabi's going to be fine. So as long as he doesn't have a wheel mouse jump like he did in Copenhagen, I'm still shocked by that. But if you have the triangle working out, that's it. Like, you already have a contender for titles. I'm sure of it.
Well, let's flip things on over to the other side of the server and get a few words courtesy of Nerds.
Well, Nerds, in a Heroic jersey, it's weird. Is it weird for you as well?
Yeah, obviously the colors are different, but I'm really happy to wear it.
It looks great. So talk to me a little bit about kind of what happened in the last couple of months, because you were at that really successful ENTS lineup, then you went over to Heroic, but then so much also happened in Heroic. So kind of walk me through how all that went and how you're feeling today.
I will start from this. I will start from the season. We were bootcamping for 1 month, and we didn't see anything. We just were in the bootcamp, and it's kind of tough sometimes. But we are having fun. We just keep moving forward and improve as a team.
Exactly, moving forward, that's all you can do. It seems like in this lineup there will be a lot of responsibility on you to do what you do best, which is fragging, a lot of firepower. Do you also see that way, that they are relying on you quite heavily?
I think it's not about me, it's about the team. Everyone needs to step up, and I feel like we have good feeling about the game against Astralis.
Astralis is your first game here at Katowice. Of course, this is a pretty important one for some of your team members going up against their ex-teammates. Do you find a little bit extra nervousness or motivation, I should say, for this first match?
I think for both of the teams have the feeling that it's a derby and everyone wants to win it. But for me, it's just another game.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, let's touch a little bit upon the former or current Heroic players that were left behind, right? We've got obviously Shush, we've got Tezis still waiting in the wings of this now, international squad. How do you think they're feeling right now, Matthew?
They certainly have probably a personal connection with this game, and I can understand the use of the word derby, but the truth of the matter is, this is a brand new team. We're looking at a new project from the ground up. You replace your superstar, your AWP, and your leader. These are about the most instrumental pieces you can have in a team. So when Nerd says, it's not going to be on me, it's about the team, I say, okay, I'm with you, but there is no team yet. I don't think they are in a place where there is a team. I think it overly relies on individuals, and I got a little bit scared and scarred by what I saw in Copenhagen. It was very disjointed, very puggy, very limited, and that, again, puts pressure on people to perform individually. So I think the conditions remain the same. Playbook to playbook, I don't think they have enough to have a conversation with Astralis right now.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty in Copenhagen. They got absolutely trashed by Cloud9 in that opening game as well, and they're looking to bounce back here in Katowice. I'm looking forward to seeing more from Nikodos, right? I mean, he had that opportunity in Fnatic in the international team, didn't really work out. In CS2, he's been good. Pretty good with the rifles too, not just the AWP, so potentially he can be that extra element with Nerds, obviously the main fragger.
Okay, so not super impressed with what we saw of Heroic in Copenhagen. What about Astralis? Because that qualifier game to get them to London, that got a little bit dicey at times. Were you worried, Matthew?
Oh, of course I was worried, and that game delivered on all fronts. I think it was more about a roller coaster of emotion and a psychological journey that they went on. You're Astralis, you're on the cusp of beating Vitality, which would have been an incredible result in the best of 3. You punch your ticket straight to London, and then suddenly you face a malnourished big who's sort of not really that impressive, and they are beating you, they're pushing you on map 1, and you're on the other side of the spectrum where you have everything to lose when all the eyes are on you. And of course, they showed some sign of fragility there. There's no way around it. I do hope that the context here will make sure we're never getting to that zone.
I think it depends how you look at it. You can also say they were around 2 rounds away from beating Vitality twice in 2 best of 3s. Sure, it's the group stages and whatnot, but I think they got the important thing done, which is qualify for the finals and, just getting more and more reps, right? That's what this team needs the most to sort of, I'm sure they talk about how they want to play, how they want to react, but just experiencing it in official games is going to mean a lot for them.
We do get to see Mirage coming through, and that's one map where I think, BlameF is so damn dominant on this ground. Where do you see, the main battlegrounds going down on this one, Matthew?
No, I think they have a whole lot to play with on Mirage. Not only BlameF and that individually how comfortable he is there, but it's a map that really suits the Heroic sort of philosophy coming into play, and we'll see Astralis, when they played against Vitality, it was very aggressive, super fight-oriented. On the CT side, straight towards middle. I mean, I think it's going to happen again. I think it's a map that allows them to be in your face, and that's how they like to play on the CT side from all the angles, honestly.
Okay, so tempted to maybe go with Heroic because he sold you?
Was I upping Heroic here? I think Astralis is going to win.
I think the reason why, a year ago, people would have called me one of the biggest Astralis haters, right? But it had nothing to do with Astralis. It's more so with who was in the organization, what they were doing, and so on. And they've turned it all around, and now we see a new face of Astralis, so I am full on the bandwagon. They're one of my teams to watch for this whole year.
Well, let's dive on into the match. The first game to be opening up the play-ins at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And to guide you on through Mirage, it's Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, Freya. Today, the battlefield holds no secrets. Stown and Yabi's controversial exit from Heroic pits former brothers-in-arms against one another for the first time. And we start this brawl on Mirage to kick off Katowice 2024, Jason.
Yeah, and obviously an opening game, you want to come out hot, you want to come out and start this tournament feeling good, but there's a lot of pride on the line too. I mean, I know they held it back a little bit in these pregame interviews, but certainly for Stown and Yabi coming into this is about a proof of concept that they've made the right decision. So much controversy, and the only thing that gets it behind you is winning. This has a lot on the line for the mentality, and as we know, this Astralis lineup back at the Blast Premiere was looking solid, gave some good early glimpses. Here's a set of utility, and the pistol round execute is coming in for Heroic.
Fully into the A-bomb site to kick off the first round of this game, and Yabi is going to detect that. He's not alone, though. He has got Device in the shadows, waiting to pounce with his USP, and he'll do exactly that. Device on the double, brings down Kixan and Nico Dawes with no issue. And Astralis are up better for the time being, but that's pulled back by Nerds. Yet to see that bomb go down. It's a bit of a fumble inside of the site, but Heroic eventually lock it in.
Yeah, 2 great kills from Device, but the fact that he muffled a couple of shots early on, which gave some space over to Heroic, so they still have a pretty solid post-plant situation. Retake is going to come in, the strength of it from CT spawn.
Well, Testes up on top of the bin, has got himself the headshot, puts Blame F into it, and the follow-up on Stair is fantastic. That cancels out any chance for Astralis getting back into this pistol round, and Heroic will start off with a stronger. And this is starting to look pretty nice for Heroic. Nice simple call, works out perfectly.
Yeah, just a little A execute, and again, despite the nice kills, it's like even just the missed shots from Device allow those players to move up and scale onto the bomb site. If he's getting those quicker, his teammates have a little bit more room to work with that. A defense might be a little bit stronger, but it just took him too long to connect the shots. And Heroic able to trade themselves into the bomb site and win an easy post plant, 1-0.
What have you made of the whole Heroic Astralis swap? Because I think Device was saying in the interview, the content piece, obviously he's going to have a very different view of it, but he said both parties are happy. I don't think that's necessarily going to be fully true, Jason.
Yeah, that's maybe him projecting his own emotions towards the other side of the server. Yeah, I mean, look, this Heroic one, in my mind, it's very cobbled together, and it'll be interesting to see if they can make it work. It doesn't get me excited in any way, and certainly nothing that happened in Copenhagen last week with Heroic has changed my mind on that. So still working through some things, and you have to remember, they have a little bit more of a challenging adaptation and steps to take with this new roster, especially considering a new in-game leader coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how Kixan does here in Katowice. Stair gets caught in an awkward position. There was a chance, there was a couple of players here for Astralis on the force buy over towards the correct side of the map, but it's being cut apart, and with that kill from Nerds, that should confirm it. 2-0 for Heroic, and Astralis' force buy does not pay off.
Yeah, Stair missed his timing and trying to transition into that crossfire with the player over in dark, and smoke coming out way too late. The scaling was already there, and Heroic gonna have a second one, as you mentioned. Stair's a player who's had to adjust a lot. You want to talk about the Astralis side of the equation and their roster changes. Stair's kind of a guy who's had to sacrifice a few of his spots, and Device had some very positive words for him in Copenhagen as well, shouting him out for how well he's done adapting so that Yabi and Stown and their kind of addition to this roster can have some space to get comfortable.
If anything, it looks like he's doing better now than he was previously in the more favored roles, right? He's doing a lot better of a job here in the more supportive element in the team. It's good to see. Hopefully that continues into a tournament of the size of Katowice, because sometimes a tournament of this scale can get under the skin of some of the more inexperienced players.
Yeah, and I think if we go back to the conversation, Kixan as a kind of an in-game leader obviously helped with Apex, but coming into Heroic, it's a different task putting this team together with some already experienced players as well. You switch to the other side of the equation on Astralis, Blame F on the in-game leader helmet. It's like, he's sitting there and he's like, I've been considered a good in-game leader for a while. This is the best team we could have put together in Denmark. This is the best Danish team we could have thrown together. Finally, he has a 5 where he can prove if he's a great in-game leader. So you're at different scales operating on the top, the head of both of these teams.
One is for glory, the other a rebuilding period for them, but a full eco on a couple of players here for Astralis. They obviously didn't get off to the best of starts here, and that force buy, it can sometimes come back to bite you in that second round, especially in a best-of-1 environment that we have ourselves here to kick off Katowice.
Yeah, tough, unforgiving start to this format. Yabi's going to back away as the utility comes in. All lines of sight taken away. Well executed from Heroic. And they should be able to waltz into an easy plant and clean things up after the fact. Boost over, though. Nets 1 for Stair.
Yeah, good shot from Stair, but confirms at least a couple more around the back of that smoke. And No ground taken for Astralis.
And a full retake is unlikely in this situation. If you're Astralis, you're hoping to have some engagements. You might want to keep these guys as close to the bomb site, deep into the bomb timer as possible. Do some damage. See if you could just get guns out of their hands, because the defuse is unlikely.
Putting pressure onto some of these heroic players. Nice shot from Ster on the follow-up, his second of this round, and Nico Dawes and Shush combined together to prevent any further kills. But that kill from BlameF will come through. And Astralis will come out a little bit happy about the fact they got a few extra kills here on the way out.
Yeah, look at how, I mean, BlameF even just freezing Nertz as close as possible. Bomb's going to go off, and Nertz goes down with it. So 4 kills in the round for Astralis. That ain't bad. They'll take that into the first gun round.
Yeah, money situation now in full effect for Astralis. They'll be able to get a buyout. Interested to see if they go for the AWP. It doesn't look like they have enough resources for it, so likely just to see the full rifles come in for Astralis in their first gun round of the defense.
And this is where we get to see kind of Matthew talking about the Mirage that we saw against Vitality back at Blast, the aggressive nature. How does Astralis want to open this up? Is it going to be in your face? Is it going to be disruptive out of the gate? Or are they going to save that in their back pocket if things go wrong?
Very simple calls so far from Kixan. So we'll see if that continues into the gun rounds. Heavy presence outside of the A bomb site. Looks like it has a bit of speed behind this one, Jason.
Yeah, it does. Hitting a timing. Here they are up A ramp. BlameF. Over at the stairs, it's Yabi with the first kill. He's isolated and can't convert and can't build upon it.
Nertz taking more space, getting closer towards jungle and connected. That smoke blown open. Great use of the HE grenade. BlameF is gone, decapitated. And Astralis down to just 3 players in the first gun round. There's no chance at winning this one. They've got to save.
Yeah, likely. They might stick around and see if any opportunity, but Stair's already backing away into the B bomb site. Heroic coming in, very simplistic first gun round. As you mentioned, a little bit faster pace, not a rush, but found a pretty quick timing and just knock Astralis out of the round. Utility isolates Yabi up on top of the balcony, and the defense can't hold from there. Can't even hold for a post plant.
And slow starts can sometimes, in best of ones, especially in MR12, really cost you the game. You know, you don't give yourself enough leeway to come back into it if you have a very poor first half. And Astralis need to try and pick up their socks as soon as possible.
Yeah, there was a lot of forgiveness in those 3 extra rounds that we're no longer playing with. There's a lot of recovery opportunity in there.
It is great to be back in the Hall of Heroes, though, Jason. You know, just seeing some of the memories of players up there in huge portraits, it's what makes this game kind of beautiful, is the fact that we do have that history to call back on, not just in the players, but this specific event as well, right? We've been coming here for a decade of Counter-Strike in Katowice, and now the first time CS2's here. Must have been pretty cool for you being along the whole journey.
Yeah, a lot of it. Not the whole thing.
No, you watched it. You know?
All right, mid-control this round for Heroic. 1-3-1 setup for the T side. Utility down and window and con. They've been able to replenish some of these M4s for another crack at it, Astralis.
Yeah, looking to be a little disruptive as well. 2 players push up through the apartments. Now Ster left to his own devices. He's pushed up a little closer, and because of his position, he might be able to catch out Nertz here.
I think more than anything, because of his position, Device is able to rotate off Catwalk. It's advanced position to get an early warning towards the B bomb site, and obviously if they come up Catwalk, a very tough position to deal with. The Stair is over in the halls. A new angle to battle with that B bomb site, so Astralis can focus more towards con, more towards window and middle. And Heroic has yet to make their second move.
Yeah, default coming in from them, taking that mid-control. The underpass player in position now in Nertz. They've got the mid-control they've been looking for. Astralis have given them that, not contesting it. And Heroic just going through the motions as we now hit 45 seconds on the timer. Yabi position close to ramp. Here's the flash play. Nico Dawes slightly caught by it, but not enough to make it uncomfortable. And he handles Yabi, eats Incendiary, but he's not going to be looking towards Underwood because he spotted the player at CT. So this is strong from Astralis. This is a good hold towards the end. 30 seconds left to make a play, and Tesses has to crack it open. Good first headshots down, brought down, and a 2v3 is doable for Heroic.
I gotta cover him. This is all on Tesses. Plant's going down. Good shot. Plant is gonna come in, and we've got a 2-on-2. There's a flank, however, from Stair, and will they expect it?
Yeah, because of his early position at B, he's been able to get that flank on. Oh, it takes a while, but eventually will connect that kill on Tesses, leaving Kixan in the 1v2. In Katowice, he'll be tested on his in-game leadership, and now his individual skill cannot get it done in the 1v2, and it will be Astralis to pick it up.
Yeah, found a way to isolate the fight, can't connect the shot, and that is a nice job from Astralis. Never expecting that second player to be advanced in dark at the A bomb site when the push on ramp got negated. And a pretty solid defense, but it's allowed by the rotation. It's allowed by the positioning, the advanced positioning from Stair over in Halls is able to make this defense so strong that you can afford to lose a player on the aggressive peek down ramp for information.
For the first time, Astralis will now have the resources to get the AWP into the hands of one of the greatest players to ever touch the weapon. So Device has it out. Let's see if that can change the face of this game, because Heroic did get the better start. Astralis now have a chance to get their hands on it.
Blows open the smoke to give himself some extra seconds for the mid shot. Nets him nothing but a very mid-centric defense. It's down up in ladder room, Blame F top con. Device is going to shift over towards Catwalk.
Heavy B play coming in for Heroic, though, currently set out with multiple players outside of the apartments. Now, we talked about Stair's step up in performance. He has to do it again here.
It's a perfect defense, though. Back-to-back rounds, Astralis has been able to have the right call and the players in the right position to hold off the attack.
Well, Stair, here he goes. His Device connecting first. Tessa's caught. Good flash setup, allowing Stair for the peak, and he holds down nearly for 3, but he'll settle with the double. It does keep Astralis ahead in the player count, and 1 minute and 5 seconds left on this clock.
Yeah, now they have a decision to make. Does Nertz remain aggressive and try and open this up? There's 1 minute on the clock, so he's hoping for another mistake out of the defenders. He already caught Blame F on a lurk up con. Yabi's going to slide out. Easy kill, and Kixon was coming to join up, and now he's got simply no options.
Yeah, low health, 2 of 36. He'll come out through the underpass. Would take an absolute miracle to even get close to finding himself in a winning position. Going to creep ever closer up the connector. Eventually should be detected by Stown, who will then call that information to Yabi, who will close the round, and a second for Astralis picked up in a row.
Nice job from Astralis. Again, these mid-round adjustments, putting them in the right position. Stair taking a peek in B-Halls for a double kill before the execute can begin. But when you get caught by Device at that angle with the op, you know that B-Split's in trouble.
And Yabi, you can see just proactive, not just sitting back and hiding under the wood. He makes a play forward, and that's the move that detects Nertz and really unravels around. Timeout taken for Heroic, first of 3.
Yeah, first of 3. That change coming into effect with CS2. 3 timeouts now instead of 4. They'll talk things over as they've been read and shut down in back-to-back rounds.
Interesting coaching situation over in Astralis, waiting for the arrival of Rugga. It's been a turbulent time trying to fill the spot of Zonic over the years. Haven't managed to really do it in the coaching department as well as the players.
I mean, they've struggled to replace pretty much everyone, as you'd expect from that greatest of all time lineup over the years. They've gone through a lot of iterations and just now feeling like they have the right setup, the right team to return to glory. Katowice would be a great place to put your first mark on the Counter-Strike scene. Deep nade down A ramp. Gonna miss out on damage, and Blame F's got some info.
Sends the nade on into the bottom of the ramp, and a lot of damage done through that smoke at Palace. So Heroic handed some weaker players to kick things off, and now Yabi, well, he's pinned in the corner. Oh, he does well for a second. He's still standing. He's still fighting, and Yabi cuts them open. A 4K right away at the start of this map, and Yabi is feeling it on that A bomb site.
That's got to be frustrating, because Heroic has to feel like they had so many advantages. That happened previously on the A execute as well, where Yabi is isolated. Blame F stuck behind a smoke. He's the only one. Top balcony again, but this time, times the follow-up peak perfectly. And no one from Heroic could read where the play was coming from next. What a sequence from Yabi.
He just devastates them in that hole. They know where he is. It looked like he was in the disadvantageous position, right? He's pinned in the corner with multiple players coming at him, but enough distraction set up with his teammates too. And this should now be Astralis tying things up without issue. Nikita's caught the timing, just couldn't seize the opportunity.
Yeah, why not take a risk when all you've got is the deagle? Lower economy, see if you can go get just a cheeky 1 dig. You had the timing, you had one chance at it. It was going to be a tough shot.
We were damn close to getting the first ace of Katowice right there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had to wait long. First half of the first game. Just the 4K in the end.
A little bit of posturing. Ooh, there goes Stair. That's not ideal. I think just jumping for information, that had to have been a beautiful shot from Nertz. So defense gets thinned out just a little bit, but still plenty of advantages for Astralis to recover. Unarmored deagle. There's a little bit of armor passed around. 3 players with armor, but no utility to work with.
And they're just drifting back for the B bomb site where a lot of presence was seen. And coming back over towards this A-bomb site instead. And BlameF doesn't like the fact he doesn't have the information, so he's made a play through the underpass to clear out apartments, and now should ready his troops in defense of the A-bomb site.
Yabi's going to have a big job to do, and he's pretty committed. He's got to be careful with these deagles coming out of Palace, and he doesn't realize it just yet, but you're going to want him to stay alive as long as possible to give Device the space, and they switch up. Device takes Palace, and Yabi stays underneath, and the AWP is doing work at a distance and shut down with ease.
Yeah, Device doesn't miss the easy ones. He delivers those kills systematically up towards the Palace.
So reliable.
Absolutely. Still crazy how last year you wouldn't say it was a very good year for Astralis, yet Device and BlameF still somehow getting placed so highly in the top 20 players of the year.
Yeah, individually for those two, very good, but obviously a little bit of chaos around them trying to find pieces that work.
Now 4 of the top 20 players in the world find themselves in Astralis' ranks. They want to try and get some results, some team accolades to go alongside that. And BlameF gets down in mid. Tessus looking to play around the sides of the smoke.
Still heavy numbers over in the B halls for Heroic. 3 players with the bomb looking to go right at Stair. It's a question of what Tessus can accomplish in middle because his teammate has gone down and coming through. You got 3 players ready to take you down and Stair's going to go passive.
Oh, good play behind the bench, using the smoke as extra cover. Decides not to fight, but Nico Godard's got a little bit too deep into the bomb site and Stair gets removed because of that. Bomb plant now going down for Heroic. Every fight going against Astralis. And now it has to be a retake with even numbers.
Yeah, and despite the opening 2 kills for Astralis in middle, this is a really sketchy situation. They lose the pass, the next 2 after that, and they don't have control of market for this retake, so Yabi's gonna have to be very, very cautious. Stout and Device will start this off from Catwalk, but that might be the signal to save, especially with Device not connecting on a trade, and I think those are the opportunities missed that will force them back.
Yeah, Device is quite fortunate not to go down there as well at short, so he'll take his second life. And look to try and cash them on the exit, realizing that bomb explosion is not forgiving, and Device steals an extra away right at the end. But that is Heroic back into the lead.
And all by virtue, I mean, the mid-aggression works out so well for Astralis, but if you're Heroic and you see that 3 players in middle, you're saying they got to have resources from the B bomb site, so coming in and finding 1 kill gives them a very secure plant and positioning to hold on to it. At a timeout, a first one used from Astralis.
BlameF just having his say across the board.
Got those fancy green hand warmers.
Yeah, they do. I recently got one of those myself, Jason. It's quite good at this time of the year.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, if you don't want to turn the heating on, you just crack one of those into your hands and you're able to frag. Doesn't really help me in that department, but at least my hands are warm.
At least your hands are warm. That's a good point. Cold hands is one of the worst things.
Absolutely is. You don't want to get cold feet here in Katowice, and good start for Heroic. Has kind of been pulled back by Astralis. Important that they were able to find a couple of those rounds, important rounds early in the gun rounds to really start to pull this half together, because this could have been a dominant showing for Heroic at the start of the half based on the beginning that they were able to get.
Yeah, and obviously all the vibes of this from what we've seen of these two teams, you know, in their short times together has been this had a chance too of being a blowout for Astralis, the team that's looked far stronger in their matches last week. Could have gone either way, but we're neck and neck, which we love to see. This tactical timeout has turned into a tech pause as everyone gets comfortable. You touched on the coaching situation of Astralis. Also, I mean, over in Heroic, you know, one of the big moves as well is Saul coming over from Ensign. One of the big reasons why Nertz made the switch as well was to stick around with his former coach and continue playing under him.
Yeah, Saul and the snappy combo we thought would continue for a very long time, but at the end, events, that relationship ends, but at least he's been able to bring a piece with him. And Nertz, what a piece he is. I think a lot of people, the community sentiment is actually a little disappointed that Nertz went to a team like Heroic with this roster. I don't think people are particularly excited about Heroic, and having someone with Nertz's skill level, a rookie of the year, being inside of this team, I don't think people are too happy with that.
I just didn't enjoy seeing that ENCE roster blow up. I liked watching that ENCE team. It was one of the most fun teams. Yeah, entertaining as hell.
We had a couple of matchups between FaZe Clan and ENCE you might have seen that were absolutely incredible, and I think that probably really highlights the entertainment events.
But I mean, it's a new journey for Nertz now, right? Like you're coming into a team where you are going to be the star player, brand new pieces around you. You have to learn how everyone works, learn how the team is going to work, and find a way to be effective and remain a strong player within the new team that you're building. So a new journey for him and for Saw, you'd imagine. Smokes out from Shush. It looks like back to the A bomb site. All 5 players from Heroic called out a spawn. Another execute, this time the main thrust coming from Palace.
Flashbang held at the ready.
BlameF's already at top mid.
Device is waiting for the Palace peak again. Absolutely no way through. Nertz is taken out. Device will follow up with utility to plug that gap, and that has forced Heroic to search for another option. But BlameF, like you said, his early positioning gets himself into spawn. And there will be 1 kill for BlameF. Probably could have got away with another one, but he's detected the fallback plan for Heroic, and this has allowed Device to change position and get in towards top middle.
Yeah, it's also, you know, he's overextended a little bit, so you have this angle, but if they come right at you, could be in danger. Looking for the information. What a flick up. Needed it. He's going to stick around and go for more, and that flick doesn't land.
Yeah, it would be kind of ridiculous if you hit both of those flicks on the attempts. Device gets away with another one, and the early success from Device and BlameF has put Astralis 1 player ahead in the final 45 seconds.
This round can still be dangerous, though, because it has thinned the defense and forced them to spread around the map. An isolated defender and Yabby at the A-bomb site. Stair's going to stick around on Catwalk monitoring B, and Stown's going for an aggressive push. So if they can get into a site and find Yabby without taking any damage, without losing a player, all of a sudden you've got a 2-on-2 with plenty of time. But that window of opportunity is closing. Might have even closed entirely at this point. Stown is close behind them. And no time to clear this position.
Yeah, Yabby's just going to peek out from the firebox. That should be 1. And with 3 players still up and 9 seconds left, it's just impossible for Shoes to get anywhere.
Yeah, that was bold. I don't know if there's necessarily anything Heroic could have done a little bit better, but you're kind of hoping and praying that no one is at that bomb site whatsoever. There's so many positions that you would have had to clear, so you're just kind of praying that you can get one off for free. We're all tied up now.
Let's take a look at a smoke that didn't quite go where it should have, and that's towards Stairs, which allowed Device to get this kill. Nice note. And that's what can happen. You miss 1 smoke in the game, and it costs you the round. It costs you the opening move.
Feels like Astralis knew that was coming as well. Device at Stairs with the op peering towards Palace. You had Stown rotating back towards CT Stairs. You had Yabby a little bit more aggressive than we've over towards Triple, and it felt like they had a sense that there's a chance that A hit is going to come in, because we've seen Heroic. That was probably, what, the 3rd time they've ran just to, you know, an A execute. They changed the point of attack a little bit, but Astralis is starting to say, okay, if this is what you like to, we'll lean towards this bomb site to start things out. We'll shut this tactic down from you.
And that's forcing Heroic to try and find different options. They've used their 2nd timeout in this half. Only 1 remaining for the rest of this map. And when Device has pulled out that AWP, it really has turned around, hasn't it? Astralis have just had an extra detail that has prevented Heroic from taking space. And BlameF and Device, that combo back at it in middle. It's BlameF running up towards top mid. Oh, he gets confused, and he gets muddled, and he gets taken out without issue. Tesses with the headshot, Device trades.
Oh, Sharsh wants that fight out towards Catwalk, able to force him back. Molotov will keep the defender at bay, so Stown a little bit harassed, and Nertz has stepped through the smoke for a challenge, and so has Shush.
3v3. Bomb going towards the B bomb sign. That would be the correct call for Heroic. They don't know it yet, but soon they will figure it out. Nikador's the closest player to that B bomb site, and no one from Astralis defending it. Stown is preoccupied with Shush, who is coming through jungle, now spotted. And Stown is worried about the position of Shush and the direction he was looking at, considering that B split potential. Stown goes back to try and plug the gap before they arrive, and he might have got there in time. Nice kill from Stown. He'll drop into the site, trying to be elusive. Just enough ammo to collect that kill. Stown is destroying them alone, and Shush now taken down to low health. And the cavalry of Astralis is arriving, but Stown does not need them. A reload inside of the site, and Astralis will take the lead again.
Quad kill from Stown in the round. What a huge performance, because that's all on him. When you notice that player jumping up in towards windows and your teammates, both of them are at the A bomb site, you're the only one who can hold off the B hit. And you're telling your players, you know they're going to be delayed because they have to be cautious. They have to deal with the lurk before they can arrive. So this was Stown single-handedly and knowing he was the only chance to hold off the B hit.
Here comes utility into middle. Last round of this half. Mistral is trying to lead by an extra round here. They want 2. Heroic. This is not the buy that's going to fill you full of confidence. MP7 out, Gleals and Deagles is what they have for the last round of this first.
It's very labored, and they've spread into a default as well. Kicks in for some late mid utility to help Nertz coming from underpass. Tesses is over towards top mid. And Device will be smoked off, so the op kind of negated, although there's quite the gap in that for Device.
Yeah, it's the Grand Canyon right here for Device to look through, and it's a nice shot. Tesses can do nothing about that. Device waits, and he still has the gap to get the kill, and Nertz will have to trade it. So back into a 4v4, but the problem is for Heroic, he needs some other area of the map here, and maybe the pressure towards A could work out.
Yeah, Yabby's all alone. Now they've cleared out mid, they know it's coming, and Yabby swings out for Palace. That's the first kill, and Kixin and Ikados have nothing to do. They have a Molotov that can flush him out into the open, but he'll gladly take those fights with the AK-47.
Yeah, strong hold from Yabby throughout that entire first half. It's Astralis with a poor start, but a strong finish in half number 1. It's Astralis with a narrow lead in this first matchup of former teammates and the opening game of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. Plenty of work for Heroic to do. They posted 4 in a row, Jason, and since that point, it's just been a single round.
Yeah, and that was the hot start. They cooled off real quick, or Astralis extinguished it, but either way, that's got to be a tough mindset going into the second half when you've lost 7 of 8 rounds to close out the first. You start feeling like your last win was oh so far away. Let's see if Heroic can get back onto it. CT side. And Astralis heading towards the B bomb site with all 5 players. 3-man stack on the defense, 2 at the site at the bench, and 1 over towards Catwalk.
This double setup at jail. And the bench could be absolutely devastating for Astralis if they dive on into it. Kickstand gets his 2nd kill of this game and eventually will go down. Nerds in behind the bench. Oh, a lot of shots coming out of Nerds' pistol and many of them landing. That's going to be the pistol for Heroic. 1 away from tying up the game now.
Dang, that's a nice little bait and switch setup as well. You'll never expect a 2nd player at bench, especially when you've already seen a crossfire out towards Catwalk as well. Nice defense from Heroic. That's both pistols in their favor. Quick tap from Kixon. Tests as well, chiming in from a distance, but Nertz is the real power play, just chilling and biding his time. It's 6-7.
And this time Astralis don't go for the force spy. They've gone for the more conservative approach. They didn't get the bomb plant. If you get the bomb plant, the T side, it's a completely different story, but it's the full Glocks now, so we can all take a back seat and enjoy this one from afar. Hope you guys are enjoying the start of this wonderful 2 weeks of Counter-Strike we have for you. It's a great time coming out here to Katowice once a year and having the action unfold in front of us.
Yeah, starting the year under the big lights.
Very true. It's the first Masters level event we've had in CS2, so that's going to be very exciting to see how it all transpires. And this is going to be not so exciting this round, Jason. This should be a bit of a meltdown for Astralis.
Yeah, really the only point of danger, Yabi with that Deagle. He's going to come out and bait this jump. You have Blame F and Stare. They could collapse onto this, but with just the more powerful, the M4s, the rifles, yeah, easy cleanup. As you mentioned, not too exciting. Blame F only gets the 1. And Heroic don't have to worry about anything in that round. But now the buy comes in. AK-47's utility picked up for Astralis for their first offensive gun round.
The calling style of Kickstand in that first half was very simplistic, right? We've seen a lot of heavy executes into bomb sites, contact play in the first gun round. Interested to see where the comparison can be drawn between Blame F and Kickstand's calling style here in the team.
Well, it's to be expected of the new rosters, right? And even Maniac on the desk kind of brought up that point, is just in terms of playbook to playbook, there's no way that Heroics had the time to develop it. Fast pace, punch in the face from Astralis. Yabi has the opening kill. And this mid-play from Heroic, they know Shush has dropped down. They know there's one more player who has to fight to escape, and they're not... Oh, they will let him. He gets away. He gets a kill on top of it.
4v4 drawn out because of those early skirmishes. Now with 1 minute 20 seconds, still so much time left in the round. Heroic just juggling some weapons, adjusting the defense, putting Nikodas up on top of those ninja boxes, and Kickstand will drop back elsewhere.
Yeah, willing to play retake on that A bomb site. The defense is over towards Khan as well. Happy to be blocked off by utility as long as they can control Khan in the middle of the map. If the A hit comes to pass, a little bit of cheese from Heroic with that Nikodas boost with the SMG. Astralis still content to control middle. Keeping Blame F in position, using this smoke timing and window, denying information. Blame F sees the peak. Nade blows open. He calls it out. He's been cleared. And Astralis hustle over to A ramp.
Pretty surprising Blame F even gets a kill in that engagement. I thought he was dead to rights with nothing, but still manages to get a little bit out of it. And now with 35 seconds left, Astralis make their final pounce of the A bomb site. You mentioned the retake setup. Might not come down to a retake here. Kickstand strong enough. Nerds will not be though. Flash connects from Device. And Nerds will fall down. So 2v2, bomb plant starting to come in. And here's that retake attempt now starting to come in for Heroic. Nikodas is so low on health. Luckily, he's able to switch out to a better weapon.
Oh, no kits, and Kixon has no head. And yeah, now Nikodas is in the horrifying decision, or I guess the easy decision, of just saving the weapon with 22 health. So Astralis find a way in the mid-round to readjust on the map, using Blame F as a pivot point. And a solid late-round hit towards the A bomb site will keep them nursing a lead, or regaining a lead at 8-7.
And it's been Yabi who's really stepped up across this map. 15 kills, 8 deaths. And a lot of those A holds were simply done it. And he got that 4K early on in the game. It was so sick.
He got tested a lot in that first half. Yeah, a lot of attention sent his way, Yabby. And he stood pretty damn tall. 15-8. Even gets the opening kill here. As the mid play from Tessus and Shush is a little bit late on the timing, so they're already swinging out mid. Didn't expect the pace and aggression that Astralis brought to the table.
And here comes the smoke out in towards window, allowing Astralis some quick utility to drop down in mid. But they're worried about a heroic push, so actually respecting it and allowing the underpass player to come into position before they round out top middle. There's a gap in that smoke again, used by Device in the first half. Now in the second half, Nikodar's having a bit of a go, and Device is very aware of it. He sends a few bullets towards that position, and Nikodar's fortunately not standing in the spot to take the damage.
Yeah, that smoke's filling out the window a little bit more than the one Device had to encounter in the first half. Taking that gap away, we'll see when the AWP comes out. Nerds is going to push out towards Palace, so gaining information. Palace is clear. That allows resources to shift backward from the A site and look elsewhere for Heroic. And once again, Astralis have taken complete mid control, sitting very, very nice at the 1 minute mark. Astralis might just be respecting...
the bomb, I was worried for a second there. The bomb goes back, doesn't...
Oh, they got it. Don't you worry. Yabby ain't going to forget that bomb. This is turning into a B split up catwalk.
He's coming up short, looking for this split, and the problem is Heroic have so many players inside of the site for the defense, so this might not be as easy for Astralis as they are hoping. And Kixan hearing the burning. He's trying to help his teammates out, but it's not going so well until his turn comes through. A double from Kixan. Staring Yabby creating more space for Astralis, but 28 seconds left. Kixan has done so much. After a disastrous first half, it's got to be a good feeling getting off to a good start here in the second half.
We saw this in the first half as well when Astralis on the CT side. We saw like a B Halls push from Stair, give information over that allowed Astralis to cheat towards the A bomb site. This is the same thing, just in reverse. With Nerds pushing up towards Palace, seeing it's clear, hearing nothing at A ramp, and allowing Heroic to park 3 players at the B bomb site for that split. Information being the ultimate victor in that round. And once again tied up, and Astralis is out of money.
This game has been so back and forth about who is taking the lead, who's going to hold it. Neither team being able to stay in front for long. Yabby from Palace looking for some magic out of that deagle. He might actually have a kiss with Shush inside of the smoke. Oh, it's a little bit of an awkward situation. Shush doesn't want to give away his position. He stays sneaky and goes underneath the wood in position ready to go if that Palace pop does come out. Astralis gets around the corner at ramp or Palace, just hoping they can get a fight, and none of them ending up in kills for either side so far.
Taking it slow. No real resources to get in here, so should be another slaughter for the Heroic side against unarmored pistols. And you know, this is the point, like next round is going to be so important when Astralis get their...
Oh.
Okay, hello. Deva.
You know, Device has got those in him, and he comes back out of the ramp, but even at this point, after that, you got to hit another one.
I would say it wouldn't be enough, but there's only one defender here. Everyone else is so far away. No one's really hustling to get in. If they can trade Shush quickly, nice double kill. Holding back the Palace peak as well. Moving himself into a safer position as he does it. Shush has done such a good job in a tough situation, and now the cavalry has arrived. Now the rest of the M4s flood in and put a stop to these shenanigans.
Oh, nice shot from Yabby, but remember that ramp flank is coming in, so even if Yabby comes through here, he'll be taken out by Tessus. His former teammate will down him. Nice shot from Device. There was the world in which he gets that second shot onto the only A defenders you mentioned, but Shush with the step up.
Or just trade him quicker and all of a sudden you're in a decent position. So good kills from Astralis. That'll make Heroic take a deep breath. As a timeout is called, this one from Astralis. All important round. Down 1, 8-9. And they want to take advantage of the weapons they're bringing out. Device is going to have the AWP, and this is the point of the game where it all kind of changes. Yabby can say all he wants, that playing against your former teammates is fun. But you know what's more fun? It's having a win over them. Every time you see him at the hotel, every time you see him at the venue, having that knowledge that you beat him the last time you faced off.
And just think about it from the Yabi and Stown perspective, right? You've dealt with so much community pressure. Buzzkey was saying, like, Stown even deleted Twitter off his phone for a while. And you realize that you're going up against him in this opening game of Katowice. How much would it sting to lose to them? When everybody's talking about how weak Heroic have been, how weak they've looked. To lose is almost unthinkable for them. So a little pressure there.
Winning solves those problems.
Yes. Winning solves almost all problems.
Losing exacerbates them.
Yep. Jump out from Nertz inside of the connector. Gets a bit of information on that peak towards top mid of the Device AWP. And Nertz is not falling back. He's staying here with that temporary cover of the smoke. He feels like he can, but he realizes it's starting to fade away, and he needed to get away himself.
Doesn't take any damage as well. None of that spray connects. Follow up smoke at the base of Khan to give Nertz space to work with. Astralis, as we've seen throughout this half, they're fine with that utility being put out because they're not even flirting with it. They're not even moving down the ramp whatsoever. Content to have Device positioned behind the boxes with the AWP. Punish any mid-round peaks, any mid-round information plays. And now, again at the 1 minute mark, starting to make their move.
Device just creeping slowly up short, getting information as he goes. No peek yet to come into his crosshair. And this is allowing Stown to comfortably walk up connector, but eventually that fight will come in for Astralis when they round the corner. Tessa's burning under the wood. Decides to use the smoke to keep himself in that position for a moment longer, and Nertz strikes on the double. Stown and BlameF both busy, and that is a double kill for Nertz to put Heroic in the better position. 30 seconds left in this round.
Oh, and Nertz takes down Yabi. It's just getting bad to worse. Stair's got to step up and be aggressive. He's got one. It's not enough because Tessus is still there. A troll under the boards, and Device has to try and save the op and bails out.
Yep, not enough time to get back to that bomb, and Kixan doesn't even challenge Device early on there. He lets him run away. He gets the information that Device has retreated up towards top middle. I think they're just going to have to let him go. So that's the round for Heroic, and it's the Nertz double. It's so sick on the timing on the jungle peak.
And then the nice thing about it for Nertz is Window's still smoked out when they start making that play. So he doesn't really, I mean, you have to be concerned about someone running through, but no one's going to peek you, right? So he feels a little bit more comfortable swinging out to the left and taking those fights. And as utility is pulled out as well, the worst possible moment for Astralis. And they lose a very critical swing round. Heroic now have a good grip on this map.
That is such a frustrating round. You can even see it on the face of BlameF. You don't even need to know how important that round is if you just look at his face. And here's Device peeking out again towards top middle. This time searching, actively trying to get that opening, but he's caught between two angles and taken out by the M4. So Nikodas locks in the first, and that was really the primary option for Astralis. That was their best weapon in play, and now it's just pistols.
Yeah, and because they saw Nikodas pushing up, they couldn't even go and try to recover the op and try and go for another one. This time the Deagle doesn't connect whatsoever, and all across the map, Astralis being shut down. Heroic is going to be on to 11 when all is said and done.
Nikodas misses the shot. Oh, what a shot from Yabi on the swing. Nothing Nikodas can do about that, but it gets even better. My God, the Deagles are coming in. And Stair is still here. The Storm may still have a chance to continue. But a nice shot from Yabi on the double. But it might just be a glimpse of impact and then fade into irrelevancy in this round because Heroic have calmed the Storm down. They've dropped back, and now Stair doesn't have a whole lot of chances.
Yeah, he's paused a little bit to allow them to back off these aggressive positions in mid. Tessus is going to come from that peak, and not quick enough. Stair can adjust. 11-8. It got a little bit dicey at the end, but never felt like the round was completely in reach for Astralis. They got one timeout remaining in regulation, and they're going to use it here. Another buy coming in, and they need a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, at this point, Jason, is do or die, right? At this point, as you turn this ship around completely, you might be staring down the face of Heroic taking a win over Astralis. And, you know, the history between these two organizations, the history between the players, what a way to start the day here for Heroic it could be. And we know how difficult it can be when you lose that opening BO1 at a tournament like IEM Katowice. You're in the play-in stage of the competition too, right? Astralis with this move have aspirations of making it all the way. They want to go all the way and challenge for that title. And then the first day of the play-in, they might suffer a brutal loss to Heroic in the opening BO1.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of whiplash coming out of Blast, where everyone was impressed with their performance, taking a series win over Vitality, over the best team in the world. If you can't get through the play-ins, that'd be rough. This first match is going to put him in a very tough spot. Kixon going to push up in middle. Excited at the prospect of Astralis' slow pace. He wants to get some space.
Through the back of the smoke, it's one from Kixan and followed up by Nikodos. Astralis in this gun round, we said it's do or die. Well, it looks like they are going to die. Stair left in a 1v3. Astralis get nowhere. They don't even look like there's a chance in this round. And that's an opportunity for a kill you've got to take if you have any dreams of a 1v3, and it isn't going to happen. Nerds is fired up because they know that's map point for Heroic in this BO1.
Yeah, damn, they have so much confidence right now. Once they've gained this lead, they felt it within reach, and they're the ones taking the fight to Astralis. These last 2 rounds, aggression in middle. It didn't work earlier in the half. Astralis was able to kind of shut it down before it began, but they've gone right back to it. And Astralis is having no breathing room to work with. The timeout used from Heroic, calming everyone down, getting them to focus on the round at hand. They've got 4 chances to close out this match. All the pressure on Astralis.
So much pressure on their shoulders in that timeout taken for Heroic, just to really talk about things, make sure that this is the round they close it. This is their best opportunity. Astralis will come to this round with 3 Galils, an AK-4, 4 Galils in fact, and an AK-47 in the hands of Yabi. Katowice had sprinkles of impact and he had the AWP on the CT side. But the only player that's really stood tall for Astralis throughout this is Yabi, and that is not enough to defeat Heroic in this current form.
Well, we simplify things for Astralis. No mid control, not even challenging forward, just a window smoke, and Nertz knows it's empty. An A execute to keep the map alive for Astralis.
As Nikodos shooting down in towards the ramp, no kill connected yet. Astralis have a bit of space out of the A-bomb site. Hopping over the stairway, it's going to be Stair running down to death as Shush takes him out. Heroic have the man advantage. And they are one step closer of closing this opening game versus Astralis, but that bomb will go through. Gives Astralis a fighting chance, and even more than that by Blame F. Nikodos is taken out this time around, and Stown fights down towards CT. They combine, and those kills should confirm the round, and a lifeline for Astralis to keep going and push up to 9.
Yeah, it's always the tense point in those attacks when you get the bomb site, you know, essentially for free. You do lose a player jumping over and getting aggressive, but you spend all your utility on the hit, and then you don't have anything to hold them off, and this time they get the kills out towards CT spawn. Kixon gonna grab a double on the exit. But Astralis at 9, still fighting in this, now just 3 rounds away.
Those kills from Kixan, let's see how much they affect Astralis' purchase into this next round, because that could be one of the moves that helps the final blow come through. So you can get a couple of drops, obviously, from the saved players, and they should get every premium rifle they look for. This is the kill that really gets it going for Blame F, and then the double fight at CT had to go Astralis' way, and it does. Plenty of opportunities still for Heroic to close out this first game.
But a chance, I mean, still for Astralis, and you touched on it earlier, Yabi, 22 and 14. Next close on the team is 13, just from an individual numbers game. Astralis side, with all the strength and talent that they have in these players, it's not manifesting itself in the second half the way they'd like. Yabi's bought them time to wake up, and now everyone is needed if they want to force OT.
Katowice was searching for that opening kill over towards the B apartments, was not given it. There's maybe a slight chance as Kixan jumped momentarily, but that doesn't come through. The issue I have, Jason, is look at the weapon that Kixan has, right? It's not the weapon you can really have a long-range fight with, and the timing on this boost might not work out for them.
Yeah, well, forget the weapon for now. The big thing is the Molotov and the smoke. He just puts out the Molotov towards middle, so he's not going to have it for a B hit, but this AWP in position, jiggled out of the way, and now Device steps up to the plate.
That could have been a very different story if Nikodos lands that first shot, but Device is able to get through, and that miss whiff from Tessis is not going to work out for Heroic here. They can't do anything about this. and the money has come down to a grinding halt at this point. So Heroic have no residual cash. They can't afford to risk a retake attempt. They've got to save. And now this puts Astralis up to 10 rounds on the board, and we're only 2 away from confirming overtime.
Yeah, you're going to be out of money with Heroic with only a 1-round losing bonus, so everything is going to hurt when it hits the deck. Stown finds another on the exit. That's Kixon. Astralis in the next round is going to have to contend with these 2 M4s, but around that should be basically nothing. So a little bit of breathing room to actually get to the final round to see if they can force overtime or fail at the final hurdle.
I'm sure we'll get to see this missed shot from Nikodos again. Him being in that position, watching the apartments, allows those 2 players to stay inside a short. But when he misses the shot, it's all hell really breaking loose inside of that B-bomb site because you've lost so much space there. You've got to bring those short players on in.
And Device just sliding into that peak off the missed shot. It's a thing of beauty. There's the shot baited out. And Nikodos can't handle the follow-up peak. 2 rounds away. And around those M4s, a deal for Tess's, a P250 for Nikodos.
It's exactly how you put it, Jason. Nothing really around these M4s. Nothing of note.
Still can be dangerous. They wanted to challenge against what they know is going to be a weakened economy. 1-for-1 is okay for Heroic, but they lost the M4, one of the rifles that they had. And Stare for the trade and a follow-up kill and still applying pressure to this A-bomb site.
Astralis have found a bit more comfort in this first map at this point. They see the light at the end of the tunnel. They see that overtime. Heroic didn't get what they wanted out of the initial rifle.
Yeah, but they've kind of they've read what's coming. All 3 players are here, so yeah, even though you only have the 1 single rifle to work with, you at least have the benefit. They're going to try and grab that gun. Oh, Nertz is in danger. I don't think they spotted it either. He sees the feet tapping away. Stairs brought to about half HP, and Nertz is relentless. Nertz is relentless, but Yabby is there.
The double swing allows that kill to come in, but Tessis is traded out.
They won't know about Kixon.
They won't. He's such a good position here inside of default. Peeks out. It's just 1 for Kixon, but his teammate still stands and is one of the sharpest riflers in the world. Nertz on the 2nd kill, and Yabby's out of there. He's running back. It's a 1v1 for the series, for the first map of IEM Katowice, and Nertz is trying to get back to that B-bomb site in time.
I think he's going to beat him. I think he, oh no, he goes towards window. He's going to jump up towards catwalk, goes towards the middle of the map to see if there's going to be a readjustment. So Yabby, best player in this map, has to win a 1v1 to keep Astralis alive.
Nertz in the clutch in this B-bomb site has been known to pull off miraculous things, and here he comes. Crossing on over, misses the timing on the peak on Yabby, and now Yabby could be anywhere. He could be anywhere inside of this site. And Nertz does not have the utility to limit positions, and that time will start to run out. This one's for all the marbles, and it's Yabby to keep Astralis alive.
Oh, a tense clutch. Yabby, you could see at the end, had lost track of Nertz and realized that catwalk was a danger point, so it was all down to timing, but Yabby has it. A big-time clutch.
And a big-time player at the moment, 24 kills, that makes it. And Yabby was the player that defended that double ramp push as well.
But you can just see, even just 2 rifles can be oh so dangerous at this level. Heroic almost just stealing the map-winning round. Here we go, round 24. Overtime or bust for Astralis, and BlameF is taken out of the fight immediately.
Now the bulldozer is dealt with, and now Stown up short looking to try and make up for it. They're sending him reinforcements. They start to clear out ladder room. Tessa is trying to set up position, but they're not ready for Stown to arrive so quickly. He seizes his chance. He grabs that opportunity, but Stare crosses into the open without looking towards Nikodos, and the Heroic defense are starting to bring down Astralis. It looks like they might just bring them down completely, and that is exactly what will happen. Heroic in the first derby of the Danes in 2024 come out on top of Astralis, and this one's gotta taste good.
Well, they say there is no sweeter taste than revenge, and for Heroic, nothing sweeter than managing to take down Astralis in their opening matchup. My oh my, Matthew, that one got dicey at the end, but Heroic, they had the fortitude, they had the mentality to stand in it and take down the Danes on the other side.
They stood very strong at the end. I think we could feel from the players just looking at the body language that there was a comeback that was on the rail for Astralis, but the truth of the matter is, great starts from Heroic. We're talking about hitting the ground running, pistol round conversion, 4-0, 4-1 starts as well. That put them in such a commanding position when you know how little you are, how close you are from closing the game.
I hate best of ones.
It's okay, it's the only round.
I just do. It's like, you know, a situation where it's 2 pistols, the first gun round in the first half, which is a little bit of a, you know, spawn call in a way, and there wasn't really that much depth for Heroic, but that was already 4 rounds in of itself, right? At the start of the game, then in the second half, pistol, conversion, the reset round, again, sort of a 3B stack. Astralis goes for the B split, and those rounds combined like just make it really hard. At that point, there's no room for Astralis anymore to make any mistakes, and they were close to taking it into OT, but just didn't have enough in the end.
And it's commendable when you look at the firepower on the side of Heroic as well, because sure, Yabi was having the game of his life. He was really firing off on the Astralis side, but then you've got Tezes, you've got Shush, you've got Nertz really standing tall, and this is what's going to be, you know, I'm so curious about for Heroic moving forward is exactly how they're going to be using all those pieces, because they came together beautifully in this map.
Yeah, and in different moments as well. I think Nertz in the pistol round again, very instrumental. You're talking about Shush, and he was tested a couple of times over on the A side, far from being a liability. Different individuals signing up, and we have one of the heroes actually just joining us right now.
Kixon, congratulations, man. Taking down Astralis, I'm sure a couple of your teammates are going to be very happy about that. You as well. How's it feeling to be starting off really hot here in Kato?
Yeah, it feels good. I almost lost my voice. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but it was a great match, a close one, I would say. A bit of a rough T-side for me, at least, but I feel like I bounced back on the city and we played good.
Obviously, we saw you guys in Copenhagen, unfortunately not being able to get those results together. So what was the biggest learning coming off of that event, coming into Kato, where we know you guys have to be showing up?
I know that the results haven't been the best at Blast especially, but I feel like in general, we played good. We were just lacking, for example, closing out the rounds and some little details that costed us rounds and even maps, I would say. So I think today we stepped up with that and it was good.
For this match in particular, right, obviously a little bit of history, Stone and Yabi and all that thing. Was there a bit of extra motivation in there for Shush and Tessis to really win this game?
I think there was extra motivation not only for them, but for everyone. But at the end of the day, we were just trying to focus on ourselves and not too much on the enemy, and I think that helped us a lot.
Well, talking about focusing on yourself, it's a big project that you're starting here, putting all of these players together. For you as a leader, how hard is it for you? How exhausting can it be for you to create this new game for a completely new identity?
I mean, it's been hard, honestly. Even though we have 2 players from the old Heroic, it's still kind of a new team. We have like 3 new players. So it's hard to build this new identity, and everything needs to be done from scratch. And but we've been working hard, and I think we're improving a lot day by day, so I'm excited for the future.
And yeah, I was going to ask about your future, right? Because for you, I think a lot of people view you as one of the leaders of tomorrow, right? You're in this pipeline. How did you feel when you got the call up from Heroic putting on this jersey for your career and your trajectory, right?
Yeah, it was kind of unexpected, to be honest. I was focused on Apex. We had some tournaments, but the call came, and I felt like it was a chance that doesn't come every day, so I'm happy that I accepted it.
Talking about, you know, the existing Heroic players that, you know, stuck on the side of the organization, Tezes and Shush, how much of the identity has kind of stayed from that former Heroic? How much have you been able to bring new ideas and things into the mix?
I think we want to kind of build our own identity and not bring like the old ENCE or old Heroic or old Apex that in the type played. So I think everyone is trying to bring some small things, and that's why I think we're trying to build a whole new identity.
How would you describe it? Because we throw around this word identity a lot, but, you know, give me some actual words to describe what you want to build with Heroic.
I mean, the most important thing is some in-game things like the strat book and stuff like that, but also we talk a lot about the culture in the team. We want to have a good culture, and just there should be respect and everything like that between the players.
What's it like to have, you know, Tezes, we get to see some of his moments on screen, Shush as well, because I think in the old Heroic roster, we were always looking at these 2 players as being such a reliable force. Do you kind of feel that sitting alongside them?
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. You can see that they've been playing on this level for a long time, so it's really nice to have them in the team.
How has it been in regards to what you're talking about, team building and culture, working with Saw, right? And that's a name that we've had a lot of praise for over the last couple of years for his work in ENCE. Now a different project from the ground up. So how has that relationship been so far for you?
I think it's been pretty good. I would say he's one of the best coaches, maybe even the best that I worked with, not only about in-game stuff, but also about outside the game. We don't think only about the strat book, but also the way we sleep, the way we eat, all of that is important. So I think he's a really good coach, and I'm happy to be working with him.
I mean, it's been an incredible start for you already. Obviously, these are just best of ones, but where is the expectation kind of set for this tournament? Because I spoke to Nurch yesterday. He said, potentially making it to playoffs, he would absolutely love that. But where do you realistically see, Heroic landing at this tournament?
I would say at least the arena.
Okay. You want to play in front of the Polish crowd?
Yeah. It's my first time in Katowice, so it would be nice to play there.
Very, very nice indeed. Well, Kixon, congratulations to yourself and your team. We'll let you go and get prepared for the best of threes that will be coming later on. But yeah, what a game to be starting off the tournament. Obviously, we've been praising the side of Heroic, but for Astralis, what happened there? Because first half, very competitive, almost comeback, but not over the line.
I think it's fine, honestly. I would just say it's a best of one. The slow start in the first half, then losing out the pistol in the second half. You go B, there's a B stack waiting for you. That sucks, and the Heroic is not a bad team, so coming back from that sort of a deficit, it's hard. There hasn't really been too much room for Astralis to work with, and I still believe that they have what it takes when it comes to best of threes. We've also seen amazing moments from the individuals in this game.
I agree with you. My only problem, my pet peeve was, I know losing the pistol round plus conversion is going to put you in a hole in the best of one. That's established. But I feel like if you really are the best team, the 2-3 gun rounds after that, after you're down 0-4, you should show more than what Astralis has shown. I think it's a problem that on a map like Mirage, which is not supposed to be at the end of the list for them, that they get shut down so much on their T side. I think that is an issue. I think the vibes we were getting from them were a little bit too quiet as well. So whether or not there was a bit of mental game going into it, like losing to a Heroic, oh my god, goddamn shush test. I don't know where it landed, but yeah, the best of one excuse is only going to get you so far. Like, we can extend the olive branch.
We've got other games going on simultaneously. We've also got the B stream going on. We've got Eternal Fire up 11-1 versus BB. Did you expect that, Matthew?
No, I did not expect 11-1. No, absolutely not. I had Eternal Fire winning that because I think they have a tendency to peak in specific moments in the calendar. Like, they almost mark it in advance. They say we're going to have 2 or 3 peaks in the year, and Katowice could be one of these. When they do a whole lot of firepower, I'm a big fan of Wikadia, personally. I think he's I think he's one of the biggest next players out there in the game. But no, I did not expect that. I'm not going to pretend.
It's fine. I can't wait for the comments. Oh, of course they're playing Nuke. Nafani didn't used to play it in Cloud9. Of course, they're going to be losing to Eternal Fire. But yeah, I think Eternal Fire on the way up. Towards the end of last year, shown some good stuff. Took care of business in the close qualifier for the RMR, which is not an easy thing, as we could see. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them in this tournament. I think they make the groups, and then from that point on, we'll see how much damage they can do.
Yes, of course. Only day one here at IEM Katowice 2024. And plenty more debuts set to ensue. And speaking of which, we've got another one coming up after this break. Big taking on Ents, but stick around because we've got our 1xBet predictions coming up during this break.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Oh hey, we got the 1xBet Power Ranking. We're going to be taking a look at all 24 teams participating in Katowice, and we're going to be trying to put them on a little list 1 through 24. All right, so we can start from down at the bottom. Team 24.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about this, Bubs? Who are you putting in last?
Surely either Rooster or Rebels.
So who do you want to put in last?
Rooster.
Rooster?
Yeah.
Rooster.
Yeah.
They're a full 5-man squad. You're that disrespectful.
But it's the Oceanic qualifier. I mean, it takes a little bit less skill to qualify than compared to the North American, regardless of them missing the
He started with fire already.
Yeah, honestly though, I don't think it's the worst argument I've ever. I think that's pretty good actually. I can kind of see it. Okay.
Are you willing to give up, James?
I trust you. You are the analyst. We were going with yours.
We'll go Rooster. We'll go Rooster 24
Rooster
then. Let's go 23. We'll keep moving through this.
Is it going to be M80?
Then it's the Rebels or M80, right? Rebels.
How much do you know about the Rebels though?
I know they qualified. I played against the Olymp guy on Faceit, and he would be so. Yeah, an interesting guy to say the least. So,
how was his skills? How was his skills?
It was decent, but last time they were land, they kind of fucked up, right? So, do you want to play M80 here, or
should we go Rebels? Should we just throw him in there, James? I know I'm kind of cutting you down.
He sold me on the whole thing of Rebels now, just because he was like how he played Faceit with him. So he's got real life.
He's got real lived experience.
Real life.
All right, go on then.
Go
on then. We'll go Rebels in at 23. 22 then. Are we thinking M80? Because we've kind of already prophesized all of this. I think they're going to be okay. Their practice room is next to my hotel room. So they've been up. They've been practicing. I tell you that. Yeah. They've been grinding. Let me tell you, boys.
We're going to get daily check-ins from Harry on how this is going.
How long will that stay relevant? We'll find out. But they're coming in at 22. So maybe not that long. Okay, then we'll go 21 next as we continue through this list.
Yeah, now it's going to be
this is a lot more open.
Want to throw Apex in there potentially? I think with the Stuco stand-in and the Sense IGL guy.
Yeah, Sense is very young for an IGL as well. We saw them in Finland.
They lost their best players basically, so...
Yeah, I like the Apex shout-out, honestly. Like, I think they still have a lot to do and they're not coming into like a super ideal spot like you say.
So Apex next.
I can get behind that. All right then.
So next we have BB, ENCE, and Eternal Fire. But do we just put BB in? They still have.
I don't think
results.
BB is going to be 20. I think they're going to be better.
Next.
ENCE. Yeah, go in.
ENCE to be next. If you're saying didn't qualify right, not looking good, poor Glaive is trying to speak Polish.
Yeah, it's just such a mess. All right, let's throw ENCE in there.
Okay,
right?
yeah, I like that. I like that. The Mongols as well also had that win like recently over Lind Vision, which I know is nothing crazy, but they're at least they're at least holding their own. I don't think that they warrant like a super high placing, but I feel like the Mongols always show up to these events and surprise us, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Someone's gonna give it to them.
So we can kind of put them in like this dark horse slot, like I think they could maybe do something, but we're not expecting much. Yeah, I think 19 Mongols.
Okay.
So now it's rough.
Do we just do straight next Gamer Legion, Eternal Fire, put them in the same boat?
Yeah, Gamer Legion,
next one.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get behind that.
And then Eternal Fire, because this is still close. Game Legion's getting a lot of experience in events, and yes, it was terrible at the end of the year. They just played so many events back to back, but it wasn't completely awful at Blast. The one win, you can call it what you want against FaZe, is one thing.
Well, apparently ENCE in the bottom of the barrel, according to our talent, and now time for them to prove them wrong. If they want to be the next Pride of Poland, that journey starts now, because we are in Katowice. They want to be making it to the playoffs. Question is, gentlemen, can they do that?
I also want so many things, Freya, but you got to be realistic. Like, come on, they're not going to play in the spot deck, are they now?
No, probably not. But Big on the other side of things,
they can.
They're also in. You think? I think.
Hey, you never know. Big is always like, whenever you have expectations, they disappoint you. As soon as you start believing in them, that's when they step up and do something magical. So we'll see. It's going to be tough for either of these two teams. One of the reasons as well, whoever loses this game plays against Astralis.
Ouch.
In the lower bracket. So I think their best chance to avoid elimination is to win this best of one first.
Okay, so logic dictates that surely we've lost faith in Big now after what happened at the RMR qualifier. We're not just talking about the RMR, we're talking about the qualifier to get to the RMR. Big failed to make it there.
Yeah, but the problem is, okay, if we follow Janko's law, after failing the RMR, you should be great. But actually in Copenhagen, they were a little better, which means now they should be worse. Is that how we're doing?
Yes.
Two negative is a positive?
Yes.
So now it's going to go badly. And Copenhagen was better.
And ENCE didn't play any game. Okay, they played some open qualifier games, couldn't make it in the top 60 for the Chengdu qualifier. But, I mean, that's weird to me, because that's telling you that they maybe plan on keeping the same roster post-major, which I don't see that happening.
We just had this graphic, I mean, joke aside for Big, we have to realize, people have to realize, they are playing the first half of 2024 right here, right now in Katowice. That's what's happening. You're talking about missing out on the spring final from the very beginning. Showdown awaits. You're talking about missing the RMR cycle. And here you could be out in 2 days out of the play in Katowice. If you're big, you have Pro League after that, and that's about it. That's your relevancy at the top level that you are sort of playing in these moments.
Yeah, this is started and it's finished.
If you're big, you're loving it because, first of all, you go to the Showdown, you get to play more games. Second of all, the Showdown is online. Big loves online. So I think what hindered them in the start of the year is just the pressure of playing in the qualifiers and the close qualifier, and with players like, Sin and Process, very young players who are good, as we saw from some of the moments in the spring groups, right, at Blast. I think the pressure just got to them and they couldn't really perform in that sort of an environment. So we'll see if they've gotten over it now in this game against ENCE.
Let's flip the scripts back on over to ENCE because obviously they've made the changes. We've got Glaive standing alongside the Polish quadrant and then Cuban behind them as well. So what do you think the identity is now going to be for this team going forward?
I'll be candid with you, Freya. I'm kind of pissed at this whole situation. I'm kind of upset. I'll be real. When we had this whole ENCE overhaul and bringing Glaive, I thought, wow, that's like an interesting angle. His new career, he's taking on a new challenge. And then we have this core of 9 coming in now with Diha. And I'm just thinking, can we just fast forward to when Snacks or whoever is coming in and we make a full Polish team, we have something great? But that's not what's happening here.
But why would you want that if you're ENCE? Why would you want that as the identity for your team?
Is this the final team
we are going to wave the Polish flag, the Encelados? I don't think so. I think they just were in a bad situation. They needed a roster. They went for a spot at the RMR, right, with the core from 9, and we're like, hey, let's just ride this, see how it goes, and then we'll see what we can do after the major run is over.
I think that's fair enough because the end of last year for ENCE, that was super complicated. I mean, we were in Abu Dhabi, the explosion obviously happened, and they were just desperately trying to find some pieces to put together. But I think the question is, how deep are they going to be making it?
I mean, I get the cynical angle here. Yanko is right. You can have a slot at the RMR, and that's great. It's a bit of a shame and it's tragic what happened to this core of ENCE and how it purely imploded and everyone went their own way. And now you're left thinking, okay, what are we expecting? This is like of a Diha from ENCE with the core of 9, but Glaive is trying to find his... imagine
Kuban, the new coach.
Kuban is behind now, so imagine how complicated it must be to come up with just one single way of playing Counter-Strike here. And that's what I'm excited to see. I think, are we going to see the 9 playbook coming out? Because it is the majority of the identity right now.
You have different... you can have a core from one sort of country and then 2 more players and stuff, but now you have everyone is Polish.
It's usually 5 out of 6.
Except for the captain, except for the in-game leader, it's just sort of unfair, another cool position for Glaive to be in a sense, because you just can't really make those same connections. And I'm sure everyone is speaking English all the time and everything, but you just can't, it's just unnatural if it's the 3 of you and he might be 5 meters from you to talk in English, to each other when you're all from the same country, right? So innately, it's a very complicated situation to work through.
And something that Big have had to deal with in their own right. Of course, obviously, it's not been tapped in terms of the leadership, but they've also got Mantu in there, right? We were questioning why would they bring in an English speaker or, a Polish speaker on that side of things and put him into a German squad to make them communicate in English.
Yeah, that's always been an issue for me because I feel like you have one step in both sides of the equation, right? On one hand, you could say, hey, we're going to fully lean onto the German scene, and we know they have a huge following and a whole lot of people are looking up to Big, and you always want to put the Big jersey on, and that's one angle you can go. Or you can be ambitious and you can say, hey, listen, I think we have quality in our roster. Let's make it international, let's make it European, and let's really, truly, fully try what we can do at the very top level. And I feel like someone said, we're going to do right in the middle. And this is where we ended here. And that sort of is my issue. Even though Mantu has great moments, I don't think it justifies going English. I just don't.
So looking at the context just of this matchup, who is the pressure on more? Who should be coming out on top of this one, Yanko?
I want to say Big simply because of the fact that they won't play the major, right? So this is their major in a sense, right, for ENCE. This is more like, hey, let's see the stuff that we worked on and how we set up the game. Does it work in a competitive environment on LAN? Let's test it out to see if we need to make some added changes before we get to the RMR.
Plus, we have already established that this is the worst moment possible for Big. History has just been shown. Big does not like to play with high pressure against people they're supposed to win. That's exactly what happened at the RMR. You put them in Copenhagen versus Astralis, they're shine, have incredible moments. Here, no, they're playing against the local heroes of ENCE in the play-in. This is exactly where they can crumble.
We do have Ancient coming in this best of one. Any takes on, how you expect either of these 2 teams to be approaching this particular ground?
Listen, if we talk about the rookies a little bit from Big, this has been a weakness for them. I've seen them be really uncomfortable on the B side of Ancient, again in Copenhagen. So moments where Sin and Process are kind of running around Molotovs. It's like, this has been a complicated situation for me. It could be a weakness to exploit, but I can't even remember. I have no idea how ENCE is going to play the Counter-Strike.
This is already what tells you the hodgepodge of this situation for the ENCE roster. So you have the core of 9. If we go back to that team, what was the one thing that we would say about them? If there's Ancient and Vertigo in a pool in the best of 3, it's going to be a best of 1. Because they couldn't win Ancient against anyone ever, and they couldn't lose Vertigo. And now they play Ancient with this team, but when Glaive was on Astralis, it was their best map. For Apex and Cuban, it was a pretty good map. So, you know, it's already making it kind of weird. And for them to be playing it in a best of 1 also tells you that there's at least 3 maps that they don't want to see right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform and how they set it up.
What kind of identity then do you expect Glaive to have kind of brought from that former Astralis that we know were decent on that map in terms of integrating into this new team? Obviously, completely different set of players around him, but what would you hope that he's kind of instilling in his new squad?
Protocols. I'm hoping he's instilling protocols and some sort of keywords in the mid-round, how he wants them to react. Okay, if we have a man advantage, if we spot an upper right in a 3v3 on one side, what do we want to do? Because I think that was the issue for the 9 team and for some of those players on maps that are not Vertigo. It's like they were so naturally good on Vertigo. They understood all these rotations, the timings on the map and all of that stuff. It just felt like it was flowing for them, right? But if you would go to another map, they didn't have a way of replicating it. So you need a system, you need some of those protocols and keywords to be able to replicate certain scenarios across the maps, but because it doesn't matter. A 5v3 is a 5v3, whether you're on Overpass or on Vertigo. Yes, it plays a little bit different because of the map, but the key points remain the same.
I think what Yanko means is all that isn't time sensitive. That isn't the actual meta. This is what Glaive can bring you. There are some truth to Counter-Strike that are true now, were 5 years ago, were 10 years ago. He can always bring that to the very, very top level. I don't believe Glaive is up to date with the actual right now high elite level meta. I just don't think that's.
We were doing a podcast episode last night with Steel, right? And he said a couple of times, you know, I've not been around for 3 years. I'm playing catch up, and I just say, if I told you now you're coming back and someone told you Glaive was available as an in-game leader for like a full year, I don't know how long, a year and a half, and no one wanted him, everyone passed on him, and people think he's washed, like, what would you say to that? I'd say people are insane, right? Because no matter what happened, and maybe like the teams were a little bit behind the meta at some point, I mean, this guy won 4 majors, so surely he was doing something right, and I'm hoping he proves a lot of people wrong.
And hopefully, indeed, we do have Ancient, we do have Big, and we do have ENCE, and we do have Dinko and Moses to be guiding you through this next best of 1.
ENCE versus Big to kick off IEM Katowice for these two squads. Expectations set for Big. This is their major. This is their hope at the start of 2024. And for ENCE, we don't know what's going to happen, Jason. We don't know what to expect.
Yeah, that makes me excited. That's what woke me up this morning. I'm excited to see what this ENCE roster is gonna look like. Obviously, a lot of questions as they highlighted on the desk. The in-game leader, Danish, a Polish team. It's a little weird. Let's see how it all comes together. To start, passive from ENCE's defense, way far back, mid-control over for Big, and they're going to come right through the red smoke.
Here they go. Process straight through it. Glaive is going to hear those footsteps and call for his teammates to come back and try and help him. Glaive is going to get the chance for the first headshot, but the trigger discipline, he's letting them run right on by. And Glaive with the double, taps in and Mantu, both down. And just like that, ENCE have basically won the pistol round.
They have bomb control. They've got 2 players on it. Diha is just kind of sticking around at the A bomb site. Oh, that's a spicy shot. Let's see what more he's got. Bomb can be picked up, which means they have to be concerned about the B side as well. And now the Glock is starting to dish out a little bit of damage and make this defense passive. He's not going to be aware there's 2 players, though. And Goofy's found his teammate on the other side of the map, so it's all Sin from here.
One nice shot on the Glock. That is it here for Sin, and likely all that she wrote for Big in the pistol round. It's ENCE taking the first round of play here. And you know, ENCE, the name has just become synonymous with like consistency last year, excitement around the roster, what they're going to be able to pull off. And then suddenly, the start of 2024, this looks unrecognizable completely. There's nothing here apart from Dihad that remains.
Yeah, that's the sticking point. That whole ENCE saga was like a crazy thing to watch happen from the outside. We got a chance to talk to Natsu. It's just as crazy on the inside as well. If you hear his opinions on it, either way, I think it's kind of a cool roster. I mean, I really like, despite the fact that 9 as a team didn't really find all the success that they maybe should have, but obviously the map pool issues were always there, and they hit a ceiling they just couldn't get over. I thought there were some cool things in their game, so I'm excited to see some of those tools move over into Glaive's hands and see him find a way. As Yanko said, I'm with him. I want to see him prove everyone wrong. I want to see the Glaive turn this team into a very dangerous team, and I think he's got some interesting pieces to work with. Regardless, they start out with the pistol round win, and no plant for Big means mostly a save. Some Deagles being picked up. I say mostly a save, but they're going for a Deagle armor buy. Utility, Tech 9s. Okay, full investment. Well, I'll change it. It's a full investment now.
It is a full investment. They did just do that last second, just to throw you under the bus, Jason. And here's Diha and Hades taking that mid-control, running right down. And for Big, when you have weapons like this, and you go for a force buy with some weaker weapons, generally the mob mentality works out. Group up and hit a bomb site together.
Well, and that's exactly what they're doing. 4 players towards A. The question becomes, when does N start shifting someone back? Hades has just got in towards Donut. They have full mid control. They've cleared out B lane as well. They should kind of know what's coming, either hiding behind a mid smoke, waiting, hiding behind the B smoke, or an A pop. And now they get the indication. Utility raining in. Dia's blocked off by smoke. Goofy's over towards CT spawn, also blocked off by smoke. And Dia has the angle pre-lined up, and the bomb planter goes down. Nice try.
Another one. Just keeps going. Smoke blown open. D-Hawk goes for a little bit more, but for Big, that's devastating because you're at least hoping you get a bomb plant out of this round, and you have 2 cracks at the whip, and D-Hawk denies twice.
And now all the utilities negated. They have nothing to block off this choke point, so Big have to pause and hope that Crimbo can create something from middle. Kyler shoulder peeking is going to make sure that doesn't stick them in a weird situation. Round slows down. Proces crosses over. Bomb still on the ground. Still a plant not available.
Yeah, it's become very rough now for Big. Generally, these rounds, if they are going to be successful, you continue momentum from the start of the round, but once you slow it down, you get into the final seconds with no utility. It's just a moment until Ents should pick them apart, but they go again. 3rd time lucky getting that bomb planted, so extra cash at least for the future, but this round is going nowhere, and Crimbo about to be impaled. So the jump around, Kylar confirms, and that is the 2nd round in a row for Ents.
The extra cash doesn't have the same oomph to it when you consider they fully invested in this one.
Sure.
The Deagles and armor, yeah, it's not necessarily worth it. But yeah, extra $100 on that plant, going to be sitting just over 3K, so they'll have a decision to make on this next round. But good job from Diha, making this, I mean, he individually just negates the smoke. 2 kills on the planter. Nade eventually blows open the smoke and kind of throws him down the river, but, you know, here we are with a 2-0 lead.
And here Ents are, and the core of this team with this 9 roster, you didn't really expect to be here in Katowice. They thought they missed out on that, losing to that Paloma team in the qualifying stage. And they actually got a 2nd lucky ticket with this Ents collapse that they got picked up with that RMR spot, and it just so happened they would find themselves here in Katowice. And that's going to be great for a team we've coined as the local heroes here in Poland.
Sure, I mean, how crazy would it be? You know, it's not outside the realm of possibility, but it's been so long, it feels, since we've had a Polish team in front of this Polish crowd. It's still a long way away, but what a cool thing it would be in the Spodek to start CS2's journey at IEM Katowice.
Glaive just waiting on utility, doesn't want to peek. This allows his teammates to eliminate Sim without having to fight him, without having to show. And smoke goes down towards the B doors. Crimbo attempts to walk into it, but it's a false smoke. It's not safety. It's a kill coming in for Ents. Followed up by Hades on the other side of the map, and the little fake to try and get bigger bomb plant does not pay off. Ooh. And it's a 3-0 start here.
Shaking his hand a little bit with that heat.
Yeah.
Nice little double kill at the end. It's just some eco kills, although Tapson did have full armor. AK is going to come out now for Big. We'll see what they can fight back with now that they have all the resources, but Ents looking pretty solid. Paper towel passed over. Wipe your hands off, young man.
Always have to keep a couple of tissues beside the desk, Jason.
Yes, you do.
You never know when you might need them. As the smoke goes up towards the cave. It's going to lock that away from early access, and Sin, what a nightmare he has had at the start of this game so far, taken out by a bombardment of utility. It's the Molotov that gets rid of him in the end, and Proces looking to chase after the Donut player, and Kylar just about gets around the corner, and now they realize there's 2 players in this position, and Proces is going to get a double, and that prolapses the A site.
Oh, Hades hesitated. Hades really hesitated. Didn't know if he should fall back or step forward for the fight, and gets caught between 2 ideas. Crimbo dinked up and forced back, and Glaive is going to keep up the pressure back towards middle. It's Tabson. And this defense has just been peeled apart. Glaive's going to grab one. Shuts down the retreat for Big, but they're fine with that. They want to move forward. And A bomb site is open access.
Lock the digits in, put the bomb down, and Mantu now into the 3v2. ENCE getting ever closer, but it is just Diha up towards the red room. And his teammate of Glaive is on the other side of the map, which signals to us, obviously, the save call for him. And that's going to be Big up on the first round. Finally, their first gun round. Mantu had one hell of a showing at certain points towards that last game in Blast, right? It was good to see his performance coming up and sort of rising up as an all-pro who can have a big performance. Heartbreaking game, though. I was talking to him.
Heartbreaking in his strong performance, and in fact, how well he played made it even more heartbreaking.
Exactly. I was talking to them on media day. I was in the car with him. We were just like, we were so close at Blast. It's like, you really were so close.
At least he brought it up and you didn't stick the dagger in immediately.
Yeah, true. I was just avoiding that topic, actually.
Oh man, Sin, the double Molotov, he extinguishes one, nade coming over as well. That's a lot of resources spent to get him into a safe position, and he's taken down, but still Big come out with a nice win after a double kill in Donut. Dia's meditating.
He's like the kid at summer camp, like who or has to go to summer school. You know, everybody else gets to sort of graduate and move on, and he's just
and go on vacation, and he's got to go back and take algebra.
Exactly, he's got to stay behind.
Poor Dia.
Yeah. Now he's got at least he's got his buddies with him, you know.
Yeah. All his homies are in town.
There he is, Wukash, Rossander these days. It is quite the identity shift. And so far, 3-1 on the board. I'm not going to be happy about losing that previous round, but plenty of money. And that AWP, as Hades returns to the end. Sure, we'll see what he's able to get done with the open hand now on the CT side.
Double Molotovs in towards mid, deny access.
Sin's just begging, please don't kill me with utility again.
This time he didn't even go through the doors. He's like, nah, I'll chill. I saw what happened last round. I don't need to go through that again. Deep flash to allow him to clear it in the mid rounds.
Yeah, good adjustment for Big not to walk into that fiery bomb coming down upon their heads. So they just slow down without that initial utility from ENCE. And now Sin moves into position.
Interesting timing, though. Look at the shift from ENCE's defense. Goofy's left alone at the B bomb site as Glaive and Hades come back towards Red Room. They want to take advantage of this smoke clearing. They've got Hades up in position. Glaive with the rifle to keep some space and keep some protection for that op. But this shift has yielded nothing. And Goofy, with his last smoke spent, is going to start backing away. ENCE's defense is all predicated on clearing out middle.
They have a look and they're going to adapt and go back over to that B bomb site with extra players. Sin starting to apply pressure, but is caught by a flashbang. He's actually had to slow down his attack forward. And that smoke, that will definitely cause problems here for Big. 30 seconds left in the round and they can't go into the B bomb site. They have to think about going mid to A perhaps. This is starting to look very rough for Big. There's no time to really make this work.
Yeah, and Dia's going to be there with the spot, and Kyler can fall back towards Donut, although Dia just shifts away. Wrong time for it. Kyler, everything in nade in hand. Oh, a switch over, and that allows Big to get into the bomb site despite the low time. Now they've got it. They've got the opportunity. The bomb will be planted, and an extra kill through the smoke, and ENCE. It all looked so good for so long until the final 5 seconds.
That's an absolute disaster. It looked like it was locked in. A few seconds left, Kylar's fumbling around on the A site, and there's zero margin for error there for Big. You need to get that kill, you need to get the bomb down, and they do it in just enough time.
The idea throughout that round for ENCE was so good. Smoke on B ramp to get you, 18 seconds or so to shift back and make that play in middle, see if the op can find you anything. They rotate back to the B bomb site in time. Dia giving up that last angle gives away the information that they fell back through mid to readjust. And Kyler just completely out of position for his shift.
Oh, Hades gets away.
I think it's the fact that ENCE never spotted anyone in middle made Kyler feel like he was out of position in Donut, that he should shift into the bomb site and play for an A main maneuver from Big.
Oh, Oh, that follow-up kill is extra insult to the injury, isn't it? That shot through the smoke on Glaive. Couldn't have gone worse for them towards the end there for Ents. And a timeout. Tactical variety taken through here for Ents. First of 3. Pretty early on into this game. Kubin having his say. Just think of the history he's got with Katowice.
Sure. Yeah, it goes way back. Obviously, the pride as well of being at the helm of a Polish team, I guess we'll call them. Trying to bring it back to their glory days. I mean, this is, kind of when you look at this as well, it's a battle between two organizations trying to bring back where everyone else is going international. These are the two kind of, planting a flag.
The nationalist squad. And a lot of people are yearning for that national team to come back, and maybe one of these two can do it.
On a serious note, Cuban in that timeout is probably just saying, guys, calm down. Like, we're playing well. We have the right ideas. Like, and especially the knowledge of a new team. These mistakes and miscues are going to happen, but everything's going as we want.
Well, not this round, unfortunately, because they've decided to put a little bit more pressure into the donut, and no one's inside of this A-bomb site, which has allowed Big to just run straight through. And look at Process. Look how much space he's taken already. He's all the way through the temple, and he can come around the backside. Crimbo with the headshot. Process reacts in time to bring down Glaive. And now a 5v3, Big with the perfect start to the round.
That has to have been some research from Tabson, from Gabi to make a call like that. That sprint towards Temple and the walk all the way through. Process was so confident that he wasn't going to be challenged. And once again, this is the first round where it feels like Big have completely destroyed Ents. Can't even really be a challenge unless Diha gets lucky through smoke, but even then, it would have to be oh so lucky. And Ents is again going to back away and try and preserve the weapons.
Good shot from Karimbo. That's going to be D-Hop.
You could just see him tracking the sound cues, the footsteps, and now Sin. They know they've got Kyler boxed in. He doesn't know where the next peek is going to come from. And there's the AWP hitting the deck. Big take everything away from them.
What a start it was for Ents, but that is now long gone, and the smiles return to the faces of Big. God B goes down to celebrate, and there's the history in the Hall of Heroes. God B has his own banner up there with some of his ex-teammates too. 2008 it said. Just some of his teammates now down inside of the roster playing were mere children, Jason.
Yeah, basically. Tabson getting hyped up. At M4 for Diha, he had some extra cash, but around that, just pistols.
Here comes the utility, flying through to the B-bomb site. Big once again, going for a heavy hit, this time into the B site. Diha had the chance, he had the only weapon really worth talking about, and it goes down without a single kill despite coming close. With those headshots, it's now space taken for Big, and the round will shortly follow. Nothing Ents can do.
Yeah, massive damage from Diha, just nothing to follow it up. So Big will take a lead.
They really got into another gear here. Big last year really starting to make Ancient a great map for them. We've seen some good performances, in particular towards the second half of the year. Brought it out, Pro League had a lot of showings on it. Definitely started to put it into their repertoire. And as Yanko has pointed out on the desk, really interesting talking point he raised about the fact that 9 had historically been terrible on Ancient, right? A team that struggled to get a win here, and just trying to combine all those different philosophies so early on, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I remember actually talking with Hades at Cologne last year about it, and just being like, what's going on with Ancient, man? Like, you guys, what's going on? Why
you had a therapy session with him.
He was just straight up, he's like, we've tried so much. He's like, we've looked into it so many times, and we've adjusted so many things, and we've tinkered, and we've moved pieces around, and we just can't figure it out for some reason. It was such a frustrating point for this team, because it was like, if you just give them a second map in their pool, they can be a lot more dangerous, or at least take away the fact that Ancient was such a heal for them.
It does actually really sound like marriage therapy, Jason, just trying to figure it out, try everything.
Yeah, and, we sat at the bar, having a drink, and just unloading our emotions.
Well, it never worked out, unfortunately, but here they are again. They always come back. Round 2, they've changed themselves. Let's see, they brought another guy into the relationship. Here's Glaive. Plenty of utility going in towards middle. Bombardment of utility, a blanket of fire from Ents over towards B lane. That has discouraged Big from going in there and trying to take control of it. Instead, they'll focus on mid. And they've got a decent amount of mid control here already.
Remember on the pistol round, they flashed themselves through that red room smoke. This time, just going to leave Process in a lurk position. He's going to apply some pressure to the A bomb site by taking control of Donut, making those defenders a little bit nervous and scared, and it's going to keep Hades parked at that A bomb site. And instead, they're going to get a little bit of aggressive. Kyler's going to push in and clear things out, but all the meanwhile, Big is taking space over towards B.
Goofy just sitting back, waiting for his time to strike. With those smokes up, it does allow Glaive and Goofy to take a few steps further into the B bomb site. A boost over the smoke for Sin. Will it garner him a kill? It won't. He will not see Goofy in that corner.
It could.
Not yet anyway. And eventually, he'll get that headshot. Goofy takes a few steps too far forward and ends up going down. And now Big handed 2 kills in the final 35.
Yeah, Prosus heads up, doing such a good job over in middle on that lurk, looking for the follow-up play, looking for the information play, is able to grab Kyler. A weakened, diminished defense, but still some fight left. Diha and Glaive are here. That smoke is going to go past Glaive, but he's very committed, and Diha's got nothing to say. And once again, Glaive's just going to try and bail out and preserve his life. No chance at a victory in this round.
Close up until the final moments. Then Big find the crucial kills. So 5-3. This T side, Jason, it's 5 in a row.
It was all looking good till the guns came out. And then Big's had the upper hand ever since. Hades has a chance to drop a few AK-47s at the end. They definitely want to hunt this down, at least on one player at it. Hades defending. Flashbang's going to come in. And it's perfect. He's got to take his eyes away. Glaive can only get the one. And all the weapons once again taken out of the hands of Ents.
Second tactical timeout used for Ents in this first half. Kubin having his say across the board.
Yeah, this time I might have a little bit more of a stern conversation from
Yeah,
Kubin.
I think it won't be so much as chill. It's more like wake up at this point.
Yeah, first one was, you know, it's okay, guys. Game plan still seems like it's working. We have a couple miscues. This one is like, all right, boys, let's change everything.
Goldby looks very animated as well on his timeout. Always makes the most of those 30 seconds he has on the mic. Seen him earlier sort of exchanging greetings with Zantara. It's good to catch up with an old teammate of his. Internal Fire here at the event as well, played in that opening matchup. Plenty of action going across 2 streams today, as a reminder. A and B, you're currently watching the A stream. We got the B stream running simultaneously all day long.
Yeah, and I think Eternal Fire demolished BB. Oh, Prosus fast out middle. Almost a double kill, but he's got, once again, a lot of space, a lot of ground, a lot of map control for the team.
That's so rough. He gets peppered from both sides. Eventually, Diha hits him with a 5-7, and now Glaive coming back with the AK-47. He's salvaged off the ground. It's a good headshot on Sin. Goofy traded out, a 3v3, and a minute 25 left. Good nade to the back of the donut. Diha can't get away. This is a chaotic start of the round, isn't it?
Yeah, poor Diha doesn't even see the nade coming in that's going to take him down. So Glaive has obscured his position, goes passive a little bit as they clear Donut, and he's going to come back for it. It's kind of a throwaway round that he has this AK-47 picked up. 1 kill, and that might have been doable in a 2v2, but now Hades just doesn't have the timing as taps and peeks out, and it is 6-3. Big looking good.
Yeah, weren't expecting too much there from Ents in that round, obviously, with what they brought to the table, but that's got to change now. If they want to stay competitive in this first half and really make the most of those 3 rounds they picked up at the beginning of it, well, they've really got to start to win rounds now in the gun rounds. They've had the AWP out a few times from Hades. We're yet to see some serious impact from it. And plenty of utility around it, so a timeout taken here for Big.
I think what's unfortunate about the AWP coming out for Hades a couple of times is like it's not like he's been put in positions to have impact with the AWP and then he's like missing a shot, or it's a lot of it is just Big dominating the map around the AWP and the AWP never just having time to find impact. More than anything. First time out for Big. Gobi's timeout's a little bit different than Cuban's, where he's like, everything's going great, boys. Keep celebrating, keep the energy up.
Yeah, just make sure they get as much out of this half as they possibly can, right? You want to leave this half with the maximum amount of rounds available. So at this point, let's see if Big can do it. They are the favorites coming into this game, and I think people were kind of tentative of saying that because we have seen Big lose to teams they absolutely shouldn't. We've seen that in the RMR qualifiers, and it was an interesting point brought up by the desk again about the fact that when Big know they're the favorites, they sometimes underperform.
It's such a crazy concept when you hear them outline, and they're exactly right. But this is like kind of the first half of their year, getting through the play, and with failure to qualify for various things. You're going to have a very empty middle of the year.
Well, here's Kylar inside of the cutout in middle. It's going to be 1. He probably should have got a second there. I'm going to say absolutely should have at this point. But Hades patching up that hole, taps and running back. And I thought he might have been distracted by the donut player, but stays focused enough to go back for Diha. And it is just Crimbo, king of the clutch here for Big. Has he got one in him here in Katowice? Ooh. Ships in the night as they slink on past. Goofy runs right by him, and he's calling all the information, but it's fake. It's wrong information. They say the doors is clear, and Crimbo has no idea, though. No idea that Goofy walked past, and that will end up being his bane.
A little bit of awkwardness, but still Goofy's able to shut it down. Good round from Ents, good round from Hades. We just talked about the off, wanting to see some impact out of it. This time Hades stands tall, double kill and Donut as they attack into his position. Able to shut it down entirely. First round on the board for Ents in quite some time. That was a 6-round run for Big.
Plenty more where that came from, hopefully for Ents in their heads. Let's see what they've got. Ents on that CT side. The Diha's only got a 5-7 here, Jason. Here comes the attack out towards the A-bomb site. Quick from Big. It was working earlier on. Why wouldn't it work again? Especially with shots like that from Process.
They seem so confident that the first engagement is going to come from Donut. They seem so confident that no one's actually going to be in the bomb site. And more than happy to show that B-rush, force out some counter utility, and just be happy with the one kill, or the A-rush, excuse me, and be happy with the one kill. Backing out immediately and changing the position of their attack.
Yeah, but look at the panic that it's instilled in Ents, right? Look at the rotation. They brought so many players back over towards that A side of the map, and for good reason. I've seen a lot of players coming that way from Big.
And with the kill, Big is saying, we know this is going to weaken your mid defense. It's going to be very far back. No one will still be in mid. Likely if someone was in middle, they'd be Donut. They'd be back towards Red Room. And that's Goofy, who almost gets his head ripped off, but instead at least gets information.
I was hoping for a little bit more from that itchy grenade, but they're going back into the play at A. And Diha diving out of Donut, allowing Glaive to get in behind, and that's the bomb. He's dropped the bomb at the back of the pack, and that might slow Big down.
Especially now that the AWP is just zeroed in on this angle. That's not fun for Process.
Oh, it started so well for Big, but it's starting to fall out of their hands here. They've got to fight back in this mid-round, and Mantu has done exactly that. Good headshot on Goofy. But Hades is not done. He wants to move forward, and this is going to work out for him. The Polish AWPer locks it in a second. It's fantastic from Hades.
That's a quick kill on the second, and Diha just waiting, and Big might have outplayed themselves in that round. Opening kill, backing off, but buying time. Glaive had complete control of B lane, and they just get whittled down as they try and find and probe various points of this defense. And with this position, it's like, because we have the over-rotation to A, and there can be panic in trying to shift back to cover middle, to cover the B bomb site. But with Glaive in that position, everyone can be relatively comfortable and confident that they can stay at the A bomb site and be there to address the situation.
Frustrating round to lose there for Big. We talked about trying to get as many rounds out of this half as possible, but here goes the P90 play, Jason. First P90 spotting here in Katowice. And it's Crimbo that's wielding it, trying to get up that B ramp.
Ew.
Yeah, that's what it deserves. That's what you deserve.
Yeah, get it out of here.
You know, it's a real Counter-Strike here. Goofy's turn. Oh, he hit the headshot through the wood. Sin very lucky to be alive. Tabson will not be given that same mercy. He's taken out by Hades' AWP, and we mentioned it just a few rounds ago about Hades has had the AWP out a few times, yet to see some serious impact. Well, that has changed. He's now 12-4, and has had some big kills over the last 2 rounds here.
Yeah, he's putting together 2 or 3 really, really good rounds with the AWP in a row. Goofy sticking around over towards Jaguar is going to find another kill on Mantu. And Process, finally that smoke clears. He can make his move. Glaive clears him and wins the fight. It's all down to Sin. 4 health. Wrecked by Goofy through the boards earlier. And it's going to be all tied up, Dinko. 6-6 at the half. Ents doing a good job fighting back after a big streak in the middle of the half.
is heard by SNX. Electronic, been good at catching the Palace timings, but not in this round. He gets deleted, shot in the back of the head. Now they know about one-man cut loose over in the Palace. They've spotted Casey in the site. They will deal with him, but Flay's now raining down shots from the spawn. This scout doing its work. A lot of damage dealt down range. Oh SNX no! With the miss spray. Please, have something connect for the guy here. He's looking for it, and he will get one. But now he's got to finish the job. Now he's tasked with the 1v2 to close it on this force buy for the Rebels. Creeping up, first man found, SNX, just Boomich left to beat. Failed the clutch here earlier, and it's another one going against him. The Rebels do it on the force buy, and a collective sigh of relief is breathed from the Rebels. They came in with that force, desperate times, calling for desperate measures. And they are able to lock it in thanks to that flank from SNX through Palace.
They've got to be confident now. Like they are winning rounds they should not be winning. SNX, who's had his misses, like you said, with 4 kills, another 1v2 clutch coming through for Rebels. This is getting scary already. Flay with some crucial scout tags as well. These low health Cloud9 players can't close rounds. 5-4, it's Cloud9 on attack. Even their money drawn into question here. Could get a couple of rifles, 2 at most, if you want to buy AKs. Rebels making a run for it here in a BO1 opener.
Yeah, and, you know, that force buy win is just huge. You know, it's crazy how much that changes the way that this first half was feeling. If you end up falling short there, especially after getting some opportunities like the flag from SNX, if that like whiff spray over at ramp kind of followed through and he couldn't deliver in the 1v2, this would shape up very, very quickly to be a dominant half for Cloud9. And now all of that is thrown up in the air. There's a real chance, there's a real kind of essence of hope over this for the Rebels all of a sudden.
I like the buy for Cloud9. Triple Mac 10 or double Mac 10, they're just going to go fast and grouped. But once again, we have Rebels with numbers in the right place.
Yeah, I think they probably feel like in these last few rounds they've been very spread out. They haven't been able to react, and so they want to try just a grouped push.
The first half was a roller coaster of emotions all over the place. A strong start from ENCE, a big half from Big, and then right at the end, the Poles battle back for 6 at the half for both teams.
Yeah, behind the prowess of Hades AWP, he put together a string of rounds that allowed them to tie it up. Very important, very crucial op plays, especially towards Donut at that A-bomb site. Really well done, and they switch over to offense, and we get to see Glaive at the helm of this Polish roster for the first time and see what he's been able to instill in the boys in the early going events.
Good individual performance in that first half. Very proactive play from Glaive. He's 11-5. And now we're seeing this attack into cave in a pistol. Good shot from Sin, traded by Diha, and a lot of presence being detected in the B lane, and it's a massacre here in favor of Big, but he jumped into his teammate. Mantu blocked the fallback from Process, and Mantu makes up for it with that headshot.
Yeah, beautiful flashbang from Tabson as well. That's a kind of flashbang that makes you pump your fist. That was magnificent. Diha would have to get an ace. Bombs on the ground. Had a chance against Mantu, but can't connect the shots. He's got plenty of time to play with.
Oh, no chance. What a shot from Mantu.
Oh.
Nice, guys. Good flash.
Yeah, good flash. He called it as well. That was a safe flashbang coming in. And Big setup for the pistol. No bomb plan. Not even a chance, really, to get towards the bomb side itself because of the setup that Big went with here on the CT side. So no force buy coming in here for ENCE.
Yeah, hitting some beautiful shots for those USPs. And shutting down the pistol despite the fact that ENCE gets that kill over towards Cave. They get the trade, but nothing after that. So, unarmored Glocks, a P250 on Diha. Always worth the investment.
It is always worth the investment.
Yeah.
It's an incredible weapon, especially in the hands of a player like Diha. But let's see, is there anything for it? Yes, there is.
There it is, baby.
Yourself up to the P250.
It's paid for itself, and it's taken a ton of money out of the hands, so that's, oh my lord, Tapson can't track. okay, this is dangerous.
Oh my god, indeed. Crimo coming back in from CT, he's cleaning it up. He's like asking how it even got this bad. Eventually, it will be a 1v2. Kylar might be able to slip away with a stray bullet hit Sin. He might be able to get another kill, but in the end, Big lose 3 players, and Godby, that's a painful one.
You're right. I think like that. I think they bought a smoke and a P250 that round, and they got 3 kills. That is some bang for your buck.
Nearly a 4th as well.
Yeah. Still down by 2, however, so gun rounds begin. AKs brought out from ENCE. Full kits of utility as well.
Here we go. Gun round in the second half. Excited to see what Glaive has to offer on the T side of this Polish side. And Tabson already climbing up heaven, looking down the B lane. He's not alone, he's got Sin on the swing. And Glaive has already got through that smoke. He's looking to try and apply pressure, but Process must have been given information that he was inside that, checking it, finding it with the MP9, and it's over just like that. ENCE don't really get a gun round, Jason, because Big have 3 kills immediately.
Yeah, 2 of them through smoke as well. I don't even know if Process saw Glaive get into that cubby. May have just pre-fired it considering his teammates were clearing out lane, but man, that is an emphatic victory for Big to start their defensive campaign when the gun rounds begin. And that kind of sucks if you're ENCE. Like, that's a horrible feeling when your first gun round gets shut down that badly. Yeah, he doesn't even see it. He doesn't
see it, yeah. Just has the idea there could be a player there and ends up going for it, and it works out.
And then Big just get aggressive behind all the smokes down and then make sure ENCE have no breathing room.
Well, here goes Goofy. Here comes the Tech-9. A lot of utility being thrown out from Big to try and damage up Goofy. They've certainly done that. He's down to 19 health, and through the smoke, D-Hut is gone. Sin will drop Glaive, and finally the Tech-9 will rattle back, but it is just a single kill for ENCE here. Not really gaining any control elsewhere. And Matsu should be taking this kill. It's always scary when you're up against the Jewel this close against the Tech-9, so you'll back.
Like, okay, get me the hell away from this. I don't care what his HP is. It feels awkward.
Now it's much better. Can enjoy the safety of the donut, and here comes Process as well. Clearing out mid, should be able to get this kill. Overkill with the headshot. And Kylar and Hades, well, they're just biding their time in behind the doors.
And as we've all experienced and know, this unforgiving MR12 nature means this next gun round for ENCE is going to be critical. It's just so important. Or else they might just lose this half without even a whimper. It's 10-6.
You really need to be in the game the whole way through in MR12. You know, you can't have a real bad patch of form. I think they maybe reached the limits of the streak they can go up against in that first half. They were very fortunate to find the first 3. If they don't get off to a good start, win the pistol, and convert it, who knows how that half could have gone for ENCE in the end, because those gun rounds weren't pretty early on. They don't have the luxury of recovery space here, so they've got to do it now. They have to start winning rounds from this round forward, and ENCE bring all the AKs to the table.
They too are going to get aggressive quickly out of A main. We saw Big run this a number of times. Process having great impact doing it. It's Kyler leading the way, and he's dropped by the ult from Mantu. Goofy's in the site, but that's it. Bomb is going to go to the other side of the map, so this is a fake from ENCE, and they're selling it pretty well. 4 defenders and an extended spray from Sin nets him the kill. ENCE has been so whittled down.
D-Hut. He's going to be checked here. Process looking towards Cage, in fact, so the angle was just perfect for D-Hut to get that headshot. Mantu trading back.
Yeah, but Glaive's probing towards middle, so this is going to give a lot of time for Big to actually get into position, despite the fact that D-Hut is controlling so deep down CT lane. Doesn't really matter all that much. And Glaive is hoping to catch off those rotations, listening for information, trying to piece together where exactly Big is playing at the moment, to give himself all the information for the correct decision. They've got 1 Molotov left on D-Hut. He's going to use that to hold them back for the bomb plant, and then the retake is on.
Yeah, that molly goes in, buys them time. And let's see what Glaive and D-Hut can do in one of the most important rounds of this game so far. We said it at the start. They have to win this round. They have to get these rounds under their belt at this point. And here comes the retake with double the players. Big have the significant advantage here. Glaive looking towards his first target. It's Tapson, the in-game leader on the other side, gone. Glaive doubles up, but now he's alone. He needs a quad kill to close this, or at least needs to delay the time long enough so there's not enough time to defuse. And he will be taken out through the box, and the defuse will come through for Big. It's 11 rounds, Ents unable to survive in this one, and that might just be it.
Yeah, you can see Glaive does a great job in that post plant, 2 kills, but every time he gets a kill, you can just see his options are being taken away, and just the superior numbers for Big win out in that retake at the end of the day. A 4-on-2, willing to let 2 players go down as they just keep gaining space and keep restricting Glaive more and more. They've got complete control, complete momentum on the German side.
I mean, Ents will keep having money, sure, to get rifles out because of the loss bonus, but at this point, you can't really lose another round. Big, at this point, more like they've got Ancient.
Yeah, Ents need to close the gap before Big gets to 12.
There's a flash over the top. Tapson doing some damage on Diha. One of your strongest players is taken down low already. Sin just mowing them down. It's one. But he combines in this sort of sandwich from the other side, and Process makes sure that Ents are destroyed at the doors, so they're not getting anything done. This T side is being woeful.
Every time Big has wanted that lane control outside of B, they've pretty much gotten it. They've executed it really well with utility, with their peaks, with their timing, with kind of crunching different positions. The only times really they haven't taken it is when they haven't even executed anything along those lines.
Yeah, well, it looks like Astralis are going to have a chance to battle up against a lot of the X's here in Katowice. They just had Heroic in front of them. Now Glaive going to be going up against them, most likely in that elimination game.
Yeah, Astralis playing against all their old demons.
Yeah. Hoping for a different result.
They gotta beat their past before they can move into the future.
So poetic. 35 seconds though in this round, and it looks like it's just going to be that stall-out play at the doorway with nothing happening. Time ticks on, and you at least have 2 rifles to play with in the next round, but it is 12 now for Big.
It's 12 now for Big, and you don't really see any bright spots to hang your hat on if you're stumping for an Ents comeback, right? Like, you can talk about whatever you want with like Glaive as a leader, but if a team can just take that B lane control on Ancient, like, it's so suffocating. Like, we've all played those games where opposing team has just this tough mid push and lane push that you just can't deal with, and it's like we just lose 2 players every time we go there, and that's half the map.
Yeah, you almost have to force them to respect you and change that up, and Ents haven't done it. They haven't been able to compete really across the board. And it's been a good team effort today from Big. That's what we always say about them. You know, obviously there's standout players in Crimbo over the last year, and obviously Tapson throughout the past, but it's been a good team effort across the board. No one really having too many issues. And Process throughout that first half, it was so sick watching him just open up bomb sites, and even here on the CT side, just aggressive playstyle paying off for him. What a relief this is going to be for Big to get through that opening BO1, right? Just, you know, yeah. we've had some upsets over the last few days for Big, and this will be one that is a bit of a relief for them.
Okay, there's a little bit of a peek from Sin, using the smoke cover to peer down the lane. Backs off when blinded, which allows Dia to continue challenging, and he's going to step up the ramp. Process spamming through as the smoke clears. Dia's got the perfect timing. Good read. Sin is still on the bomb site, though. Dia does slip away, but the information is over to Tapson, and the Galil. He can't handle it.
Tapson's gonna pump the brakes now, come back over towards that B-bomb site.
What did they do? I don't think they know that Sin was... Okay, that smoke will give it away. I don't know if they necessarily knew that Sin was still in the bomb site. They might have thought that the defense was so far back they could just waltz in. That's not the case.
Oh, Tapson goes down. Sin only gets 1. So Kylar, who's been so quiet, I think that's his first kill of the second half, gets 2 out of it. And now Goofy inside of right. Crimbo made a step and does not get the kill. So just Mantu, this one ain't done yet. He'll just sit back and donut. Nothing he can do here. And Ents find the way. 7 rounds picked up.
That's our first round in the second half. Another 6-round streak. Big has had one of those in each half.
It's the classic, Jason. You know, you just win every single round, you get to 12, and suddenly there's a last hurrah.
Yeah, the question is, how long does the hurrah last?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it a 1-round hurrah? Is it a 3-round hurrah?
Or is it all the way to overtime hurrah?
6-round hurrah. Bonus rounds hurrah.
Hurrah, hurrah. Here we go.
Well, Mantu says the AWP. No money problems on him. He can drop a weapon on over if required. Sin's a little weak on cash, but the vast majority of his team have everything they could ever want. And at least a lifeline.
I like this play a lot from Diha. That's a really well-timed push. Rewards the bold play to begin with. And they needed someone who could throw some chaos into this defense, someone who could be a little bit of an X factor, and that's kind of how Dia's built his career, is being that X factor, making plays like that. Gonna need more of them. Long road ahead for ENCE to force OT.
Oh, it's a lot of nades coming over Diha's head right now, but he's found himself a bunker, and he is safe from the bombardment. But for how long? That smoke will fade away. Nice shot on the reveal of Process, and he'll get away too. Chasing after him, running right into Diha, and he will deliver death to 3. No problem for Diha. Once again, breaks open this B bomb site, and he's not stopping. He moves forward, and Big is so far removed.
That's nasty. That is a nasty round from Diha. Really well struck. Back-to-back rounds where he's been the creator for ENCE at that B ramp position. Now, depending on the weapons, how this round kind of ends out, Crimbo's got money to drop an M4 over, so there's still cash if he can keep it alive. Good nade, he heard the Molotov damage, but Diaz still got him trapped into a corner, can't win the fight. And all of a sudden it's getting a little bit costly, so Kyler's gonna back out with the leg shot. And important now that you don't give away too much, that they actually decide to go for this retake, which is entirely possible now that Kyler's gone down.
Not like this.
Look at Hades, he's all the way at the A-bomb site. He's still thinking they're gonna save.
Yeah, good molly. They can't get back up through that backside, so that's going to keep them at bay, and it's starting to get very worrying now.
I think he hustles back to make sure they're not going to flank up the B bomb site, be a little bit closer. But that could have turned into a retake. 12-8 will be the scoreline.
That would have been the most devastating way to lose the map. But Jihad does it. He gets the triple kill, and because they win the round, he is the hero story of this one.
But at some point, I mean, it's great from Diha, and it's obviously doing a lot to open up these rounds. But this is back-to-back rounds. He's done it for you at this same position. That can't be the only thing you're relying on. So it's bought you some time for another option to open up, and that's the question. Can ENCE find another player who's able to make a play like that somewhere else on the map? Can someone else step up, provide an opening kill? You got to imagine those B defenders are going to be on notice as well. Gabi calls his second time out, gets his hands involved in the conversation.
It's a very motion-based performance here in the coach timeout for Gabi. But it's over now. He will take to his seat once again and send his boys off to try and get the job done.
It's like his own sign language translator.
Yeah, it was great. It was. He's just down in the corner, you know, I'm hand signaling.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I wonder if you could get a job doing that, Jason, without actually any sort of...
Without knowing any sign language whatsoever?
Kind of do it. That'd be kind of fun. You just like, if you have enough pizzazz to it, you could pull it off.
I could look cool. I'm sure I'd stumble into a word once in a while.
Yeah, you would. It's a couple of hand signals, I'm sure.
We all know?
Yeah, it's universal. And we all understand right now that Big are not in the best position when it comes to the purchase. So AK-47 for Crimbo, all for Mantu, and the rest on Deagles.
Yeah, you never know though with this, especially with an AWP on the map. It's like if you get stuck attacking the wrong position into that AWP, and again, ooh, timing's a little awkward. Mantu just looks away, but now he's got the cover of the donut, creeps back into Hades, and an opening kill out mid.
No longer is that AWP around. Minute and 7 seconds left. ENCE have actually got something to play with here on the T side. The early portions, they were getting no room to maneuver, but here's the AWP back in the hands of Tabson, and what a shot straight to the face of Hades.
That's the bomb on the ground as well. And maybe ENCE isn't super concerned with it at the moment, but they will have to be at some point in the round. Deagle at distance watching mid, Sin's up close with a Deagle of his own. Oh. Lave finds that, well aware of the danger, but now you're going against the two weapons.
Two weapons indeed, Crimbo and Tabson. Crimbo only manages one, so it's just Tabson, the in-game leader, trying to pull this one off the load. And now they know where he is. He could catch them running back. 30 seconds left. He has the bomb in his eyes, and he's not able to land a shot. Oh, a couple of opportunities there, but eventually ENCE will pick up that round.
Yeah, a little bit scary. No utility to block him off. Either they had to take the fight, they had to be out in the open, exposed to danger. 3 in a row for ENCE as they come creeping back. Good opening kill from Hades. He saw the ult picked up as well, just not fast enough. Taps and shuts him down. And still alive in this one. And we run it back. 2 SMGs on the board for Big. MP9s on Process and Sin.
And D-Hop back to the B play. He runs up, this time not able to get that opening kill, and now they know he's there, so they go for the swing. Process confident with the MP9 that he's able to just rapidly swing on him, and he actually melts the second player. Process is doing this on his own. Big being dragged through this round, and probably at this point to their first win here in Katowice thanks to Process. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with you're not going to get away with that if you're D-Hop too many more times. You got it twice, but eventually they're going to put a little bit more emphasis on making sure that you don't have the space and the freedom and the comfort to go for those plays. And this time he's trapped by a Molotov, forced to stay into the open, and just an SMG that doesn't have to stop moving, shuts him down, and then gets built upon. What a round from Process.
And now this should be the game for Big, but ENCE are going for their final attack. It's Kylar and Goofy to try and pull this one off.
And again, it just goes back, like when Big has like made the mental decision to challenge that area of the map, they've pretty much had it. The only round they didn't is the spectacular D-Hop triple kill.
And that's not sustainable, as you pointed out. And what has come to pass? 30 seconds left in this round. ENCE make their final play up the ramp. It's Kylar Goofy with still a decent amount of utility they can place inside of this B bomb site just to give themselves an extra percentage chance here of getting through to the site itself. The Process, he's done everything. Why not do it all? Why not do it all? An ace lies in front of him if he can collect these 2 kills, but that is taken away by Tapson. 8 seconds left, and Process will get the job done. So will Big. Their opening matchup in Katowice goes their way. And the local heroes, Jason, not the performance they would have hoped for.
No, first showing from ENCE is a loss, which is obviously heartbreaking, which is very unfortunate, but growing pains. We'll see if they can build into this event. Not a whole lot of opportunities. They're going to be playing up against Astralis. Glaive rematching his old organization later on in the event, and for Big, they move on with a solid victory.
It's not the team you want to be going up against in that elimination game, right? Astralis, one of the strongest teams probably going to be in the elimination games, and if you're looking at 9 being a new roster with dreams of potentially making a run at your home event, it is not the recipe that is lining up for success.
And it's a rematch as well from last week where Big took down Heroic. They're going to move on to play Heroic to move forward. And that's a big 2-1 win in that series. Regardless, either way, we've got Shocks ready to talk to the winners.
Well, I just told him he could put on his shoes, that we still had time, so this one is on me. Sorry, Crimbo. Yeah, we're already filming. Anyway, great shoes, I have to say. Very stylish. There you go, much more comfortable. There we go, nice. Congratulations, first game, first win here in Katowice. Wichtig und richtig?
Wichtig, sehr wichtig. I mean, it's also, you know, we have a Polish member and they have a Polish team, so the Polish team won, so...
Was Mantu really vocal and strong in this one, you think?
Like, I think it's as usual. Like, we take every opponent seriously. Doesn't matter who it is, if it's, you know, against the odds or not. So we take every game, like, always full serious.
Absolutely, and of course that's sometimes a tricky one for Big. We have noticed actually sometimes in games like this where you should be the favorite, it doesn't really work out. So are you thankful to Process for especially in that last round pulling you over the line?
Yeah, definitely. We crumbled some rounds, gave some advantage situations away, but yeah, he definitely stepped up. He showed some balls, let's say. Just white strafed them in the last round. Also rounds before, he just took the one-on-one duel. Which is always like can go always wrong, but if you are confident and if you have a game like this, it's really nice to have.
It worked out. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Yes, it was a must-win for Big coming into things, particularly considering how complicated the start to the year was. Matthew, but they do seal this one up 13-9.
Yeah, and I really like the shout-out from Crimbo, the Process, right? Because I think this is where we have to start a conversation. A rookie that we don't really paint as a potential hero for that team, but the fact of the matter is he's been the one that looked the most free when he plays Counter-Strike. He's very aggressive, he's very forward-thinking, forward-playing. He takes a bunch of opening kills, and in Copenhagen, and again here in Katowice, he's the one kind of pulling them through that finish line, being all aggressive, daring. I am really liking this new side of Process that I really didn't suspect it in the past.
Yeah, I think it's been great, right? A lot of impact as well, and for Big, a great game to sort of... They were in control for the whole game, more or less, right? Did lose the pistol in the first half and all of that, but in the gun rounds, really, really strong, and in the mid rounds, they were sort of running circles around ENCE for a little bit there.
Yeah, should we go into kind of one of the moments that changed the story for Big a little bit? We got round 5 queued up, and this was where Big were able to start a little bit of a streak for them on that T side.
Yeah, I think it's really important because it's the reset round, right? And I think if you look at this round and sort of focus on what's going on the map, you can see that when the radar comes in, this is like, ENCE is doing a good job. Like, they're trying to re-clear mid, to gain some information, right? They're being proactive. They're not just sitting back and letting Big do whatever they want, right? So the timing here, they see there's no one there, they're going to fall back. But I think Big does a really good job from this point on of sort of coming up with a call to end the round, right? Process here doesn't show himself, so any information really for ENCE at this point in time is sort of misleading. So as the time is coming close to end, there's a little bit of focus here now on the utility that's left on the side of Big. You can see that Crimbo still has a smoke, molly flash, there's a molly on tabseN too, and this is where Dicha now is still spotting for that mid. They have 3 players over towards the B bomb site, but that little utility that's being thrown right now from Crimbo, as you can see, that pulls Dicha as well to the B bomb site. Instead, Big just goes for the wrap mid into Donut. There's only 1 player left there for ENCE, and this is where they're going to... He also gets caught a little bit off guard by tabseN, and the round is pretty much over here. I mean, they're going to get 1 more kill through the smoke, and from that point on, ENCE is going to have to say Big is making this rotation with 20 seconds left pretty much, so late into the round, but they time it perfectly, executed really well, calm, composed, and get the all-important reset round.
Yeah, very well choreographed and Big coming out, which is what we should expect, you know, with somebody like tabseN at the helm. He's obviously got those ideas coming through. It's just about executing them right on the
Definitely, and when you let the clock run down that much, that kill at the very end is basically the deciding factor. If tabseN falls here, then you have an attack that's one-pronged, one-sided, but he doesn't, he finds the kill. And the subtlety of this end round is what ENCE could not come up with on their T side. If you flip that conversation, you look at the second half, it's basically the story of Dicha bulldozing the B side or nothing's happening. All of the protocols that Big could use in late rounds or with quick executes towards middle, ENCE did not have it. They didn't really look like a team. They relied more on individuals, just didn't have the firepower rather to match.
Yeah, I think the 13-9 scoreline was a little bit misleading, if I dare say, because ENCE obviously getting those pistols, as you mentioned, then there was a string of a few rounds here and there, but it's just a testament to Big of how in control they were throughout this map.
Yes, very comfortable, very calm and composed. It was Hades stepping up a little bit towards the end of that first half to make it a closer game. Otherwise, it seemed like Big was going to win, you know, 9-3 on their T side after losing the first 3 rounds. So, yeah, probably tough for ENCE in their first official, a little bit too eager, as we saw with some of the over rotations, right? So definitely things to learn from this Ancient.
You're right if we spin this Process track one more time in our Air Force aim?
Of course,
because
run it.
I think we need to hype on this guy a little bit, because just looking at kind
DJ
of the
Maniac.
trajectory, I mean, it's been said once that you did DJ, right?
I was a DJ, that's
multiple times, actually.
I can turn the table and I'll do it for a price.
And how does Process sound?
Anything for a price, is that your new slogan, man?
Listen, you know, I gotta get some of them bags out there. Process definitely with the impact. As I said, in the opening departments, just leading the charge, I've really appreciated what I saw from him. And to think that, you know, the next generation of German players out there are people to kind of weave that flag. And also, it's just like a matter of philosophy for Big as well. Think about the CT side and how they start. First pistol round on the CT side, aggressive B lane. First gun round, aggressive B lane, straight in your face. If you're gonna have that type of plan, you need to have players who are ready to really walk the walk and find these entries the way Process did. So DJ, spin that track.
I feel like Process, aka Claymore, you know, point towards the enemy. I think early on you really needed to give him some guidance and so not necessarily waypoints, but just sort of you know, make the game a little bit simpler for him whilst he gets into the swing of things. But now you're seeing him on his own, taking a little bit more initiative, finding some really important kills, you know, bailing out big in some of these rounds towards the end, sort of when things were starting to get a little bit close. So it's definitely shown improvements.
I don't want to derail this train too much, but there's something going down on the B stream, which might be a little bit surprising. We might even get to see the last round going down 12.
Oh my God.
If you talked about big, Cloud9 is big on steroids, right? Like when, just as you have some expectations, I mean, I don't know if there could be a bigger disappointment than this, a bigger upset, a bigger shock.
You have an encyclopedia in your brain. Who would Cloud9 play if they lost that game? Do you have the structure in your mind?
They play Nafani and Bet Boom.
BB versus C9 in the lower bracket for survival.
Oh,
now,
Lord.
You know why people say there is a script and all, right? This is for these kinds of moments.
And Maui's here somewhere, right? Is he writing that script? Or
is it Enders?
Who knows? I don't even know what universe we're in right now. But Matthew,
Tell me.
what time is it?
Just let me check. Oh, I know. It's donk time!
Hell yeah, it's donk time because they are coming up after this break. We got Spirit finally with donk at the helm here in Katowice for the first time. Don't go anywhere.
A donk, a donk.
Donk. Say it, Freya.
Donk.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God! And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Big Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on! Reacts faster, twists! Oh, baby! What is that?
Next two teams we're thinking of.
We have to throw in Heroic and Furia. So Furia first, maybe? Like, I haven't seen them.
I want to put Heroic before. I want to put Furia after Heroic.
Sure. Okay, we can go ahead with
So
you.
Heroic next in.
Yeah, and then Furia.
Oh, yeah, Furia move over to 15. Nice. And then we put Heroic there because we did watch them at Blast. Yeah. It was catastrophic at times.
Yeah, I tried to sell the idea of
People
Heroic.
trying to sell me on these guys for a long time.
Yeah, I think Big is next.
Yeah, Big's next. Now
No. That's safe. That's safe.
Yeah.
Big next.
And then I throw in a shout of Monty. I think Monty has a great placement. But man, like...
That low down.
Who do you think they are better than this? Unlike
Complexity, bro. We saw Complexity.
that, they've actually been ass for the last couple of... No, but like they finished at least at the 6 and challenged at last place, right?
And like we expected 5 of them to start off the year, and it was not the same Complexity we saw like in Sydney, for example.
For me, there's 4 teams we can throw in here, right? It's Monty, it's Falcons, it's Cloud9 and Mouse.
Mouse 12?
Yeah, let's go with the Mouse 12. Just solely
Mouse
because we
12.
haven't seen,
Yeah,
we didn't see them at Blast and we haven't seen them too much.
Okay, Mouse 12. And then 11, I can start to agree with you.
Monty or
Falcons.
Yeah, I think just when I expect such a big event, I expect the names of like Snappy and Magis to be able to like carry through some of the easier games, while on Monty I think they could like potentially just lose to like Furia or something, right? You wanna throw in I throw in Monty.
You wanna throw in Monty?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll co-sign.
Okay,
It,
you two can outwork me on that. I was trying to get my boys to top 10.
Hey man, you so nearly nailed it.
Okay.
11.
Now we have to throw in some bigger names.
No, so now Falcons, we agree, right? Falcons
Yeah, they were already in the discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe we can.
I think Cloud9 afterwards, sure.
And people will look at this and question the Cloud9 one, but I do agree with you because there's so much things I look at this is amazing.
Okay, yeah. I could see Cloud9 up next.
Okay.
Let's throw them in.
Okay, so
here they are.
Donk is in the building. I repeat, Donk is in the building. Just in case you guys weren't up to date, he is here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And just in case anybody's been living under a rock for the past couple of months, Matthew, why are we so damned hyped to not only see Donk, but see him on the Spirit roster?
I mean, most people think that we're looking at the next best player in the world for the years to come. That is the hype that is around Donk. You have to realize this man right there has been able to eclipse the arrival of Shiro in the lineup. We're talking about a player who was in the best 7th to 8th player in the world for 3 years straight. We don't talk about him. We only talk about Donk. We talk about his transition to the very top level, what he's going to be capable or not to do against the elite level. And I think this is where all the drama of the situation ends, because it's Donk, 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 Donk and Donk.
I mean, if this were the actual lineup, I wouldn't have a doubt in my mind who would win. Unfortunately, there can only be one Donk playing for Team Spirit.
It's insane, but just like, think about how young this kid is, right? The expectations that we're bestowing upon his shoulders because of what he's shown already at such a young age.
I think that in the last, and Janko can help me on that one, in the last, let's say, 5 to 8 years, only Zaiwo has the level of anticipation when you come into the professional level. He was the one that we expected to perform, and look at what he became. And now Donk is sort of following these steps, and we have the same level of anticipation. Like, I just cannot wait to see him play here.
And that's exactly why. Look at those numbers. They're nasty.
Yeah, that's incredible. And also to do it from a rifler's perspective, and an aggressive one at that. I mean, there's only a couple of players in the world who can play that role and put up high numbers. So, and I agree, it was Zaiwo, because it took him a while to get into a tier 1 team, right? For Donk, that feels like a bit faster.
Very quick.
Everything happened pretty quick, so maybe it's, you know, a bit unfair, but in reality, I don't necessarily have expectations in terms of, oh yeah, I want to see him take Spirit into the playoffs in this tournament. I just want to see him keep doing what he's doing, wrecking people, because it is actually scary how good he is and how much he's dominating in this new game.
Well, let's go ahead and check on with Magix, as he's got some thoughts about Donk joining the squad.
Thank you so much. Spirit is about to play their first game. I'm here with Magix, who had to miss out on Blast, of course, unfortunately. So what is it like being back with the team? And was it difficult, the fact that you had to kind of miss out on that tournament, and now that you have to have all your strats ready for Katowice?
Well, basically, it's not that a bad thing that I missed the tournament. I mean, I just accepted it, and I was not really upset about it. Because of that tournament that was played last week, we couldn't really practice for a long time, so that means some bad preparation happened. So I hope we will have a good start there, and so we can get better each game, because like there was not so much preparation going into this tournament.
Yeah, that makes sense, even though Spirit actually did quite well there, even with not having yourself and Donk there. And I want to talk a little bit about Donk, because everyone on the internet is talking about it. We're so excited to see him play. It's such high hopes for him as well. But he's, of course, quite young. You have a fair bit of experience already. So are you doing anything to make sure that he feels comfortable and that he's, you know, not too overcome by everything here?
Well, actually, there's not many things that can make him like feeling uncomfortable. But talking about me, I'm just doing my best to save the weapon and drop it to him, so he could like fight as many enemies as he could. Yeah. So that's it.
Oh, I love that. Is he nervous, or how's it looking?
Well, not really, I think, because it is not the first LAN we are playing, so we are kind of used. We could be a little bit nervous because it's the first LAN since the break, like to get that rolling. But I think if we just start well, it will be better.
Okay, awesome. The best of luck, Magix.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. No shade to Magix, but if I had Donk next to me, I would be going, hey, you want this AK? Have it. You want some utility? Have some more of that. We want to be putting everything so that he can be stepping forward and delivering that pain.
Yeah, and that's mathematically, it's a very good move. It's a very good equation. But the fact of the matter is as well, there are other weapons in the arsenal of Spirit. Like, there are players to follow, to be excited about. Yeah. Goddamn, Shiro just arrived. Zontix is probably one of the anchors of the future as well. Loved what he did in Copenhagen. The leadership of Chopper, that would be like a boat, something like maybe your crews. Anywho, Chopper, that's a lot of experience. Magix as well there. This team, like the question is, what's the legitimacy of this team for playoffs run? That's what we're talking about.
And I think also this is where Chopper needs to make that next step as the in-game leader, right? It's always been the story of his players get picked apart. As soon as the roster gets good, someone leaves. Now you have arguably the hottest rifler and the hottest stopper, right, in your scene, on your team. Also Zontix flying under the radar because of the two big names. So it's down to you and the coach to sort of figure it out, create a game where these players can shine, because I think without a doubt the firepower is there for you to be in playoffs of these big tournaments eventually.
Yeah, how do you see that kind of being optimized then for this entire Spirit lineup with Shiro coming in? Obviously, we do have a hell of a lot of hype for him, obviously overshadowed a bit by Donk, but how do you see all these pieces fitting together to be cohesive?
I actually think that they fit perfectly as is, like very much so, because for two reasons. First of all, you're going to devote all your resources and free movement to Donk and Shiro, and that makes sense. That's how Counter-Strike is being played. Your sniper and your most sharpest tool that you have in the gun. Then you have Chopper is going to move a little bit. Zontix can just do whatever he needs to do in terms of anchoring, and I think Magisk is a fantastic fill. Magisk is not going to be someone who's going to be catered to too much, but you let him do what he's got to do in some of these maybe ungrateful positions is how I like to name them, and I think it just works. From a structurally it works.
I think for me it's about one word, and that word is fun. And it's for Donk. Don't take the fun out of it for him, right? Now that you have a good team, there's expectations, right? Don't worry about results for him. Just let him do his own thing. The second fun is for Shiro. Like, sort of get him to have fun again, because I think
love the game
all the pressure from that Cloud9 team and the previous Gambit rosters and whatnot, like he wasn't having fun. Like he was miserable. He was literally crying during a game. You know, it can't get any worse than that. So just about, hey, bro, just kind of try to relax a little bit. You know, don't worry about it. Like, find that fun. Again, make it fun for yourself to play, to practice, to do all those things. And I feel like that's when the results are going to be able to come in as well.
I don't feel like Apex are going to be having too much fun in this one. We haven't even touched upon them. It's going to be Ancient versus Spirit. That's going to be a hard-fought battle, right?
It's a very hard-fought battle. Unfortunately for them, starting against Donk and Shiro might just be a very rough start in Katowice.
Yeah, at least it's in a best of one, maybe. Upsets
It's a shorter suffering.
But yeah, shorter suffering. I don't think it's too likely, though. But we will be diving into Ancient. We've got Dinko, we've got Moses, and we've got Donk here at IEM Katowice.
And the question is, how many Donkers are in chat as we head into this one? This is a very anticipated matchup to see Donk make his debut at the biggest event of his career. Are we about to witness the next prodigy of Counter-Strike, Jason?
Well, and also, how much better can it get when you put one of the best offers in the world next to him as well, right? We got denied seeing the debut of this roster last week where Donk wasn't in Copenhagen, but now we get to see how it works out. I think Yanko made a good point as well. Shiro, find a way to relax and chill. You got like a little bit of a build-up period, right? Like you have a young star. You get to kind of build them up as you go along and figure things out together. It doesn't have to be perfect right out of the gate. Just get back to that time where you're really enjoying coming in and playing next to another really badass player.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. The pistol round is about to begin, and it looks like Donk will be the first player presented with a challenge. Perhaps Chopper with that P2000, but here's the Joe Berettas. Donk wields it to perfection for the first kill and is brought down in reply by Nok. Zontix follows up, and now a 3v4. It is Team Spirit who lead the way.
And Zontix can actually track their movements if they fall back from this B bomb site and try and relocate through middle. He'll be able to spot it out, peering through red room, see them drop off the ledge. It's not happening just yet, and there's such a large stack at this bomb site. Flashbang comes in, Shiro turns, the duelie's doing work, converting into a second, and Nok wasn't even able to get out of cave. That's the pistol round in the favor of Team Spirit.
Chance here for Nok, but very slim. 50 seconds, he'll exit the cave, and now the peek from multiple different positions gaze upon him. So just a moment away from death, and he runs out of ammo. It is Shiro to close it. And it is not the round Apex would have hoped for. They don't get the bomb plant, so no force spy coming in here. And it brings back to that topic of Shiro. You know, Yanko was saying on the desk about the pressure that was on his shoulders, literally crying during the game at the last RMR in Copenhagen for the Paris Major. And now at least Shiro isn't the main talking point in this team. Like, that's crazy to think about.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, I think as time goes on...
Oh, by the way, I casted a lot of Donk recently, and he is probably the most incredibly loud player for the size of him. And I spoke to Magix after the game, and I asked, you know, I see he gets fired up, and the admin had to come over and tell him to calm down a little bit. And he goes, I have never seen anything like this. It is so much. It's almost too much.
I didn't expect that whatsoever, so I'll keep it calm when we got Donk on the screen shouting like that, but dang.
Yeah, he gets real loud.
All right, cool. Well, during this round as well, because it's such a low buy out of the Apex side, we get a chance to touch on them, because with all the excitement on Donk, all the excitement on him playing next to Shiro coming into this team, and the anticipation of how good Spirit can be, we kind of lost Apex in the shuffle, and it's an interesting team. I think one of the highlights, or one of the talking points would be Stiko coming back after being benched from the team and kind of stepping back into the roster in the absence and departure of Kixon. I spoke to him in the elevator just the other day, and he just said, you know, after being benched, one thing he's like the overwhelming feeling I have right now is how thankful I am to be back competing at a Katowice. Like, you realize when you're benched how fleeting those opportunities can be, and how that next opportunity is never guaranteed.
How much work that YouTube life is, you know.
But I mean, even if you think of this team towards the end of last year, some pretty decent runs. We saw some incredible level.
Major?
Yeah, we saw an incredible level hit by Knock as well. They made it to the finals of ESL Challenger in Atlanta against Virtus Pro, lost in the finals there. But you have Jacob, who's been like a criminally underrated player throughout his career and has shown his value.
Same story with him, as you've just mentioned with Stiko, right? Is the fact that Jacob's come back into this team and kind of said when he was at the major that he really took it for granted that he was a pro player and the lifestyle that you get from it and the money that's coming in. And then when he realized he had that dark period of his career, how much he missed it, how much he gained respect for the career and the lifestyle, and how much he enjoys it now and respects it and doesn't take it for granted. And that's a story of Apex, where it's two players that have had their time in the sun, are coming back into it, and the opposite here for Team Spirit. It's a new time, it's a new dawn, and perhaps for Apex, a new chance to win a round. They've got the guns out finally. Galil's in play, alongside those AK-47s.
Shiro's got his op. That's going to be at the B bomb site, deep out towards long to peer down the ramp, supporting Magix, who's pushing forward. They know they have some opponents stuck behind the smoke of double doors, so confident to stay in these positions.
10 kills so far, 9 of them between Donk and Shiro. That's for the side of Team Spirit.
It really feels like those two guys have a chance to become one of the most powerful, you know, pairings, duos in Counter-Strike. We've had so many over the years. There's a real opportunity that you have just a prodigy rifler and someone who's already proven to be a top AWPer paired up together can be so deadly.
And just as the Cloud9 team lose to one of the lowest seeded teams in the competition just mere moments ago, that's a team that was riddled with expectation and haven't lived up to it at all.
This is so awkward for Apex.
Yep.
They've just
locked out completely.
And it's most of their resources in terms of bodies, in terms of players, are at this B bomb site stuck behind the smoke, so they can't even really do anything across the map.
30 seconds left. Chopper tosses an nade in towards Sassanito. Now 25 seconds left. It is this play into A, and on the face of the smoke, it's Zontix that gets caught out. But here's Donk with a FAMAS in his hand. If he can make this look good, perhaps he is the real thing. But as Magix has come on over with the MP9, takes a double kill away. Donk still yet to be really pressured, and finally he'll swing out. A player has got on by that. Sense coming through with the Galil. Donk taken out, but the limited time is the problem here for Sense. He's going to dive past and try and get the bomb plant, but it isn't going to happen for him. And Sassanito just has to try and hang on to the AK-47. It's a 3-0 start here from Team Spirit.
Yeah, good recovery and a nice slide into position from Donk. Found the perfect time to get himself parked behind Big Box. Never spotted by Apex coming out. Able to just be a real nuisance. Magix cleaning up a couple kills from him and Zontix.
Welcome to Katowice, Donk.
Yeah.
That was a question. Is he nervous? Is he
I know. I think he answered Shox's questions from the interview. Like, no, I'm not nervous. I'm going to be yelling the whole time. Time of his life.
Wow. It is great. He just turned 17, like 6 days ago. Under a week ago, he turned 17 years old. And it's just incredible the level of Counter-Strike he's got to, but also how comfortable he looks. Perhaps that's a part of his game, just the unbridled confidence. You know?
Yeah, it's just too young to be nervous.
Yeah, he hasn't been hit back yet. And here we go, AK-47 for Sassanito saved over. That's all Apex have got to play with at the moment.
Mid-round push. Knock, who would be the one watching this, is blocked off by smoke, but just, oh, they're going to come back. They got into the safety of Jaguar, but coming back is Chopper from behind the smoke. Another one deployed, and Sassanito has to do something. It's a tough angle, but he's at least forced back to the defense. However, he's lost a teammate in the process.
And now they're just going to sit with a player deficit and 40 seconds left for Apex. I mean, the desk highlighted it. It's going to be a rough opening game here in Katowice for Apex, who haven't found themselves in the best position after all the roster shuffles. And so far, it is kind of what expected to happen, right? It's the team spirit shutdown. A nice shot from Knock. Need a couple more of those just to get out of the doorway, and that isn't going to happen. And it really has just been those players of Apex being stuck behind the double doors.
And we just saw this in the previous game as well, and then the big versus ends is when the CT side is going to be confident, is going to execute those kind of pushes and that control really well on that part of the map. It just feels like it freezes the entire map of Ancient for the T side. It's like, where do you go and what do you do if CTs just take control of that lane each and every time? 4-0.
Here goes Jacob, now behind the smoke, looking to fire up in towards the red room, but it will be Donk's headshot coming through. Zontex gets traded out. Assassinito looking to apply pressure inside of Cave. It will be Magix and Chopper taking those kills, and absolutely no fight here from Apex. They're not really able to match up against the firepower at the moment.
No, not at all. And once again, complete control of the lane for the CT side. They're going to willingly give it up in a 4-on-2 and just back away back to the bomb site. But Stiko and Sense trying to pick up the pieces of this round.
Looking to make sense of it, some might say. That would be, I thought you liked that one. Now you're
I liked it. I liked it. I didn't think it was good enough for a comment. I thought it was solid.
Not even a little chuckle?
Not even a chuckle.
All right, I'll work on it. I'll work on it. But here comes Sense out mid. Under a minute left. And Chopper is coming back over the red room to try and detect that information. All he detects is a bullet to the brain, and Shiro able to trade it out, no problem. It is Stiko now left alone in a 1v3, and look at him. He slipped the net. He's got him behind them. And with 40 seconds left in the bomb, nowhere near him, the hopes of a huge clutch are certainly thin. But they're giving him a chance. They're giving him a shot. And now Shiro switches out to the M4, baits him into it, thinking he can chase down the sniper, but finds himself dueling against the M4 instead. 5-0 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, we're going to get that timeout out of Apex. A lot of moving pieces with Stiko coming back in. Sense as the IGL trying to figure things out, and he's getting a very tough test here on Ancient against Team Spirit. Talk things over, see if they can change anything up, see if they can exploit another part of the map. And for Spirit, it's just keep doing what we're doing, boys.
Yeah, don't change it up. And a player that often gets overlooked in this team is Zontix, who did come in with Donk and Art Frost into this team as the academy players into the core, and you can obviously see why he's overlooked, but Zontix does his job so well.
I feel like, well, they said on the desk, everyone on this team is overlooked. Even Shiro's being overlooked.
Yeah, it's just Donk.
Yeah, we got one focus.
I don't think... Yeah, even Zywoo, I mean, Maniac drew the comparison of like the expectation of Zywoo waiting
Shocking for Maniac?
Yeah, shocking. You mentioned Zywoo, but... I don't think it was even anywhere near as much hype as Donk has had. Like, there's a cult following of Donk on the internet these days. It's kind of wild. Everybody's got behind the story of a child prodigy of Counter-Strike. And so far, so good as Shiro's AWP is posted up inside of the cave. Good eyes deep in towards it.
And a good read of the economy from Spirit, and not challenging down the ramp at all. Not even trying to mess in the close range against Tech-9s and Deagles. Letting them execute and seeing what those, seeing if they can get those pistols to actually make something happen instead of offering it up. Good counter utility.
Oh.
And good spam through the smoke.
Good shot.
And Satsunito saw, ooh, another one. Satsunito saw the op kind of slide into position. He was like, you know what, second thought, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I don't want to reface that. I don't want to go towards Shiro. And yeah, that's a rough start to the round, isn't it? There's nothing you can really even do about that. You're just walking behind the smoke, and Magix just taps two heads. So, rough scenario yet again for Apex. This looks like a hole they can't get themselves out of. Shiro's brought the AWP a little bit further back. This time, eyes on the B ramp.
That counter smoke was everything, because that was all the smokes that Apex had. So now it's like you just have to take these Deagle fights against M4s, against an AWP. Ow, I see that, but it's working. 2 kills. They might have some access here. Donk, he's up next. And of course they line up, and of course he sprays him down. Just one yell.
Just one yell.
Yeah.
That was like one yell play.
I can't believe. What if he is clutches? I don't think anybody's going to be safe from that. I think he might tear his vocal cords. Wow, that's so sick. I wonder if he's like that online as well. Because every single game I've seen from him on LAN so far, he has just been incredibly loud. There's this player, and he's so sick. He has the crazy ability.
Gotta crank down his volume on TeamSpeak.
He screams a lot. He gets in your head. And then Donk walks in, and the headset's the same size as his head. It's absolutely insane. Apex have the guns back. AK-47's out. Chopper, good damage done. Sassanito dropped to 19 health.
Yeah, their first steps aren't. They're finding no advantages, Apex, like anywhere. Magix is going to creep down. This time there's no smoke at the double doors, nothing to give away the push. He's found himself in the corner and then just going to back off. So timing kind of with Sassanito, but just no HP to really do anything with.
Chopper walks down, clears the cubby. Donk and Chopper work together. Donk has given his third death of this map so far, but the rest of his teammates seem to have this one covered. Nock and Stiko yet to gain any control to make this look doable for Apex. And the walk out of A, it's a good idea. I thought Shiro would have had that locked in, but he misses the shot.
Problem is they've gained ground over towards A with that swing, but the bomb is here in the back of Nock, who's challenged from two different angles. Stiko grabs a kill, is hoping that would pull somebody into the open, but nobody from Spirit budging until the swing and commitment, and then until the 7th round is put on the board. 7-0.
Oh, expectations certainly being lived up to for both aspects. Team Spirit dominating Apex, and Donk 13-3, 7 rounds into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Shiro's acquisition, it wasn't whether this team was going to be good. It's how high can they go.
Exactly.
And I think that's the fun of seeing them for the first time with this lineup, with everyone in attendance, is at such a big event as well, as you get to put them to the test right out of the gate. Like Magix as well. He was like, yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I missed that event. I just stayed at home, chilled.
Yeah, I love that. He's like, I just played some,
yeah.
You know, he's probably just sat at home, chilling, watching some anime.
Cheese, yeah, hanging out.
Like, oh, these guys can cover it for one event. I'll be back for Katowice. Plenty more opportunities when you've got the caliber of players on your team. And just think, you know, this time last year, or maybe just a couple of months after, we were looking at Team Spirit in utter disaster, right? Because they failed to make the major. They had all these roster moves coming in. It didn't look like they were going to find their feet. And suddenly, they've got players in this team that can make them contenders for titles down the line and for a very long time.
All right, Apex has picked up the pace and the aggression.
Got some control.
Yeah, a little bit of a peek out towards middle, but they kind of stopped themselves a little bit short. Used a lot of utility to get these positions safely from Jacob and Sense. One smoke to use for the rest of the round for this T side. They've only got 2 Galils. Everything else is pistols. They're going to need a gift.
Donk just shoulder peeking, gets information, tosses the smoke out to cover off the entrance to the donut. And I don't think they want to taste that Donk donut right now. Going in there would be so difficult. So they're going to go and look at Cave instead. There's a double setup here of Chopper and Magix, and they combine together to bring down Sense and Sassanito. Zontix covers off a main. Nock eventually attempts to fight, and he also meets the same fate of the rest of the Cave attackers. And Stiko on the other side of the map has found himself in this position quite a few times, and he is gone. Magix locks him out. Flawless from Spirit as that continues 8-0.
That's great, man. He just looks like he's having the time of his life. He's just fragging with the boys.
He looks in his element, doesn't he? He looks like he's designed for this. It's quite a robotic term to describe a human being, but I suppose it fits.
He's manufactured for these moments.
Could say born for this, of course, but that's Saiwu.
All right, well, Apex
What can you say, Jason?
Yeah, I don't know. Apex has not. I said it last round. Like, they just haven't been able to find themselves a single advantage. There's not something they could build upon. It's not even like we're getting a good fight or we're gaining this space consistently. This is starting to look like a very ugly one-sided affair.
Yeah, it's a brutal beating. At the moment, that elbow smoke, ooh, nearly bringing down Zontix as Jacob sends a couple of bullets through it.
Nearly takes him out. But still a lot of time left in this round for Apex. A bit more mercy being given on over as Spirit have a little bit more of a passive setup in the B bomb site, but they're sending 2 players into Donut this time around. And Magic's, my God.
I know, just when you say that, it's like right through the wall.
More mercy, passive, no, straight through the wall.
Still going to find it. Still going to get the first.
All right, Jacob, what's he got here? He at least gets out of there. I thought, oh, that's sick. Nice shot up towards Reds. That's Donk getting a little taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, first kill of the map for Jacob. He's on the board. And now, actually, they have some space to work with to challenge towards this B bomb site. His peek from Sense, he would love that kill, gives up the fight. They're going to readdress. The defense is split 2 and 2 at each bomb site, though. Zontix trades off Stiko, and all of a sudden, Donut is the point of attack.
Oh, running right through it. Sassanito is separated from his teammates. He's severed off from support. And eventually he'll cut through Zontex regardless. And Magix denies the bomb plant on the final tick. 15 seconds left. This throws this round into disarray for Apex. And the bomb was down. They could play the post plant, but now they've got to go for the kills. And Magix knows exactly where that last player is. And Sense is desperately trying to get here in time. But Magix is long gone. That is heartbreaking for Apex. Stolen away again from Spirit. Final second.
Yeah, Magix absolutely shuts that round down. Shuts down all the hopes and dreams. Finally, Apex had a look at a victory. This is how it started. And Magix sliding in at the end is how it finished to stop the bomb plant. And then you realize Sense is on this flank, and he simply doesn't have the time to be involved in the action, and Magix can just run. 9-0. 9-0, and that round we just saw was probably the most competitive.
There he comes, Sassanito up the B ramp and dead immediately on arrival. It's Donk and Zontex again, stopping any of the fast pounces from Apex, and they're down to 3 players. When I say 3 players, it's nearly 2. Nok is 9 health. There's a reaction again from Team Spirit. They're never taking their foot off the gas. Donk peeks over Heaven, takes out Sense, and now the play down the B ramp has come in for Team Spirit, and Magix adds another smoke kill to his collection.
Oh, don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
Look at that little evil smile from Boris the Butcher.
That's what, like 4 kills we've seen from Magix through the smoke. He had the spam through the boards as well. He doesn't even need to see ya.
Well, it's been better days at the office for Apex.
Like they said, it's merciful in its quickness.
True. They're using the sharp blade. 10-0. There's been upsets already today in Katowice. We've seen Cloud9 fall for the Rebels.
Yeah, and it's kind of a... I was thinking about it, and it's like... Just thinking back to the time where Cloud9 out of the player break after the last major, or just, you know, with all these those roster changes, initially just like, this team's going to be amazing.
This is the God Squad.
Now they're roster changes later. Shiro leaves the team.
They don't have an AWPer.
They lose to Rebels. And then you're like, well, Spirit's the one that gets to be hyped up now due to the... And it's like, please don't go down the same road.
Yeah, but the expectations...
Please deliver.
So far, they're delivering.
Yeah. Yeah, Cloud9's going to have a terrible night.
Oh, yeah.
That's a terrible night as a player.
Facing elimination in the play-in.
Yeah.
In their next matchup. Ooh, that is scary.
With some pretty damn legendary names on the roster. Major winners.
Katowice winners.
Katowice winners.
Grand Slam champions. But that is all for another time as we continue with the Spirit and Donk show. 10-0. It's not a long show. It's quite a short one. You can fit it in. It's best of 1. And it's quick. And here comes Apex, living up to the speed, charging into the A side. Missed shot from Shiro. He'll deploy utility to try and slow them down and keep them at bay as Zontex comes over to help out. Shiro and Zontex both stop the early attack from Apex, and it's just over. There's nothing you can do. An absolute massacre inside of the A bomb site. This is fantastic.
Oh, that's what a Shiro and Donk defense looks like. Okay. I wanted to see. That's what it looks like going up against Shiro and Donk.
You don't get out of A main.
It's a perfect Molotov to split the A rush by Shiro. Him and Donk shut down the initial 2 attackers, or Zontex, excuse me, and then Just a turkey shoot for Shiro, and Donk's just hustling in to get what he can.
I mean, we looked at this Team Spirit team before, and it was still good with Art Frost in the team. But they were still winning LAN events with Art Frost. And you make the upgrade for Shiro, like, it's just obvious that that's going to be just such a no-brainer move that it's going to be so good.
The comparisons were brought into, like, Device coming into Nib for Knock, right? Where it's just like...
You can't really
You're not doing bad. It's just like, when we have this opportunity, what are we supposed to do? Not take it?
Exactly. And no opportunities in this half for Apex to post around it, will seem. It's going to be flawless from Team Spirit. 12-0 sends the final player alive, preventing that from becoming a reality just for the moment. But eventually he's going to fall, and Team Spirit, well, they have a prince that was promised, and so far they're delivering on that promise.
Where's fake inner? Drop on somebody else be rolling on top of them? I want to be door here. Yeah, I can hold the angles. I can do something else. I'll do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. Get smoke there, it's okay. Someone get a kill as well. I can drop someone.
Welcome back, everybody. I can't promise you a very long half here in the second. It could be one round, and that's enough. We're excited to see more of Donk. These are the screams of hell that we've seen in that first half. Apex on the receiving end of a donking.
And make no mistake, this game's over. It's a question of how long is Apex going to keep their head above water? Can they avoid the goose egg?
Yeah, that is the goal at this point.
That's the new goal for Apex, is don't get 13-0'd.
Yeah, you do not want to be the first team, or possibly the only team, to get 13-0'd in Katowice here today. So let's see how this goes. Will they win the pistol? The odds very much against them. Jacob and Sassanito attempting to open things up. They'll be getting deeper in towards Jaguar. And Donk having to look up B ramp.
Dualies on Jacob and Tatsunito. He's got the opening, but the trade is there, and the bomb site is wide open for the taking. CT stuck behind the smokes and stuck in towards cave. They go at him, and Tatsunito's got another.
Well, it's an advantage for Apex, a chance to try and get off that kill sake of Zero, but Shiro's come back with a headshot, and he's landed it right between the eyes. And now we're at a 3v3, and this one is all over.
Oh, no.
A merciless display coming through from Spirit today. Stiko, the only player left. Team Spirit looked to kick off their campaign in Katowice with a 13-0. We wondered what Team Spirit with Donk and Shiro together would look like, and that is our first taste.
Dang, and it tastes good. Donk having a time of his life down in the Hall of Heroes, and Shiro's addition to this team has made them so dangerous. At least in this first map, this first match, they've lived up to the hype. Donk is dominant, Shiro has his rounds, and Spirit's looking good.
Yeah, I gotta say, moving forward for the rest of Katowice, that kind of statement performance gets everybody even more excited. There's nothing better than when you have expectations to have them met and to have those chances shown in front of us. Well, Team Spirit have found themselves a whole heap of new success and new energy. And that new energy secret recipe smells a lot like Team Spirit.
Yeah, and that's a really rough one for Apex as well. I mean, that's going to be a different conversation. Some tough circumstances with that team, but they're going to have to pick themselves up off the floor for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Spirit get to celebrate, because this is exactly what you imagine when you come into Katowice. A dominant start in the play-in stage, set the path for you to make it all the way through. Either way, Shocks, you're down on the floor. What have you got for us?
Well, I'm here with Donk, of course. Who else? Congratulations, Donk. Are you happy with your first game at Katowice?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
A good game.
A good game? You're screaming a lot, like a lot. Can you tell us maybe what you were screaming or how much you enjoyed screaming at the opponents?
No, I cannot say what I'm screaming.
Okay. But did you enjoy screaming at the opponents?
Yeah, a lot. It supports a lot our team, I think.
It's nice to see. A very convincing start. We were so excited to see yourself and all of Spirit now together and Shiro playing. So how do you think the team is working? Are you happy with the level you're showing?
This game, yeah, but we need to see later what well we're showing. So right now, all good.
Right now, all good and about to be better, maybe. There's so much excitement about you playing here at Katowice, and I think you showed why in this first game. But what do you want people to see from Donk this tournament? What do you want to show them?
I don't know, like perfect game.
Perfect game, yeah.
That's it.
That's it, just a perfect game. Thank you.
And you know what? They did indeed show the perfect game. 13-0. An absolute Spirit slaughterhouse, and Donk not even skipping a beat.
How can one person be both so cute and terrifying? He's cute and terrifying. Like, his answers are just calm and like, I want to be perfect.
Depends whether the game is live or not, right? When the game is live, he turns into that monster. As soon as the game is over, turns back, he's that little angel again. And I think, though, this game is explains perfectly why we spent 95% of the pregame talking about Spirit and Donk and not so much about Apex.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. 18-5 to be ending out the first half, and then obviously, you know, they only needed one more round to get it over the line in the second. Anyway, nowhere for Apex to even move. And this is why we had such high expectations for Donk joining this roster and for Spirit coming to Katowice overall, right?
Yeah, definitely. And our expectations are unreasonably high, but the delivery is right there. Like, it's on the wall. We don't have to make it up. We talk about Donk and aggression and being in your face. He is the hungriest MF I've seen in a long time in the game. He's hungry as hell. It's frag, into duel, but it feels like there's like a system around him to make sure that it's okay, you can do it. You have Shiro behind you helping you out. Just get out there, have some fun. Use that incredible skill he's got. His spray control, by the way, super underrated. He sprays like no one I've seen in a long time. Holy hell, that's the good start. That's the good start for the story of Donk.
He's definitely having fun. You know, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. He was having fun, screaming at the opponents as well. I think brings into light this setup once again, that extra element. And man, you're being wrecked by not just Donk, but Magisk as well, like the whole of Team Spirit, and they're screaming at you from across the aisle. I mean, Apex just never really showed up on the server.
I love that Shox got to show us a bit bit more of the, you know, the person behind the player as well, asking Dog, hey, can you translate what you were saying? No, I'm not going to say that. But he's getting loud, and I absolutely love to see that because, you know, it could have gone one of two ways, right? He could have got a bit intimidated by the expectations that we're bestowing upon him, the gravitas of this event for him showing up as well. He was anything but that.
If this weren't an IEM, I could tell you what he shouted, but...
Save them one for later.
Unfortunately, but I love it because, you know, it's great that he has that sort of a personality in the game. It's going to be great for our game and everything. He can be, you know, you're not going to get a lot of him from him in interviews, but you don't need to. The game speaks for itself, and these reactions that we're seeing.
Oh, I absolutely love it. And it's what it does to the team as well. I think he said it himself. He said it helps my team, it supports my team. When I'm out there, I'm screaming, not just leading but fragging everybody, but kind of being a catalyst. And how crazy is that he in his young age is already in a position to be a catalyst, to be the one that's going to just guide the team in frags and in behavior as well.
Maybe we should talk about some other members of Spirit. I know Donk is the hype train at the moment and the hype man in the server too, but Magix, we were talking about it in the green room. He's only 20. I feel like he's such a veteran in my head because of how much he's been able to achieve in the game, and I love that he gets this opportunity with a really hyped up Team Spirit.
Yeah, he joined when he was Donk's age. No, but I think you could also see in this particular game, he was really on point. You know, he's the B player, so when they were going aggressive towards that B slope towards lane, you know, he was winning a lot of duels and just himself also shutting down Apex when it comes to that part of the map too.
Yeah, and the aggression that he comes in, again, I feel like there's a balance in this Team Spirit. And that's why I get so excited. Like, the very much aggression from Magix, from Donk, who's going to be in your face, and then you have people who are able to kind of calm it down and handle if shit hits the fan. Pardon my French for that, but, you know, Shiro and Zontix, they're very fine being a little bit more patient, and so that just makes sense. And you have people who are allowed to play the Counter-Strike that they want, to be out there. Magix loves to fight. He was always an aggressive player.
Shiro, 13-2 in this map as well. All the puzzle pieces are coming together for a beautiful masterpiece for Spirit, and we want to see that. We love to see that.
A lot of just mopping up for Shiro, really, in this game, right? When your riflers are fighting entries time and time again, you can just post up and do your job to some extent, and I think it's a great position to be in. For Apex, the problem really, you open up, you lose the pistol, right? And then in the gun rounds, you open up with the default, trying to play it, you know, a little bit slower, and your players can't win a single duel, and you're just getting shut down, you're getting out-positioned a little bit by Spirit too, and that makes the game even more so difficult, right? Because then what's left? A couple of set X, you know, A rush, A execute, something like that. It's easy to read also for Spirit, and, you know, it was just never really anything. Apex could just never get anything going.
No, and Spirit is never letting go of the pressure, right? How many times do you see a team going 5-0, 6-0, and then they get a little lazy, right? A little lazy in the game, maybe a bit more passive, they let the game come to them. It's just not what happened here. Like, they kept on fighting, they kept on being ahead of smokes, being in your face, sort of breaking a couple of rules of the game. 2 kills doesn't matter, I'm going to go for the third one. So if you're Apex, you're basically out of oxygen the whole game. There's never really a moment where you can catch a breath. Timeouts are supposed to be here for that, but the pressure that Spirit was applying, too much to handle.
And that's always going to be extra complicated when we look at just the context of Apex right now. It's not, you know, too much to be getting hyped about, just in terms of their roster, right? They've been one of those teams that's just kind of existing in this universe, and not much for us to be jumping on and going, okay, this is the instrumental piece of that puzzle.
Yeah, and, you know, they really got boosted by the fact they reached the grand final in Atlanta to give them the points and everything to be in Katowice as well. So I think it's difficult when you add on top of that, they lose their in-game leader to Heroic. In Kixan, they bring Stico back to sort of be that guy, you know, and that makes it a little bit awkward for everyone, right? But there's not much you can do. You need to find ways to push through, and, you know, I've been on the other side of not even 13-0s, but 16-0s, and when those games happen, it's usually a combination of the other team is playing really well, and you just can't do anything. Anything you try, it's the wrong call, it's the wrong move, you're missing shots, and so on, and those games don't happen twice in the same tournament usually, so there's a silver lining for you, Freya.
Yeah, potentially. We will be moving on to those best of threes and seeing Apex playing tomorrow, but we must continue with our final best of one over here on the A-Stream side of things, and two teams have quite a lot of history in this very hall, actually. It's Furia versus the Mongols after this.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike! Elevated, never low, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
No. So like
maybe like
I would put them in I would put BB in 16 and move Heroic and the rest across. Yeah. Harry, final decision. You are the boss.
Let's swap them, man. I got heroic players in my fantasy,
Heroic,
so I need heroic to be high up on this power ranking right now. Okay,
now it's good.
We're on to number 7.
Spirit. Right. Okay. I think they're gonna do well, but from this case, like what we've seen so far, they're not like in the top 5, right? So it's either 6 or 7.
Makes sense of what you're saying. I just feel if Spirit met a G2 in their current up and down, there's a talking point where you can say, "Oh."
I'm happy to throw G2 at like 6. And then
I was gonna put Astralis in 6.
Oof.
Oh, hang on, this is a great disagreement.
Right, let's put Spirit in now.
Yeah,
okay.
Put Spirit right there.
Okay, so let's go. The great Astralis G2 debate.
I'm just going to say, when it comes to a Kato level event, I've seen many times the start of the season look terrible for G2, and then they went on to win Kato and Cologne.
Wait, let's throw Astralis in there.
All right.
I'll join the dark side for the argument.
Let's go.
Taking the win.
Astralis in.
Maybe go. That's all I'm focusing on.
Considering we have Big Solo as well. I understand your chain argument.
And we saw both of these teams, so we know.
So Astralis
in my man.
Yeah, and then G2 afterwards, right?
Yes, I think that's fair.
So surely the next ones... It's either VP or Na'Vi, right?
Let me just say, Na'Vi beat VP. Ema is performing again. Alexi B is not a fraud IGL, no matter what anyone says. He has beat all his ex-teammates and keeps slapping them around. And VP, they've always got this like rivalry just because of the organization side, right?
Yeah.
So if they did match up...
Let's get VP in there. I agree.
Now, this is the one I know you're going to hate me on, though.
Wait, if you're saying Vitality...
Okay. No. Sure. I was going to put FaZe third.
I can understand that we can throw FaZe in there. Like,
we haven't seen FaZe and Na'Vi play for a long time, so I can be completely wrong. But what I don't want to do is just sit on FaZe's name value.
Yeah.
I want to sit on what we're seeing as the team performance right now.
Also did look a little bit rough at times.
And it's just some maps. Some maps they're fine, but like they could have lost a map, almost 2 maps to Liquid. They did lose 2 maps to Game Legion, and on the rematch they still lost Overpass to them.
I think
Na'Vi would pick Overpass.
I think FaZe on 3rd place is actually fine, considering what we saw at the earlier stages in the first tournament. But now Na'Vi is not going to the first place.
No, 100% not.
Sure.
No.
Just we never know.
They will get crushed by Vitality.
Good work, James. Good work. Na'Vi in at number 2. We're in agreement there, and then that leaves Vitality in at number 1.
The reason we're
all
saying
feeling good
Na'Vi is showing much better right now, but they don't have enough to fight this Vitality. When they fought back in some games, I mentioned the reference games, the Astralis game. Vitality had to fight so hard for that second game, and they did it. And for me, I've never seen Zyru frustrated like he was. He can get frustrated, but normally he's not showing so much on camera. He wanted this. He was like, no, this is not happening. I'm not having this go down this way, and he wanted to fight for it the whole way.
Right, there we go. There's our list. It's looking pretty fine to me, if I'm honest with you. No, I mean, I like this list. That's our 1xBet power ranking. There you are. And yeah, we'll give it back to you.
Time for our final set of debuts at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. And it's 2 teams hailing from the opposite ends of the globe. But Yanko, that doesn't mean that they're not familiar with each other's playstyles, because what happened this time last year in Katowice and then again in Cologne for Furia?
It's incredible, 2 for 2. I mean, Furia in the play-in both times over the Mongols. They were IHC here in Katowice a year ago. They knocked Furia out of the tournament in Katowice, and then in Cologne too. After changing 2 or 3 players in their roster, they meet again in the play-in, and once more the Mongols, that time, this is from Cologne, 2-0 against Furia, and they make it into the group stages of the tournament.
Oh, that's a rough story, right? And you even wonder, like, emotionally speaking, if you're Furia, when you saw this bracket, When you knew you got to play against the Mongols again, it's like, ooh, a little bit of PTSD coming in.
Yeah,
Listerine face.
Not the start to 2024. You won if you throw it, but nevertheless, at least they have something to go off and something to be improving. But I think that's where I struggle when I look at Furia, because the expectations, we want them to be high.
No.
Delivery isn't
It exactly tells you where we are in perception of Furia. If we're like thinking, or they're thinking, they're scared of playing the Mongols. This is a team that was, you know, after the Rio Major thinking, oh, we finally broke into this contender status and everything didn't happen, obviously. And then they bring in Fallen to do I don't know what, because he's not even in-game leading for them anymore, or didn't really influence their style to the extent that he probably should have. So now what are the expectations for this? Like praying that they make the group stages? Is that like how we should treat Furia now?
Have you got your hands together, Matthew? Is that what you're hoping for? Is that even realistic for us to be hoping for?
Honestly, Furia have been flying under my radar for quite a while now, because they haven't exactly participated in like
they've crashed.
high profile. That's
they crashed into the water. There's no blip anymore.
Yeah.
We're swimming. We're searching for survivors.
Rescue boats.
We're searching for survivors. Unfortunately, some people didn't make it.
And you talk about survivors. Kesarado should be a survivor always. And that was one of the exceptional factors of that sort of tragedy in Cologne, was that Kesarado had one of the worst tournaments. There was also some private reasons at the time. It was a complicated moment for him. He didn't deliver at all. You would imagine this is a different day. And it feels like individually he should have enough to pull through. But the thing is, what makes us angry and upset about Furia, we don't know whether any change has been applied. Like the whole Fallen versus Art situation, who is in control. My personal take on Cello not being used the way he's supposed to, way too passive, let it run. I don't know if that has changed. So until now, my expectations are where they were before.
I know you're going to give me an honest answer, Janko. So if you're Gary, if you're, you know, the puppet master, but trying to be at
I'd
least...
resign.
Who are you putting...
I'd leave.
Okay, you can't do that.
Okay.
You're
I have
locked
to stay.
in.
I have to
you do have to stay for the purpose of this, you know, method acting that we're doing here.
All right.
Who are you
Improv.
putting in charge?
Fallen, please, you know, please, and just stick with it. But that's why, you know, if I were Gary, I would leave, because he can't really do it properly with Art and Gary there. It's constantly this, oh, they do some good things as well. We're going to mix these two styles. It's like, no, man, like you can't, it's not going to work. And now Art was in-game leading at Elisa, and that was the first LAN they ever won. With the core of that team, Art, Yuri, and Serato, right? So what now? Now they're going to...
Now it's over.
Now they're going to go with it. So
now.
Fallen is just now what? Just an offer for that team? That's why you brought him in and like paid a lot of money for him? I don't know. I think just it's been a mess really for Furia because of that, first of all, indecision in the roster changes, and then even not giving the reins fully to Fallen, or him not taking them fully. And now they're still in that limbo where I'm not really sure how they're going to look.
Well, we did have a chance to check in with Gary during the lobby segment yesterday on our media day to see how he's feeling about facing up against the Mongols once again.
You are facing the Mongols, though, in your first game.
Yeah.
Do we remember last time?
Yeah, it's not good to remember the last time. Yeah, we lost 2 times for them. They are a really good team, yeah.
They're a different beast than what we normally face, yeah?
Yeah, they're different, and it's a cool game, I think, because we are different too.
Okay,
so both teams, they're different, and I think it will be an insane game because it's a BO1, so no one likes to play BO1.
Can I ask one thing of you?
Yeah.
Please promise me it's not Inferno.
No, it's not Inferno.
Thank God! Thank God! I'm like, I just remember sitting there last time and I'm thinking, okay, Mongols' real best map, like 100% best map, was Inferno, and everyone keeps giving it to him in best of ones, and even on the best of threes.
They really like.
Yeah, like let's in best of one, in a best of 3, let them have it.
Yeah,
but in the best of 1, we don't need this. Yeah, okay, that's good. Good. We're on the same
It's not
page.
Inferno, guys. It's not Inferno.
We're making sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, fear not. It is
Not
Mirage.
Inferno.
We don't have to sweat anymore. No Inferno for the Mongols to take advantage of. Maybe for the people that aren't too familiar with the Mongols, obviously they hail from quite a different region of CS. What should we be expecting from them? Why have they even made it here to Katowice?
Well, the reason why they're a good team is because they're not your classic Asian team that maybe has like really good aimers but don't have a grasp of team play or are terrible in clutches. Like Mongols look more like a European team than other Asian teams, and that's why they found success in Katowice, in Cologne in the last year. And despite changing players, I mean, apparently Mongolia has a crap ton of talent as well. You know, young players as well. Mazinho, I think 16. Senzu, 17, right? The newest addition to the team. Even 9-10, the Opera, we saw him, I believe, in Katowice for the first time, was lighting it up. So a lot of exciting players on the team.
And I agree with you on the playstyle. I do wonder if the fact that we haven't really seen them mesh with that, you know, international Counter-Strike again, is that going to affect them? Have they reverted back a little bit? They've played a whole lot of games in the Asian scene for quite a while. There was a loss to Tailu as well. So have they kept what made them a little special?
And another thing is also, they've had a lot of officials already. I mean, they had to play the qualifier for the RMR. They played the qualifier for Chengdu. They played this Extreme Land event as well. I think that was even a LAN. And Furia hasn't played anything because they already have a spot at the RMR. They boot camp for 2 weeks. And we shouldn't underestimate, no matter the opposition, that you already had the reps. The seasons has started a long time ago for the Mongols, and for Furia it only kicks off now.
Well, they say third time's the charm, and Furia are damn well hoping that is the case. Up against the Mongols once again, this time on Mirage. We've got Jason and Vinko to guide you on through it.
Well, the Mongols hoping for similar success in Katowice this year. A couple of new faces, but there's one thing that's a consistency, Jason, and that is the Mongols beating Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
Last year they beat Pain and Furia, and they're looking to do it again here in Kato.
Yeah, make it real tough on Furia. It's going to be a test. I love that angle that Yenko just came out with. Is the Mongols have already played in 3 events this year. Furia coming in cold. A little bit of ring rust, perhaps, and that's never, ever fun coming up against Asian teams who can be so in your face.
3 events in 31 days, and here we go. An attack out of Palace for the Mongols with 3 players, 2 out ramp. Utility starting to trickle on over into the site, and Fallen, oh, he's under the first bit of pressure. He'll handle it with a headshot, and had a second chance, going for the reload, and gets taken down by Mazinho.
Yeah, no second chances for Fallen. That reload takes way too long. K-Serato, Art, and Cello going to be coming through CT spawn for the retake. They've got 9-10 and Mazinho just waiting around the corner. And there is a flashbang. It better be God tier.
It looks like it's got a good trajectory, and K-Serato peeks before it with a headshot dry onto 9-10. And the Mongols in the post plant are losing numbers, but the time is ticking on. And Furia need some extra time to get into the site here in this retake. Despite having the player advantage, they need to get on the defuse. Art has the kit. That'll buy them 5 extra seconds. And Sensu, the last player left, tucked in Palace, hoping he can deny the defuse. And he's got the headshot. Now it's about the time. And Cello picked up that kit, and he'll hold it down for the defuse. Thank God they had a kit left around.
Yeah, that was on Fallen. Got killed right there at the entrance to the bomb site. So able to pick it up on the way, and what a save. Even the Molotov from Furia doesn't go deep enough to flush him out behind those boxes and prevents Furia from swinging on him. So that actually got really, really dangerous. But these 2 kills were the critical ones. Blind kill from Cello, the K-Serato 1 tap to clear out those CT spawn stairs and give them access to the retake.
Good trade from Cello, gets the defuse in, but the bomb plant was down for the Mongols, so you know that that's going to cause the second round T-side force buy. So AK out, Khalil's in there, and a Deagle.
Oh, look at this from Furia. 4 players start at the B bomb site. K-Serato boosts Cello up, Fallen and Art push underpass. Coming back into its middle, Art's got to be very careful. Smoke to allow his safety on the exit. But Mongols are coming right at him.
Art inside of the smoke at the bottom of connector. Ooh, failed boost. That gives Art the sound cue and all the information he needs to drop back further inside the connector, and they lay down the bullets into the smoke. It's Cello with a kill on 9-10. Mazinho trying to follow up with a play into the A bomb site, but Yuri in the perfect position to deal with that. And it's just Senzu. This 4th spy has not paid off for the Mongols. It is 2-0 for Furia.
Yeah, that failed boost in middle is so unfortunate. It obviously gives the information over to Cello to be able to spam the smoke, but also I think they might have been able to catch Art kind of falling back up those stairs if they'd got it on the first try. A couple missed opportunities there. 2-0 for Furia starting this out, and we're going to get a little pause in the action.
The Mongols' jersey is pretty sick. I like the sort of armor coming over the shoulder, Jason.
Yeah, it's great. They've always had good gear.
They have. I think you had an old Mongols jacket, like a legacy jacket, right?
Still got it, baby.
Hell yeah. A little tech issue we hope they get resolved as quickly as possible. It is kind of crazy how Furia really have struggled against the Mongols.
Yeah, knocked out in Cologne last year.
And Katowice.
Katowice as well.
So it's so incredible how it is just being consistent across the whole year, right? There's the 2 big events here on the ESL calendar, and Furia obviously have a lot more expectation on their shoulders than that of the Mongols.
I mean, just to bring back that point of how the year kind of has begun for the Mongols, they win Extremesland 2023, first place there. Losing to Tai Lu in the Chengdu qualifier, the IEM Chengdu qualifier, and obviously the RMR as well. So I mean, they've had plenty of action. And coming off a tournament win has got to make them feel pretty good, confident coming into these opening matches.
Yeah, it was interesting. You know, Yanko brought up the point, the fact that you've had so many roster moves, you would expect the Mongols to drop off, especially when they lost Score, who seemed to kind of be the talisman player for them last year. When they lost him, we expected it to fall apart, and then they've made significant moves even since then.
I feel like, I mean, we've seen them make a couple of roster changes over the past like year or two, and every time it's just like, oh, back to square one, they're going to come in and not be anything special, and they keep kind of surprising in that way, and that's why sometimes we are just like, how's Mongolia got this talent base in there that you can just recycle, go through players?
Yeah.
Like so few regions have that luxury.
The thing is about a lot of the Mongolian teams is, you know, in China you can't pug in Europe at all, right? But the Mongolians, they can put up with like the 100+ ping. Okay. And they play in like basic pugs, etc. So maybe you get a bit more practice on a regular basis against some of the better players in the European region. But this round has definitely seen better days. So that's going to be a 3-0 start here for Furia. And we'll get into the gun rounds.
Yeah, I don't know what I want out of this game. On one hand, it'd be really cool and just fun to see Mongols just kind of storm through and cause an upset in this best of one and continue being a thorn in Furia's side. Or at the same time, there is a certain level where it's like Furia would be such a cool team to have firing on all cylinders at this event.
It really would. It's always a nice event when Furia are playing well because they do bring an exciting playstyle when it works. Okay, Serrato. Hoping he's back in a big way in 2024. He's in the underpass to kick this round off. 9-10, receiving a lot of utility his way. Fallen unable to capitalize on a chance that was not presented to him, and Kesserada goes for a disadvantageous fight, and he will lose his life.
A little bit of a one-way over the top of that smoke, but it disappeared real quick. It seemed like he lost track of the battle as soon as he started shooting. And that's an easy mop-up for Blitz. So a 5-on-4 with 1 minute and 20 seconds in the round. And Mongols can start to exploit this mid-control that they've gained for themselves.
Yuri going on a bit of a push through the ramp. Get information that it is clear, no one's here to cause any issues, and that now becomes a powerful position to hold as a CT as we head into the 55-second mark. The Mongols begin to drift towards the A side of the map.
Here comes this pinch where they expect a second player. Might be able to get Art. You can expect Yuri to be hiding safely over at ramp. Pretty strong position, but with no resistance mounted just yet with their positions. I think Mongols have to have the idea that ramp has been taken over. They have no one there. And that's a great shot from Blitz.
Bomb plant starting to come in. Blitz locks it in on default, and here comes Yuri. He found this position so early in the round, and he's just been desperate to make it work. And now they peek him. Blitz goes for the swing. Yuri's brought down, and there's nothing Furia can do about that.
Yeah, even if he gets that kill, like Fallen and Jello, they've already kind of given up the round. They were staying parked in the B halls, just planning on saving. So that was never going to be a real attempted retake from Furia. Nicely done from Mongols, exploiting the man advantage to just march into the A bomb site and find themselves a plant. And now they can hunt down some weapons. Their money isn't exactly established, so losing weapons is painful for them as well. And with that in mind, they give up the hunt. So 3-1, Mongols on the board.
Terrorists win.
This is the Blitz impact in this round being felt. That kill on Castrato was actually the kill through the underpass. They got him as Castrato was attempting the duel top mid.
That was very calm, nice.
Yeah, they are a pretty chill team.
Yeah.
We've gone from one extreme of donk to the other with the Mongols.
Yeah.
Nice, peaceful, respectful Counter-Strike coming in. Here comes 9-10. That's going to be confusing if the scoreline's ever 9-10, Jason.
I like that one. That was good.
Yep.
All right, Art boosted up into the
Told you I was going to work on it.
Yeah, you've done good work in the breaks. Mid-centric defense. Yuri in window behind the smoke. Art up in ladder room. Even Caserado over at jungle.
Just a slow approach from the Mongols. Techno being forced away. It's always so exciting to see Techno on the server. Having been there for his beginnings and his strange way to become a professional player when he stood in for someone on the main Mongols roster that broke his hand in celebration qualifying for the RMR.
That's actually so crazy.
He just stole the spot after that.
He just never looked back. Broken arm, sorry, bro. It's going to get worse.
And now the Furia side have got the advantage, and this final B attack is coming out. 40 seconds left. It's Cello and Art chilling out in the B bomb site. Art's low in health, but with the distraction of his teammate, he might be able to get away with more than one here. He has locked in that first headshot. Cello's coming on over, might just sell out Art, and that's exactly what's happened. Cello gets taken out, was expecting a chance to get a kill, absolutely that, but he goes down. And now 9-10 is kicked into action. It's another kill, this time on Kesserado. And this is a 2v2 with 15 seconds left. There's a chance to plant the bomb, and Mazinho is going to lock that through, no issue.
Yeah.
This retake attempt sent through. Yuri's coming in. It's quick for Furia to try and get back into this one. One Fang left. It's Yuri going for it, trying to chop down. He will do exactly that on 9-10, but it's Fallen looking to close in the clutch, and he can't do it. That is a ridiculous round to let slip if you're Furia. Those are the rounds that can come back to bite you in the ass, and that's a round for the Mongols they just weren't expecting.
Yeah, that's the miscommunication, perhaps, or there are different philosophies how to play a situation from Cello and Art. If Cello swings out after Art gets that first kill, if he just keeps an eye on them, make sure they can't creep up on Art, that gets so much more dangerous. But what a way to break into a bomb site where it feels like you have no access, and Fallen just never expects that reswing. Big time clutch round from the Mongols, and they've got a second. And they've taken a lot of the money and a lot of the danger away. And Art never saw the cross from the off. Slow. And there's Blitz from the underground, and they know there's one more.
Yeah, Kesserado, good luck. It is not going to happen for you. You're not getting out of that. That's 2 kills immediately. I like the idea of Furia have only got one weapon, of course, the premium rifle. So you try and boost it up, catch a player off guard. Then you maybe have a double setup in the underpass. But the other way it goes, if you don't see the player getting across,
yeah, that was weird.
Silly.
Art didn't seem to catch it on the jump up. Well, that's the rifle they brought into the round, so it's just pistols remaining, and that's a heavy investment. Art's sitting at $0 after that. P250 gets 1 kill, but it's Blitz and Senzu to clean things up, and we're all tied at 3.
I think you'll let the round prior, the round they should have won inside of the B-bomb site slip. It's fine. Those kind of rounds happen every now and then, but if you get a collection of those throughout this half, or you go on a bit of a streak of loss here, you'll start getting very frustrated if you're Furia.
Yeah, one more and it starts to feel like a tendency.
Yeah.
And then that creeps into your mindset.
Kerry trying to nip it in the bud early on. Here's his timeout. There's 30 seconds to have his say.
And you could tell from the interview with Gary, he's got those previous losses, those previous eliminations from these championship events on his mind from last year's IEM Katowice, last year's IEM Cologne. Furia's here for payback.
Hopefully not rolling it back. Yeah, DeFrag is Techno. The rest of his teammates around him doing all the work needed. Fallen going for the mid pick. Oh, nice shot. Quick from Fallen. He'll get out of there too. He disengages.
On the aforementioned Techno as well, so he'll have to sit things out for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yuri's looking over a gap in the smoke to see if anyone's creeping up catwalk quickly. And once again, Mongols is taking a slow approach to this. They've gained control of top mid, behind the boxes, behind the cart. And a follow-up window smoke is going to allow them to progress forward. But a shifting defense from Furia. They've relocated the Oppa Fallen over to the B halls with a deep angle, which allows that M4 and Cello to be much more mobile on the map and be very reactionary. It's a lot of information. With Fallen with this deep angle, Art's pushed into Palace. They kind of have an idea of the extremities.
Keserado's timing is he just looked out, but he'll come back this time to a kill on Mazinho. But now he's stuck. Now he's in a position where he's burned out a spot. He has to smoke off himself and get out of there. And that does give position to the Mongols.
And they've dealt with this off angle before. That's when it was a ramp though. Art's going to be neutralized. They should be able to at least get a bomb plant with cover. They want to control CT spawn beforehand. And Art doesn't make his move. He comes in late and the bomb goes down. Blitz has got the trade kill, but it's going to be a tough post plant.
Yeah, it was close to denying that plant from happening, but what a shot from Blitz through the connector. takes out Fallen with ease. And now a 3 versus 2. It is doable once again for the Mongols thanks to that headshot. Blitz is 9-4 right now, looking to push double figures. But the player with health is Senzu. Stuck in the shadows, but reveals his position. Now as he comes out of hiding, a triple kill. Senzu sends them to hell. What a kill on 3.
What a great sequence from Senzu. We just talked about it. You can get away with one round that you should have won at the B bomb site. This is the second one, and this is where it starts to feel really, really exhausting if you're Furia. A 4-on-2. And Senzu and Blitz just demolish them.
A shot back to CT, that transfer back over is just so sick from Senzu. And sure, his play is definitely the highlight of that round, but it's the Blitz second kill coming through Connector that really allows it to become messy. A second timeout used for Furia, and they are starting to get the shakes and realizing they're up against the Mongols again.
Yeah, that's like the first step to crumbling. This is when it all comes rushing back. 2 difficult rounds to win that Mongols turns on their head, and they've got Furia reeling. It's 4-3 and a half buy, a low buy, a decent enough buy from Furia. 2 scouts on the board, upgraded pistols.
Not looking pretty for Furia, that's for sure. Fallen going for a similar peak he did in the round prior with the AWP. This time with a scout, and he's smoked off. Not only that, but he's taking significant damage too, so he has to fall away.
Yeah, that last round as well was a 5-on-4 for Furia. Fallen gets that opening pick in the first 10 seconds, and they still can't convert it.
Just piling on the negatives, really. It's a sad time for Furia after what was a great start. They avoided Inferno. They're happy with that. But Mirage seems like a scary old affair too.
It's got one more smoke. It's over at the B bomb site though, and it shouldn't have too much of an impact based off where Mongols is heading. A split towards A. 2 players in Con, 2 at A ramp, 1 in Palace. They're being very cautious and taking their time.
Oh, Yuri. There's nothing he can do about that. Impaled to the face. Now Keserado standing on default, burned into the open. It's 1 shot for Keserado. What a second shot too. That's lovely. But Keserado eventually traded out. So that's the site collapsing.
My deagle don't work like that.
No, it definitely doesn't. Keserado has a little something special. Ooh, Senzu. He's in a position to deny everything here. Cello's movement actually has just cost him his life. Oh, yep, Senzu's life, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
And that's the kill for Cello somehow.
All designed, he gets an AK-47 out of it.
Yep. Sick, what an upgrade. But 5-3. And a nice shot from 9-10. The Mongols will be taking this.
Yeah, 2-round lead now, and looking good as well. It's going to be 5 in a row for Mongols. When does Furia get back into this game, this half? When do they snap back? They'll have another chance in this round. A saved AK-47 is going to help out down the road, but for now, everyone has plenty of money to buy up. Keserado passes an AWP over to Fallen.
Just think of Keserado as well, right? A player that has so much talent, has so much skill, has been offered multiple times the position at Team Liquid and has turned them down multiple times to stay with his Furia project. How disastrous would it be to come into the play in the Katowice, lose to the Mongols again, and face elimination on day 1? So much to think about, and Blitz has taken that mid-control already here for the Mongols.
Similar tactic, this time just one player coming from Con, but it'll be a split. Fallen gets unblinded, takes out Senzu. Big time fragger. This time the attack is getting stalled out and slowed down. Fallen with a pair of op kills, and quickly it's just 9-10.
Yeah, this was much better from Furia on the defense. 9-10 can do nothing about it. How do you come to the name 9-10?
I don't know. We should ask him.
Maybe it's his lucky number. There is another Mongolian opera called 9, right? So that's, maybe there's something in the water over there. Maybe the operas like numbers.
Sure.
And he's just playing against the numbers here. 55 seconds coming back through the ramp.
It's unique. There's no other player with a name like it.
Apart from that other Mongolian AWPer. And here he is. Nice shot on Fallen. Is there anything else for 910? He has got a little bit of utility. And a decent amount of time. Flash gets sent out. He dodges the brunt of it. And he gets into the smoke with Kesarado and Art close by. The trade should be instant. There's no kill in the first place. Art hits the headshot, and that is Furia winning 4.
Yeah, one more kill would have been really valuable there to take a few more weapons out of their hands. First time out's going to be used by the Mongols. 5 straight, finally stopped in that streak, and they want to talk things over. Fallen all the time in the world. Comfort back at Ticket. Able to shut down the hit. I mean, all things considered, Furia's done a decent enough job. As a lot of these executes come in, it's just some of those clutch rounds, like uncharacteristically, or maybe characteristically, losing pretty big advantages in 2 rounds. And that's what'll make this seem like Mongols is this close.
Yeah, and those are the rounds that really make you feel super frustrated. But if Furia can get through those, if they can still stand strong in this first half despite the many fumbles.
They've had 2 already. So one more, and it's starting to get rough.
We'll be on the lookout for it. And here goes 910 out towards the ramp, looking to open things up with that AWP. Nothing presented yet, but he goes forward. Each step he takes closer to connecting with a chance on Yuri, who currently hides in behind the triple box. The first fight goes down as Techno to get his first kill over on Cello.
And that pulls everyone away from the A bomb site. Meanwhile, they've crept up silently, quietly. Look at the position of Senzu. They have no idea he's this far advanced, and already they're smoked off in CT. Yuri's coming right through despite the low HP. But again, you never knew that Senzu was here.
The fire tossed out towards the ramp. Hazelon, a second player to come on over. And it's Kesarado who dishes out death on Mazinho. Fallen's turn from short to peek into connector, and he nails the shot into the chest. Blitz will fall, and now a 3v3 once again established. That bomb goes down, and Mongols must play this in the post plant. 910 scopes up towards CT. It's a strong position, and Techno, he's got the chance. He's got the chance to flank in. They know both players are towards CT, and it doesn't matter. 910 on the double, and it's Mongols up 6.
That positioning from Senzu, because Yuri's just playing without information at triple. He's just hiding behind the boxes, and that slow creep up with the cover of the AWP put him in a position that Furia had no information about. And just an easy kill on a low HP player who's coming through the smoke. And from there, the alt position just gets so much more powerful. 910 with all the freedom in the world, and once again, Furia forced onto the back foot. Investment from Fallen onto the AWP and M4 in the hands of Kesarado. But they don't got a whole lot of money and a whole lot to be happy about at the moment.
This could turn into a disastrous half, actually. P250. Rattling through that smoke inside a connector. It's Techno who comes out with the first shot, and my god, that's why you always buy a P250. Art gets a double lineup at short, and I don't know how that's happened, but it has. And Senzu makes sure that he pulls those numbers back again to an equilibrium. This shot from 910, Techno has to trade, and he does exactly that. You take a deep breath for just a moment, because the AWP for Fallen has come back over to this B bomb site, and Techno advanced into the market. It's a good position, especially with that flash. Oh, Techno nearly misses his opportunity. Detects Fallen, who goes into the window and gets dropped by the AWP. This is chaos, Jason, and I love it.
Yeah, that's Mongols. I mean, that could have been a disaster. The double kill from Art through the smoke with the P250, just able to spam and get lucky enough to find 2 kills. That could have thrown a real wrench in the Mongols round, but they say stoic, they say composed, and able to come right back into it. Good round from Techno. Triple kill for him in a half where he's struggled to start things out, but the last couple rounds have been quite nice. A couple important entries towards the B bomb sites.
It's about the Mongols B play now in this round. Looking to maximize the amount of rounds they leave this first half with. And Cello can often be a reliable secondary AWPer. Well, he's about to have a lot of targets to shoot and a lot to run away from. He's calling over that second AWP too to try and deal with the rest of the attack, and the utility just trickles on in. Fallen cannot strike, and the first player to hop out the window. But Mazinho is not so lucky. He will fall to the Brazilian sniper, who looks for another one. And this is a bit cagey from Furia, but they still haven't died. They still haven't fallen down, and this is perfect.
winning every fight without too much falling into the hands of the Mongols.
Yeah, the Ops did a great job of taking the sting out of this hit, but not again. Don't let them convert this again. 5-on-2, Senzu's got a double kill, and all of a sudden it feels a little bit more doable with what we've seen.
This will break Furia, surely. If they lose this kind of round again, it can happen. And Senzu's in the clutch. He showed a massive round earlier on in this half, but this time, Furia will take him down. It won't be the 8-4 half. Furia steal away another, and this game's full of excitement. This was meant to be a day of revenge for Furia, but so far the Mongols are ahead heading into the second half. It might just be a day of history repeating itself and a Mongols victory over Furia in the IEM Katowice play-in.
Yeah, and I mean the story of that first half is like two massive fumbles for Furia. This should be a game that's in their control with they're in the lead, but instead two huge mistakes and what a 4-on-2, like 2 4-on-2s I believe they lost. Can't be having that. They lure Mazzino forward, and that's an opening kill for Cello.
Furia certainly looking more sharp at the start of this pistol. Let's see what they've got against Blitz. It's another kill, this time from Cello. And Senzu sits back at Ticket. That's where his teammate was just a moment ago, but no longer stands. It's a corpse that litter the floor, and Senzu cannot get any kills of his own. He's desperately calling for his teammates to come back and help him. And all three of these CTs coming in from the same position. Furia are in pole position to take the pistol round here. It doesn't look like they're going to let this one slip. Anywhere near letting it slip. In fact, Art is just destroying them, going for the knife. It would have been the most Art way to kick off the second half, but not to be this time.
I respect it. I respect the attempt, lunging around the boxes. Senzu, a couple of nice shots, but that's all you can really get. There's a few highlights for the frag reel. It's a pissed around win for Furia to start things off in the second half. 6-7 as they close the gap.
Let's see if the Mongols decide to go for the force buy here. They seem a little bit more like the conservative kind of team though, so imagine they'd just go for the eco when the game is this close. But it's important that Furia win the pistol here at the start of the second half.
Especially with the lead for Mongols, right? Like 7-6 is probably going to tie things up now, but just make sure you preserve that economy going into the gun rounds. Make sure that first gun round is where you have the strongest possible buy. Don't over-invest here. They go for a stack at the B bomb site. Furia is going to attack the A bomb site, and that usually means a lost round for the Mongols.
Of course. But who knows if Furia?
Yeah, who knows?
Nice little deagle magic, but that's denied. As Senzu is the first player to fall on the defense of the Mongols. But what a day it's been so far here in Katowice. It's good to be back here at an IEM event. And we've seen some upsets. We've seen donk.
Not at all. We've run the full gamut of emotions today.
And maybe we'll even see a Mongols victory again over Furia.
We saw a heroic upset Astralis, Stabby and Yawn.
Yes.
Or Yawn. That's from this morning. Stabby and Yavi. Wow, I pulled a real fast one on me, didn't I?
That's okay. I think people love it. It's a good meme. It's a good meme. They might not like it, but I'd imagine everybody else does.
I blame Maniac for that slip up. That was his fault.
Yeah, Maniac's fault. Everything. I did like Yanko's one today as well. He called him Yawn.
Yeah.
You know, if he's having a bad game, he's a bit boring, you know, you can give him the Yawn nickname.
Sure.
Good stick. And here we go into...
We'll test drive it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But hopefully, he doesn't have a boring game tomorrow. That would be kind of sad. Astralis facing elimination. Here comes the play though. It's Blitz with the headshot. Cello taken out in mid. And that is going to be the Mongols' upper player in. Not only that, but they're going forward into B apartments. They're looking for another fight. They're not happy with just the early advantage. They want everything.
Yeah, that was making me nervous though. If they lost that engagement, all of a sudden you're giving away the advantages with a little bit more of unnecessary aggression. Look at this one. Blitz inside the smoke. Art and Fallen have gone right past him. When this smoke clears...
Hello.
Maybe even before that. Fallen close up to the smoke, can't convert the kill with the Galil, and it's all on K Serato.
Yeah, 1v5 for the big man. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. It will be very difficult to even get close to it. Stuck in the ladder room. The vent's unbroken. So that pathway is not going to be too easy for him. No one's giving a chance. No one from the Mongols overstepping, walking into his crosshair. They have the bomb. They know he has to come to them, and now his position revealed. 9-10 doesn't even fall. Just takes significant damage, and he will retreat, allow the rest of his teammates to engage the fight.
I feel like CS2 is such a bigger troll when you hear like an AK-47 get a dink.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know
You feel like he's not doing as much damage?
It's just always frustrating.
I mean, it's better than dying behind the walls, Jason. And
I don't know about that. I don't know about that one.
Dying behind the wall is one of the worst experiences. That's a sick mouse pad.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's very meta. I wonder if he has one for every map.
You know what I love about
I think he changes it if they play like Ancient. Yeah. He pulls out the Ancient.
Yeah, it's a full set of mouse pads.
That's great.
Maps.
7 mouse pads every event.
Oh, it would be so sick. But I do like the idea of like in football, you have like players will have personality with the boots, right? They'll have like their own custom boots or colors, etc. Sure. Counter-Strike players could do that with the mouse pads, you know?
It's unexplored territory.
Yeah, there's definitely something you can do that. I think Chopper has brought a sick anime mouse pad to the table today.
Yeah, Flusha had his lifted hat. That was great.
Yep. Good couple of lifts there. Can't believe Flusha won Katowice back in 2018. That felt like not so long ago, but that's a very long time ago now, Jason.
That was a beautiful game as well. Beautiful match played. 9-10 under pressure. Molotov's forcing him into the open. A standard A executed. Art closes the gap with the Tech 9. And that's it. Yeah. Theory, as long as they don't get any crazy kills through smokes at the moment. Blitz is just stuck in the corner as the Molotov burns. Another one comes in.
He's got protection. He's got like divine intervention. Somehow the fire doesn't spread to him, and now he just peeks out. There's a free kill. Senzu got one as well through the smoke spam. 3v3, we said it was done.
perhaps we're completely wrong here, because a couple of kills from Mongols have come back in, and they are once again setting their sights on a retake attempt. They've got the utility. The time is starting to run thin, and Fallen's kill might just help matters out here for the Brazilians, but that defuse, not like this, and it's stopped. Art hits the headshot, and a sigh of relief for Guerri as he goes over to the rest of his team. Fallen was the player that saved that one.
Yeah, but they almost got Mongols right back into that one. Like, you don't need to be aggressive towards jungle. Obviously, you have double Molotovs out towards that position. You don't think anyone's going to be there, but that kill through the smoke almost makes this very, very possible. Certainly makes Mongols consider the retake and actually come for it in a 3v3. And even after all is said and done, the smoke diffuse makes everyone nervous. It's tied up at 8.
After all is said and done, it is Furia ready to run and gun us towards this A bomb site. You know, it's a team that love to have the pounce, and that last round looked like it was over early on, but a couple of missteps. You can see Mongols are a team capable of punishing you. Utility going out towards this A bomb site already. No commitment yet, it's just kind of poking and prodding and seeing what you've got.
But they've been able to abuse this bomb site a couple times early on. These standard executes are getting what they want out of them, and again, Cello's going to test it. He's the only one moving forward. That's massive damage through smoke.
Yep, takes some damage through. He's down to 21 health. And Cello ain't stopping though. He's got himself inside of the smoke. Maybe he can wait out the fade on that and try and phase it into a kill.
Blitz has put himself in a really awkward position. Really awkward position where he had to worry about Khan. That smoke was going to fade. The smokes behind him were fading. Oh, and it's all come crashing down. Despite the initial lack of success on Cello's waltz through the A bomb site, he causes so much chaos that Mongols kind of lose track of what's possible on the map.
Great shot from 9-10. Sends that one across the map onto Art. Cello also falls in once again at 3v3 after initially being a perfect start for Furia. Fallen, he was the player to pull it back last round. He does it again here. Nice shot on 9-10.
And I think that's going to pull him back. Senzu's got to be really cautious about that lurk, even though Fallen's repositioning. He doesn't know it. So the save from Mongols and Furia grab a lead.
Haven't made it look too easy or comfortable, but certainly getting the job done.
Yeah, but the nice thing is they're having success at A.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing if you're Furia. You're like, okay, we've been cracking into this bomb site. That's something we can lean on if we ever get into a tough situation. We can continue doing it until they prove they can stop it, or we can come back to it later on.
There's such a sick shot as well from Cello as he's crossing over connector. Looked like he probably was going to go down because he's on low health, but nailed the headshot.
Yeah, and Blitz decided as well to go in towards Khan instead of going towards jungle where he could have been safe from both positions, and puts him in an awkward thing where he's got to think about the timing of two different smokes in front and behind him, and I think that's what gave Cello, despite low HP, a little bit of a jump in that fight.
So this is a timeout taken by the Mongols. It is their second used so far, and 2 of 3. And Guerri's going to take that chance to have his say too. Fallen, what a game he's having, huh? 13 kills so far. His second half has been very impactful across the last 2 rounds especially.
Yeah, he's gotten some critical kills. He's had some nice impact in the first half with the AWP, had a couple solid rounds as well.
And now for the Mongols, it's not too pretty. It's an AWP for Senzu, M4 for Techno, and the rest on pistols, in particular 9-10. He's down there on just the USP.
I think Senzu had 17 kills at the half.
So hasn't really got going too much here in the second. Here's the CZ though. That's Art walking right into it, going down, and what a shot from Senzu. Towards the back, it's a second. He's just destroying them. They can do nothing about it. Senzu has a triple in him, and Ketsurado left in a 1v5. He cannot win this. And that is the Mongols with 2 premium weapons. They just destroy Furia.
Yeah, what a reversal. No one's even gone down. You can all of a sudden upgrade and save so much money moving forward. 3 rifles recovered. Filthy sequence from Senzu.
There's your kills, Jake.
Yeah, just as we call him out.
He's going for it. He's going for that wall bang. Don't know if it's going to go through, but he's going for it. And Ketsurado, you got to feel like you know you ain't getting out of this one. You'll try, but they got you trapped in the palace.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just kind of like save this AK-47. See if you can take some guns away if they push into your position. But he's got money to obviously rebuy utility and drop a teammate over, which would be useful. Art and Cello sitting at very little cash, but Serrato's got the money to supply them both. If he gets that kill, I'll buy you dinner for the rest of the week.
Come on, Senzu. A little bit more to the right. A little bit more to the right. Oh, God.
Way off.
I don't even see any bullets coming through.
I don't even know if it works, to be honest with you. Someone probably knows. All right, late after the timer, Serrato escapes with his life.
He made it through. I don't get free dinner, but at least we move into the next round. And it's tied up 9-9. And you know what that means, Jason?
We're almost at 9-10?
We're almost at 9-10, and that's what we've all been waiting for, isn't it?
I mean, I guess we're going to be at 9-10 no matter what happens.
Yeah, true, but it could be 10-9, though. That's the problem.
Okay, so Mongols have to win this.
Yeah, if Mongols win this round, and it's 9-10 that does it,
sure,
this might be one of the greatest moments in Katowice history.
Yeah, it might be etched into the history books.
The Hall of Heroes lit up by 9-10. Here's Senzu going out short. Serrato coming back into the ramp. It looks like a pounce into the A bomb site yet again for Furia. Didn't go so well for them the last time around, but this time there's no Senzu AWP, but it's Blitz on the lineup. A double comes in, blinded and through the smoke. Techno will assist in furthering that, and we're at a 3v2 with Mongols having the advantage.
Yes, and Blitz almost able to get one more traded immediately, and then Mongols have it.
It's 9-10.
It's 9-10.
And you can't believe it. 9-10 is the scoreline. Mongols looking good. Double figures reached first by the Mongolian team. And Furia's money is starting to fall away. I'd say it has fell away.
That's important as well when you consider back-to-back rounds. The Senzu triple kill with the AWP in the previous round, and now this one where they've shut down these A hits that had been so successful at the start of the second half. All of a sudden, Furia's feeling like that's no longer the option for him. Where it might have been comfortable for some time, it's taken away now.
Well, Furia, they do have a B-rush in their locker. It can be a potent strategy. And Art actually gets beyond the Molotov, and while he's at the front of the attack, so you know it's an Art attack. Here he is. It's not worked out for him with the AK-47. You really got to hope for the hero play, and it hasn't happened. So this is about to be a meltdown in 11 rounds for Mongols.
Senzu has been awesome in this game. I mean, even with the slow start in this second half to a certain degree, now that he's picking it back up, some spectacular shots, some great sequences, stringing kills together. 23 frags for Senzu.
Just biding their time, but eventually the Glocks will topple at the hands of Techno. Two of them do. And Serrato eventually finished off. So 11 rounds for the Mongols. They are in the better position to repeat history in Katowice with another win over Furia. And that's the final tactical timeout being used here.
Yeah, the Mongols just seemingly just are able to just destroy Furia whenever they want. Now you do this again at Katowice, Cologne last year, now Katowice here this year, and all of a sudden this rivalry is feeling one-sided.
He couldn't really even call it a rivalry, right? It just becomes a Mongols free win.
It's all like when these scorelines happen and it's just 2 rounds away, like I can't ever stop my brain from just going back to the failed 4v2 at the B bomb site from Furia, the failed whatever it was 4v2, 5v2, yeah, at the A bomb site. It's just like those rounds that Furia lets slip away come back to haunt them, and it's doing it now again.
Well, a couple of rounds to go here for the Mongols to kick off their Katowice play-in with a statement win over Furia. They've got it out for a Brazilian team as Mongols. Last year it was Pain Gaming and Furia. And they're running it back in 2024. 9-10 goes to the top mid fight. Get that off out of there, and he can't do it. He cannot get away into the connector. It's Cello that removes him before safety is found.
Yeah, an advantage that Furia have to take advantage of now. 5-on-4 with a minute and a half left in the round. Complete mid control. Defense is split. Techno's playing on catwalk. Senzu's starting to get deep information down the B halls, but nothing's there.
Yuri creeps through the window smoke. He's got himself a decent position, but oh, Blitz, he could blow it open and doesn't look in the right position. So that has just given Yuri a free kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's the peak mid, right? He comes right into it and Yuri shuts him down. Now can they take this bomb site away? Zeno's the only defense here. Senzu finds a kill with the AWP, but is that enough? And the answer is no. Bomb site is overrun. Mongols are gonna have to play for the next round.
And this is now looking
like it's going to be right down to the final stretch, and that's what we're here for. And you know, we've been talking about a superstar today in the making, and that's Donk, right? The most celebrations were around the fact that he's 17 years old. Well, he's not the only team prodigy today, Jason. Senzu is having a masterful game here in the opening game against Furia, also 17 years old.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing the new generation, the next generation come in and just show display this level of play. It's awesome, though. I like it. 11-10 as the bomb goes off. Furia survive with 4 players, a little bit of money in the bank. That'll help out down the stretch. Problem is, because the Mongols won that round and got, what, 2 or 3 Furia weapons saved in the next one, that bolstered their economy so much as well. Both teams flush with cash.
Got a lot of options over on Mongols. Senzu showed us earlier on that he can shut down an attack on his own. And they've now got a double up setup between him and 9-10. So let's see if that double up setup is going to break Furia apart. Nice shot from Fallen, showing them how it's done, taking one of the snipers away.
Fallen invented that play.
You don't use your own spells against him. And now it's going to be Senzu out mid, looking for the pick, and he'll drop on back into the B-bomb side.
Yeah, that one hurts. That's a painful one to miss. That's the equalizing kill. Would have made them feel much more comfortable, but look at Blitz slipping the net. Yuri has no idea. He's about to be a freebie. Oh, I say that and I curse everything.
How has he managed to flick down there? That's sick from Yuri, and unfortunate from Blitz. Really should have got that kill, and that's 2 missed opportunities now for Mongols. They could have drawn this back into even a favorable position, actually.
Yeah.
And now they're down 2 players. Under a minute left. Senzu with a deep angle in the apartments, at least is gathering information there, but you're going to need some big fragging moments out of the Mongols players that remain on the server here.
It's all on Techno. He'll be the next contact. Inside the smoke as it clears. Goes 1 for 1. Senzu rotates over, but he can't go through the murder hole, and Cello's going to hear these footsteps through CT spawn, so Furia, easy option for them to just switch up and go to the B-bomb site. Plenty of time, calm and collected, situation under control. We're going to be all tied up again.
Senzu under pressure just for that individual fight inside of the site, and he ain't going to win it. He's going to lose that duel to Art, and it's 11-11, all tied up again. And let's take a look at the money when we get a chance here for the side of the Mongols, who call their final timeout of this game. No timeouts left for either side.
They want to have the conversation because Mazzino snapbought an M4 immediately with 4,200, and then looking down the list, it's like Techno's at 26, 910 at 3,800. They want to have the conversation if they actually want to invest here before committing to it. As Furia's gone on a little bit of a late run, 2 rounds in a row for them at the moment, but 4 players surviving in each of them.
This is the decisive round. These are the moments that will decide the game. And Furia have done well not to be knocked out because the Mongols were in a very good position, had multiple chances to really bring their hurt to Furia, but they've stayed in it, despite those rounds you brought up that they let slip in that first half. Furia have continued to stay competitive in this game, and they might be able to finally get Mongols off their back.
Oh, Techno pushing up with the SMG. A little bit of a distraction, swings too wide, and Fallen is starting to take advantage of these openings. Starting to really find advantages for his team. 9-10, the op can't respond, and a follow-up peek is ill-advised and punished.
3 players left for the Mongols, and the only way they win this is they stay put in that B-bomb site, and Furia run in towards it, but they have to adjust the defense, and Furia pump the brakes and realize they can go elsewhere based on those initial kills.
Yeah, this is way too long to have a 3v5.
Fallen, he's got that kill. If he was to lose a duel and it becomes a 3v3 off the back of that, after the start, that would have been a disaster, but Furia have stayed ahead here. And it does look good for them heading into the final minute.
It's by virtue of 2 picks in middle at the start of the round is like, okay, we have complete control, we have free reign. So you have players pushing up to gain map control and gain advantages to pressure or to move into step number 2. And then you have some players who can chill and be passive and wait for those plays that Blitz just made. Obviously Fallen in the ladder camp. And from here, it's just split defenders. 1 for 1 at each bomb site, and you better hope for something special.
Sprinting up short, Fallen
Has the AWP out ready to go. Here's the lineup, chance for Mazinho, but unable to sink any of those kills. There's damage again to Fallen, but it's Senzu who needs to go absolutely massive and only manages 1 kill. Mazinho on the other side of the map, 8 health, basically dead already, and it's Furia. Who would have thought it? Up 12 rounds first.
12 rounds, and there's no money for the Mongols. They only have a 2-round losing bonus, so they're only getting 2,400 in the bank. They're going to be sitting below 3K on all their players. This M4 is so important to save. Save it and drop it to Senzu.
I don't know if they're going to be allowed to do that. Here he comes. Art in behind. The timing just about works out for Mazinho. Just about allows him to get to safety towards T-spawn. Art is still tracking. I don't know if he's going to get anywhere near him in time. He would have to commit right now to staying on that path to go towards T-spawn, and that hasn't happened. Mazinho will save the M4, and like you said, you would have to hope that that goes into the hands of Senzu, not staying in the hands of a player who has 7 kills across this game.
Yeah, it's not even about the 7 kills, really. It's about just the hot hand, as you mentioned with Senzu. Like, just give it to him. No timeouts for Mongols to talk about this either. They've used all 3 up to this point, so they just gotta roll with the punches.
It's very rough for Mongols to deal with this, and maybe this is the inexperience. This isn't the team they brought to Katowice last year, right? You've seen significant changes since then, so it's not like you can call back on that experience to close these kind of games. They had the opportunities, but Furia in the better position. It's an underpass push coming in from Mongols, and Yuri decides to take out Mazinho at B, but there's 2 players in behind Yuri now.
Oh, they're going through that. They're going through that with the nade as well. Techno's got another one. Advantages there. And Fury is spread across the map. They have no way to take advantage of the information of such an aggressive push. They spotted 2 at the B bomb site trying to push, and now 2 coming up the stairs. But they can't take advantage of the fact that Blitz is alone.
Yeah, he's taking position inside of ramp.
This is the bomb on Fallen as well.
Oh, but it's the AWP in a close quarter combat against the MP9. This could favor Blitz in this fight, in fact. Fallen has been so impactful, and he continues to do it again. Another kill, an essential frag, in fact, coming in from Fallen. But he's held back behind the fire for the time being. He needs to allow the other pieces on the board to move for him.
And this is where you just talked about experience. Furia is going to pump the brakes. They're going to slow this down. They're going to make Mongols really consider the entire map and see if anyone's going to be caught out in the open. Anyone's caught out shifting to a new position, a new bomb site.
40 seconds. Still plenty of time here for Furia. And they're starting to second guess the B play. Techno has drifted a little closer towards the market, but he's thinking about going through that murder hole, and Fallen's gone down to Senzu. There's the timing on the peak from Techno, and Kesserado left in a 1v3. 24 seconds left. Would have to dive down, collect that bomb, and look for the plant. They're all coming in from triple. And he's got himself 3 players to take out. Bomb plant is going to go down here just about for Kesserado. He's not able to do it though, and we've got to go to overtime. This show is not over, and the Mongols continue in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the Mongols as well. That's some composure. Nobody peeking, nobody overextending, finding some really, really nice timings on those pushes through. And they've got a second breath of life. As it seemed like Furia gained control right at the end, the Mongols are able to respond. And we continue with bonus rounds.
Why not? If you have a grudge match, let's go all the way. Let's get as many rounds of this as we can. Best of ones can end pretty quick. We got to witness that. 13-0 in the game just previous, with Spirit winning 13-0 over Apex. Now we're getting the opposite. We're getting every round of regulation and even more with that. And the Mongols, when given the chance to go for the double up setup, Jason, they've gone for it again here.
Yeah, it didn't work out. It didn't work out the last time. Granted, 9-10 got aggressive on A ramp and picked off, so maybe we just didn't see what they can do with it. But this time as well, heavy investment in OT.
Double up setup for both teams, even the T side rocking one here. Art and Fallen picking up the double snipers. Not the most standard play on the T side.
No, certainly not.
But Furia ain't the most standard team.
Yeah, and Fallen's been so impactful down the stretch of this game, just finding his opening kills with the AWP, finding his critical impact kills with the AWP. Let's see if he can continue that in overtime.
Oh, they've left an AK in spawn too if they wanted to change that out. Having all the extra cash to play with in this OT rule set. Here goes the smoke. Out towards jungle and connectors, covers off that area, and the Molotov towards top stairs.
It did exactly what Fallen wanted it to do. Look at all the utility it baited out. Counter Molotov, counter nades, counter smokes coming in. Used a lot of utility at that A bomb site that now the Mongols won't have at the closing stages of this round. Fallen picks up the bomb from T-Spawn, and Furia heads right back to the A bomb site.
They were finding success towards A. Early on in regulation, they go for it again.
An AWP and an AK and just dropped out for the AK-47.
Yep. That's all that extra money. He's like, all right, I'll go for it early. If it doesn't work, we go back to the AK. And Cello, what a shot. Senzu stood no chance.
No, that sucks.
23 seconds. Bomb, or rather HE grenade, blasts open that smoke. Mazinho is taken out. Now 9-10 comes into play. In behind the triple boxes. It's a strong position for the sniper. What a shot. Flicked up towards Stair, but Kesarada comes back out of the palace. It is only 1 and 7 seconds left in limited time. The bomb plant in the open. Smoke cleared away, and so will the bomb plant. There's no chance here for Furia to get it done. It's just down to Techno to stay alive, and he does it on the other side of the map. That is devastating for Furia that the smoke cover clears away, and they cannot plant the bomb in time.
I don't know if I'm going to call that one like the third fumble of Furia in this game, but that's certainly really painful. The timing of that smoke, not having it as it clears. Clear line of sight from Catwalk, and Yuri can do nothing. Can't get off it fast enough. Heartbreaking for Furia.
And it works in tandem with that AWP flick shot towards Stairs too, because if that player at Stairs stays alive, maybe they can act as a body block, a distraction, and even possibly win that fight against a short player. So just an instant of motion going in favor of Mongols in that second gives them the round and now the lead.
A little bit more slow and calculated from Furia this time. Creeping up Catwalk is Art. Fallen gonna follow up behind him with an AWP. Peering over the smoke towards the A bomb site. Senzu's here. Timing is everything because he switched his view off Catwalk. Way too dedicated to the ramp. Maybe a little bit nervous because that's where Cello ripped his head off in the previous round. But another opening for Furia, and then they build upon it again.
Yeah, positional mistakes there for a Mongols, especially Techno. That moving too far into the open, gets taken out. And Art has a double off the back of that secondary ult.
And just look at what this has done. Like 9-10 wants to get aggressive. He does find a kill, but Fallen's got him boxed into the site. Just tags him, comes back, completes it with the second shot. And Mongols is being forced into moves they don't want to make, and Furia is ready for each and every one of them.
Oh, that's a shot and a half from Cello around the corner. Blitz really couldn't do anything, and now Mazinho on the other side of the map. You know, you hate to bang on about a player's performance and they're not having a great time, but it really hasn't been the performance Mazinho would like to see on his debut here in Katowice in 2024. 7 kills in the majority of this game now. His task is just to save that AWP over into the next round.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the experience that you touched on earlier too, where it's like you just have to have the knowledge that you're going to have bad games, and at this point, like someone just tell him, coach, any of his teammates, just like, look, we're in overtime. Like count yourself at 0 kills, because now that we're in OT, it's like you're going to have a chance to have an impact where you haven't previously, perhaps. Give us that one round when the opportunity is in your hands. We'll see if he can do it. 13 all.
Terrorists win.
And remember, all of the timeouts are used up in regulation of 3. We head into the overtime situation. We'll keep an eye on how that will transpire. If it gets messy, we'd love to rely upon the chance to have the coach talk again. And that's, again, where that experience comes through, of having Art and Fallen in the same team. Plenty of options you can go towards. And Art crosses out towards his top mid boxes in behind the smoke to allow him to cross.
Oh, I don't like this.
Posted up at B.
Oh, don't swing into it. He's got the deep angle, not pushing forward, so should be all right. But the Mongols have struggled so much when they've lost those opening kills, especially from Fallen. Fury has been able to really pick up the pain, build upon those opening kills, and exploit the map.
Senzu. Here he goes, flashed, dodges it with a quick movement into the left side just to get away from that flashbang effect, and then peeks out again for the kill this time on Fallen. And he's got Kesarada trapped in there, and that's significant because Kesarada has the bomb, Jason. And if he goes down, none of his teammates are close enough to really make anything happen.
Yeah, this is a bit dicey. Let's see what Senzu's got. Is he going to expect the peek from this side? He will now with that flashbang. He's been spotted out, though, and there's no escape from this position. Teammates got to do utility. It comes in quite nicely just as the Molotov starts burning.
Art's taken out, though.
But look at Cello's position. Here in window, this can be so painful. This is a pivot position for Furia.
Cello's got a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left in this round, and Furia only have 3 players left. Mazinho, this is your time. You all will be forgiven if you can impact in this round, but he's not able to do it. He goes down in what looked like just a sheer panic mode. With 19 seconds left, 9-10 is still over towards Ticket. He's not there alone. He's got 2 teammates beside him now, and Blitz is sent into the battle, into the fray, but Caserado on the double, followed up by Cello, and those are the moments of impact that can get Furia ahead in this one. Techno looking for the clutch. Right in front of him is Caserado, battered and bruised from his battles in this round, and so the spam through the triple boxes takes him out of contention, and it's Yuri against Techno. Has Techno detected the opportunity for him to be inside of Sandwich? He's limiting the positions. Yuri just sitting back, biding his time. Techno crosses over, in behind triple. What a shot and what a clutch for Techno. He has to get back to it. He picks up a kit, Jason. He had to run off to get a kit to get back to that defuse, but what a clutch from the young Mongolian.
In overtime, a 1v3 as well. And recovering a disaster of a situation because Furia knew they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the utility to block off any angles. They had to get aggressive and take over CT stairs. They do just that, but Techno has the rebuttal.
It's so sick that he's able to find the pathway to get that angle, to get that fight on Yuri. And you can see the happiness from Mongols. And
not enough happiness.
Oh,
that'll be the most critical thing I say about the Mongols. Not enough happiness for a 1v3 in overtime.
They exhibit emotions in different ways, Jason. All right, and that, I can tell you, that's just them ecstatic. That's them so happy that they went around that. Happiest moment of the day. 14-13, Mongols in the lead again. Techno hasn't had the best game either, Jason, so that's kind of crazy. We come to overtime, coming to the late stage of this game, and he's starting to get back into it.
All is forgiven with that clutch. 20-17 for Techno.
Oh, well, they're like, all right, Techno, screw you for winning that last round. We'll take you out in the most brutal way possible.
Yeah, I feel like he ate nades off 3 people. Like, the 3 people decided to just drop grenades on his position. Spamming through the smoke, won by Art. Blitz is down to 35. They'll set up a crossfire on each side of that smoke.
Good shot from 9-10. It rings out on Falling. Yuri looking to patch up and protect the connector, and he's done a pretty good job of getting a double, but eventually this fight comes in, and Art, he stinked him up, and eventually with the USP is able to finish off his prey. Senzu with the clutch ahead of him. He's had patches of form throughout this game, and a lot of kills, although not the outcome we would have hoped for in this round. So Furia back to winning ways after conceding a clutch against Techno.
Yeah, man, 9-10's just trying desperately to get away from that fight. Just desperately trying to get away from it. Good job from Caserado. They might have thought seeing Art in the ladder rune might have kind of ruined things. Yeah, look at all the utility that came in. They never expected Yuri to be to the left behind the boards. Double kill for him, and we're back and forth. $16 being the winning number you're looking for. Just like good old times.
Yeah, the good old days. We've got history possibly repeating itself today with a good old-fashioned scoreline. It's so hard to tell where this one is going to go. But if I had to place my my prediction on it, I feel like Furia have shown the edge. To try and get through this one again, and nade stack into the underpass. Blitz doesn't die.
Yeah, Techno didn't pass on the information. That's not a fun spot to be. Good return nade though onto Caserado. Sails right past his dome. Cello with the op. Spots one jumping down. They'll give up the angle.
55 seconds. Under a minute left in the round. Mongols starting to make a different play, congregating their forces over towards A.
The timing of Senzu's play is going to be everything over in ladder room. Is he going to try and pick off Caserado as he shifts over to the A bomb site? But also, depending on how successful this A hit in is going to predicate how aggressive or passive he needs to be.
Here's Senzu. inside of the ladder room, just waiting. Fights begin inside of the A site. Yuri dishing out death first. Techno able to reply. It's a swift reply on the trade on Yuri too. And that bomb is going to go down.
Art's so far away. Art's just now leaving the B hulls. He's going to have to come in late with the op in support.
Many of the Mongols players have taken a lot of damage, though. They're all pretty damaged up, and there is a couple of nades left for Furia, but that is the only utility they have. They do not have flashes, they do not have smokes, and that can really cause problems in a retake scenario. There's Art coming in late with the surprise from short. Senzu can't deal with it, but 9-10 and Techno, they certainly will. And it's now Art and Fallen having to pull this one off, and the time is ticking. The dying embers of this round as Fallen goes for the defuse, but he takes lead to the face. Art can't do anything on 1 health. He has to retreat, and you'll disengage from the fight. It's 15, it's map point, and the Mongols have a chance again to destroy the hopes of Furia and deliver a defeat at their feet.
Yeah, this is great from the Mongols. That's just well executed. A nice A hit coming in. They're kind of like creepy A hits where they gain a little bit more space before pulling the trigger on the actual execution. That's thrown Furia off a couple of times. One chance for Mongols to give Furia an opening loss here at IEM Katowice.
Wow, this is really impressive from the Mongols. They keep coming back with new players like, hey guys, we brought all of Mongolia along for the ride, and they just keep performing so well. Senzu this time is the revelation at 17 years old. 28 kills on the board. It was quietened off a little bit towards the later stages of this game, and fortunately has had teammates to step up in his stead. It's not done yet. Furia could go again. They could run it back. Another overtime.
Nice damage on that nade from Techno. Furia, meanwhile, has taken control of a ramp. Yuri's pushed down. Fallen's in support with the AWP. Good amount of information. The main thrust is going to come up con. It's K-Serato and Fallen to have the main defense on it. Oh, and K-Serato just looks away, but now Fallen pounces with the op. Out of Palace, this is your chance, and he's done it. Mazzino's helped crack open this bomb site.
Want to kill to fight for Mazzino. Limited kills, but impact felt. And that's Yuri inside of the ramp. Good headshot. Still doing everything he can to stay in the fight, but the fight looks like it's over. Cello has to clutch. And it might be a return to misery for Furia here in Katowice. Another defeat at the hands of the Mongols. They just cannot shake them off. They just cannot get rid of them.
It's going to hurt so bad. It's going to hurt so bad tonight looking back on this game. You've been thinking about it, the opportunity for redemption in the opening match of Katowice, and you've lost it. Cello goes down, and it's the Mongols with an upset. 16-14 overtime victory over Furia. It continues again and again and again.
1 year ago, they came to Katowice and they rallied support behind them. Everybody was excited about this new brand of Asian Counter-Strike that the Mongols were able to bring to Katowice. They made it all the way through the group stage last time, and Furia were the team they took down in the play-ins. They've done it again 1 year later with new players. Perhaps the Mongols are here to better the result from 2023.
And you can see it, the faces of Furia says it all, outside of Fallen, I should say, but everyone else you can just see. That one stings a little bit. That one hits the pride. You know, you can make arguments about the other ones. They got shocked, they got surprised, but this one, you know what you're getting into if you're Furia coming into this match. You've been thinking about this kind of revenge for a while now, and once again, the Mongols have your number.
They'll have to wait for another period of time before they get that revenge that they're so desperately hoping for. Furia cannot do it versus the Mongols.
No, they cannot. It is the Mongols and Techno who do it once again. Hello, congratulations. Some people would say this is an upset, but I feel like it happens too much that you win versus Furia to say that. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Everyone thinks about our team is underdog, maybe. Yeah, but we're preferring good. Yeah, you know.
I agree with that. Can you tell me something about Senzu in this match? Because he had a phenomenal game, and how has it been kind of integrating him into the team?
He's a genius, just a genius, yes.
Also, is he then giving extra calls and stuff that are extra smart, or it's just in-game that he's a genius?
Just one word, genius, yeah. He's a very good player, yeah.
Very good. Yeah, we saw it. Now, of course, last year you made history here. You made it into the group stage. Can we expect you to make it there again?
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Techno. Congratulations. They do it again.
Yeah, once again, the Mongols proving the kryptonite of Furia, netting the hat-trick here at the Intel Extreme Masters, doing it this time last year, then again in Cologne, and once again in 2024. And I think Techno put it best. Senzu, an absolute genius on this map as well, almost dropping 30 kills and doing it 30 for the Brazilians.
Yeah, he was incredible, and he was the latest addition to the team in place of Hasteka, and I just, time and time again, the Mongols find, you know, another diamond in the rough to add to the team, and yeah, he was so sharp in this game.
There's a certain amount of overthinking that's coming out of Furia, and I'm not exactly sure whether it's because it was this Mongol matchup that we were talking about, how complicated it is, or if it's just a statement of underconfidence that they are in. Like, they have zero confidence. They were misplaying situations time and time again. And on the side of Mongols, you have to give it to them. Simple Counter-Strike, simplicity, efficiency, the retakes, nice grouped together, not too fancy, not too complicated, good trading, good pathing. That is how Counter-Strike is supposed to be played.
Yeah, and on the inverse, Furia just looking so disjointed, particularly as we moved into the OT. There was one retake that Furia were trying to put together that was just like, where is everybody, right? Everybody's at opposite ends of the map, really just not communicating with each other. And we should expect more coming out from them.
Yeah, it was disjointed and it was uninspiring, to be honest. I mean, this is a map in which Furia won both pistols. You know, we already had a couple of games here, best of ones, the Australia Heroic game, where we say, you know, that is really tough to sort of come back from, and Furia couldn't close out the game. You look at their CT side as well, it's a lot of just standard openings, you know, time and time again. Yes. No really something to throw a little bit of spice in, which we saw immediately from the Mongols in the second half with some aggression towards B apps, right? And it wasn't like the Mongols aren't a team that does something super unorthodox or cheesy, right? You look at the first two gun rounds on their T side, they're just defaulting, right? Taking map control and then splitting a bomb site and just being one step ahead of Furia.
Yeah, let's flip on back over to that first half, because there was a really cheeky 2v4 that the Mongols managed to get away with. What was going on here? Okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, in this round, you can see they're in a pretty bad situation. Like, this is some incredible shots from Blitz, right? He has to swing, and now they're in a 2v3. And Furia, again, as you said, Fred, they're taking a lot of time. I mean, Cello about to use his utility. They're coming from two different directions, and Sensu is just left to his own devices here. I think he panics a little bit because of the spam, decides to swing 3 insane shots and just does it on his own, really. And this was a round that Furia really couldn't afford to lose a big one in the first half.
I would love to pounce on Furia on here, but I really think it's an incredible display from Senzu, most and for all. Like, when he gets pammed through and he just wide swings, gets the immediate double kill. But I agree with Yenko. I think it's uninspired on the side of Furia, and the very simple, efficient principles of Counter-Strike of today's meta aren't followed, so you end up in a weird sort of in-between where everything they do, which is a bit built, is very complicated, is overcomplicated, and when they try and play simple, it doesn't work out. It's like solo aggression, very much outdated, and they get punished very rightfully.
How would you kind of characterize Senzu in this instance? Because it's probably one of the first times that a lot of people are actually going to be seeing him, you know, performing at a big top-tier event.
Yeah, this round was also massive. I mean, in the second half with the AWP, so just fearless, really, and not overthinking it. Just sort of going for it and trying to make plays, and he did make plays, but I don't know, for Furia, it's just another disappointing round. There were flashes of some good play here and there, T side, some, you know, nice rounds, really, that are really well thought of, but that doesn't matter when you get a 5v3 and then you're sort of so slow, and in the end you run out of time. You look at even the details where every time the Mongols, they would plan sort of wide for that cat plant, so you don't get spammed for cat. And Furia in overtime, I think first or second round, that's exactly what happens. They have an advantage, but they run out of time because the bomb gets killed.
Yeah, it feels like this Furia currently, if things do not go according to plan, I think we had a couple of examples of round that were complicated but went according to plan and it was fine. But if they don't, they're not able to keep up with what's happening in the round. You talk about this bomb plant situation being caught out. Yeah, a little bit of delayed in the execute. You have to wait out, trade out. And then you start planning for sure when the smoke is going out. This, like, that's the middle grade mistake.
You know what this is? This is trying to play both styles. Right? Because this fight, you know, playing it slow when you have an advantage, that's like what Fallen likes to do. And that makes sense, especially, you know, against teams who like to re-push, re-aggress. You sort of take your time, especially when there's a lot of time on the clock. You don't need to rush the situation, right? But if you're not really practicing it all the time and getting used to it, then players feel like they're just not doing anything. And they're not really confident when the time does get, where there's not that much time left to finish these rounds, and they start getting lost and they're not covering each other. Everyone's looking everywhere, and that's when mistakes happen, right? Because there was no commitment to sort of playing this way. That's why there's still no confidence in these players to execute it.
Well, with that victory from the Mongols, that does wrap up the best of ones here at IEM Katowice 2024. As over on the B stream, the action has also concluded there. Virtus Pro, there's probably no surprise. Pretty much trounced Rooster. I think that, is actually some logic in the chaos of today.
Yeah, I thought Cloud9 Rebels would go this way as well. So I was very careful with the term logic and what should happen, but VP got the job done.
And that does set up our games moving on into this evening and, of course, to tomorrow. For the Mongols, they got to take on Spirit. Ooh, that's
Donk versus
so
Senzu.
Nice. Yeah.
Let's see it. I wouldn't underestimate the Mongols. I'm telling you, they're also deep into the season as well compared to the other teams, so it can be dangerous. That lower bracket, though, was brutal on the Group A. Well, actually, there's no groups, just what we had on the A stream.
Loads of matches. Furia Apex, who's coming out on top of that one, considering Apex is yet to post a round?
It's got to be Furia at this point. It's got to be Furia. Like a weekend wouldn't Apex showing up here with Sticker as well standing in. There's really no storyline for me to grab onto.
Gamer Legion versus Virtus Pro. I think logic would entail that VP will be going
Send VP to the group stage.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, I think so. But Gamer Legion is one of those teams that has maintained some sort of results post the major, right? And that was after losing their 2 players. So they constantly, get a couple of wins. They were 1 win away from making the playoffs in Cologne, right? Like falling in the final game. So I think we'll see. Maybe they can put up a bigger fight than we expect.
Yanko, I have some good news for you.
Woo!
Best of ones are over, baby.
Nice.
Just best of 3s.
Get him out.
Here on out. You know what? I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Trace, Stunner, Saranthus. We got
in not so capable hands of Josh Steele.
Heroic. Are you staying, Yanko?
Y'all just all leaving. You're leaving me here.
Yeah, finally.
Actually, I hear you're a host now as well.
Am I hosting the next segment?
Maybe.
Let's send Trace back to the hotel.
Let's get into the game. Big versus Heroic after this break.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God! Fanatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? That's looking great. Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on! Reacts faster, twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
For you, coming into Katowice, you already said with me when we were on the chair, right? You've got high hopes, you've got high confidence with this. Realistically, right, what are your expectations for the team? Where's your goal set?
We already talked about these goals, but I would say we don't have any goals to this tournament, I would say. But I believe we can be in Spodek. I will tell you a nice story from yesterday. I came here, I didn't have any excitement in myself. When I came to the hotel, I saw Spodek from the vision, and So I just finally, after 2 or 3 months, I get this excitement with myself that I really want to win it. I didn't have it for a long time.
What's it like for coming back to Katowice for you guys, where you think how it was last year, right? And I know it's not the results you wanted, but how far you went. You have to set your expectations differently now?
I mean, yeah, of course. We are a new team, but I talked with Saw as well, and last time they were in Kato, they were in the final, but it was ESL Challenger. And last time we were here, it was Kato final. So this time, maybe a new final.
Okay, so you got that level of confidence?
I don't know. I'll take one step at a time. Yeah.
So first step, all right, getting this team working, getting it all together. How far away do you think that is?
I think we are growing every single day. But I think it's gonna still take some time because it's new for all of us, and it's not like we want to be the new Heroic or new Ins or new Apex or whatever pre-seed. It's all so many different teams, so we want to build our own stuff here, and it's gonna take time.
Well, Heroic is about to play Big in a best of 3, and I've got Tissus here. But I can't talk about Big yet because I just have to ask how good it felt to beat Astralis earlier.
Yeah, that was a good one. It was very enjoyable to play, at least, and like coming over the finish line was a really good feeling. So it's a little internal battle there.
A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
But aside from the fact that there is the internal battle, of course, and the history, we know Astralis played really well at Blast. So were you surprised in kind of the cadence and the synergy that you found as a team on the server for that game?
Well, I'm not surprised, but I think I'm very happy that we're showing these signs already. We had really good talks after the tournament in Copenhagen. So like I kind of I hoped, really had a big hope for that we're gonna show up like this, and we did. So just good progress, and yeah, Astralis did really well in Copenhagen, but I think we have a higher skill ceiling that people don't realize yet.
We'll hope to see it here. You're up against Big. Of course, you didn't have the greatest time versus Big at Blast. What do you think was the issue there?
Yeah, I think there's many things to think about it, because like we evaluated all those games, and I think that we're struggling to be kind of honest with each other. But now like everyone is much more comfortable and being able to reset during the game and after between the maps and all these things. So I think that's one thing that we have improved a lot on afterwards, and I just think that we are in general more comfortable with each other around the team.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, the word heroic and comfortable, I don't know if those have been going hand in hand here very recently, but today, that is a different story. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. My name is Trace, and I'm welcoming you right on the desk. I'm not alone. Wouldn't want to be here alone, I don't think. I think that sounds rather scary, to be completely honest, which is why we brought in Maniac and we made him work all day long. And then, a very special surprise here in the very middle. We're looking at a man named Josh Nissan, or Steel for short. How you doing, Josh?
I'm good. What's up, Twitch chat?
they are definitely out there. Matthew, what do you see about today? What are you looking at? You saying like, okay, we got a whole bunch of Counter-Strike to play.
I mean, I'm looking forward to see you back on the desk as well.
Oh, okay.
Be back, right? Yeah. Fresh faces as well. Fresh energy with still coming in. Kind of compensate your whatever it is happening over there, you know?
What do you mean? I came up here, I dropped my phone on the ground. Like
exactly. It was like 10 seconds.
Nightmare fuel. Speaking of which, let's talk a little bit about this game and how we ended up in, I guess, where we are now within Big and Heroic. Maniac, what did you see earlier?
I mean, it starts with a crazy upset, right? A romantic story. Heroic beating Astralis. Obviously, a whole lot of feud going into this matchup. Best of one. And I would argue Big are the benefactor of this entire story here, which is Heroic beat Astralis in the best of one. We know how upsetty it can get, and now you get to play them in the best of 3, a brand new team with a shallower map pool. If you're burning international gaming, alles gut.
Alles gut.
Yeah, I would consider the Heroic win against Astralis to be an upset as well, but we're going to see Heroic going up against Big, and this is a rematch from just a week ago.
Yeah.
And just a week ago, it was a really tight series as well. We saw 2 overtime games, and a third map was pretty close as well, like a 13-9. So it could go either way here.
Yeah, in this Copenhagen game, I think Heroic called Big in a sort of a sleepy state. They just had got beaten down by VP. Big took a little while to warm up as well in the first map. Vertigo, they got go away to Heroic, which is supposed to be a big stronghold. I don't expect this game to be that close. I think
really,
yeah, I think Big shook the, you know,
the cobwebs.
Exactly, the cobwebs was the rust. You know?
Yeah, the rust. Yeah,
I would go the other way. I would say Heroic is going to be in a prime position because one, it's a rematch, right? So usually when you have the rematch,
this is great. I have to say, this is pretty good. It's Maniac.
I love that.
Tell me about the cultural impact of this image.
I mean, there's a whole lot of ink that can be printed on that one. No refunds. Thank.
Some good merch, actually.
It's not bad. Yeah, as obviously we're sitting here talking about the different look of these teams. You know, we come out of what was a holiday season, a break, we get roster shuffles, changes, and now we find ourselves looking at some of those changes.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing Heroic with a new roster, and they're going against Big, who's, you know, been together for a while. But going back to what I was saying earlier, they get to play the rematch. They narrowly lost the last time, but this time now they get a little bit of a, you know, jump on Big, and their style, I think, is going to work really well. This big upset against Astralis, I would consider an upset. This big upset, it means that they're going to be maybe a little bit more momentum, and it'll be good for them.
Maniac, when I heard someone backstage say that Big is a boring team to watch.
Who said that?
I'm not snitching. We're not snitching around here, but I am asking you, what are they talking about? Why would they think that?
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all.
I'm just saying what they said. You know,
I don't think they're boring. I think if anything, they can be a little bit messy. Sure.
Okay.
So if you like your room tidy up and all that, maybe watching Big is not exactly your type. But I don't know. I think they have a little bit of excitement to it now. I mean, the first game they had, Pros just went completely ballistic. That was great to watch.
Yeah, the numbers aren't going to lie. Neither is the map veto. We got a best of 3 on our hands.
I want to see if we're going to get different maps from the Copenhagen matchup, because I don't. Okay, so that's the same map pick coming in from Heroic that they lost, by the way, in Copenhagen, 13-9, and then Big went for Vertigo at the time. I think they could just, you know what, walk the walk, pick it again, and that's what they do.
I was actually thinking earlier, would it be surprising to see an Inferno maybe floated even? Because like
by Heroic,
like ban Mirage instead, like even Big Clan, but it doesn't matter.
So,
we're gonna see that the same games.
The only issue that I have, because I know what you mean in terms of like Heroic catching fire today, they had just an amazing win versus Astralis. You have nothing to lose as a new team. The problem is it is a brand new team, and I struggle to see how you can match up against someone that's arguably way more organized, more tenure, and you're gonna do it back to back in best of 3s. Like, don't get me wrong, there's quality in the roster, but if they were able to actually force Big into 3 or even beat them back to back, that would be solid.
I agree with that, but I think the style of them just interrupting the Big's plans, and Big is all about their start around plans. They look really shaky in the mid rounds, and they look really bad when they have to do an endurance race. Right. The longer the game goes on, the worse it is. So if Heroic can make these big plays, they win or lose off of those big plays. Pushing around, getting the info, containing them.
Yeah, and well, we're gonna have to.
As we try to contain yourself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold it all in. We got just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ready to get into the game, gentlemen. I know where your hats lie. I know where your allegiances are, but really, let's get down to the Counter-Strike. They're gonna do something really unorthodox today. You ready for this, Josh?
Let's go.
This game is brought to you by Moses and Scrawny.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. It's Trace bringing up allegiances. I say out the window with the allegiance, baby. Moses and Scrawny hasn't been heard since 2019. At the very, very end of that year, the world's changed since then, Jason.
It has changed a lot since then.
Yeah.
We're back, baby. That's all that matters. We're back. Big and Heroic are back. A little bit of a rematch from last week. This is to move on to the group stage of IEM Katowice. A nice best of 3, and let's see what they got.
Yeah, Big obviously making, I'd say, like relatively comfortable work of Ents at the start of the day. And, well, we know what happened. The upset of Astralis.
Yeah.
Were you in that camp coming into this matchup, the Heroic Astralis one? Were you convinced by them back last week?
By Heroic or by Astralis?
By Astralis.
I liked what I saw. I don't know if I was like convinced so much, but I liked what I saw enough to think that they have a chance at going deep, and they still obviously do. This is a hiccup. We're going to see hiccups in new lineups. I'll tell you what, though. I didn't like this Heroic roster whatsoever. They caused a nice little upset to start the day. So now we get into it. Now we get to see what they've got.
Come on, Heroic. You telling me just that best of 1 upset didn't get your blood flowing? They lock in a chance versus Big. And again, this is a rematch from a week ago. So let's get into it. The grueling action that could be.
On Nuke as well. Oh, the duelie's pushed up along the wall.
Crimbo loves him, doesn't he? No flash for this. Just the 1. He's opening the ramp room, B site. We got a player down here, but Montu's about to have his hands full. We have another set of Berettas, of course, is Prosis. Oh, what is this? Doesn't even get a peek. Doesn't even get a piece. Prosis going to get his duel down towards control stairs, but it's a good trade train back and forth. 3v1 for Heroic. And all is looking good towards the B site. You know, this is early days for a Heroic team that, even if you don't like them, I would say I was kind of down. I think that, again, they're making the best of a bad situation.
Sure.
Of the dismantling that was Heroic. When I saw this org, I was like, okay, two maybe off-the-radar pickups in Nikadaws and Kixan, and 2 pickups that I rate with potential.
I have sympathy for the situation, you know? I don't judge them for what they've brought to the table. I just look at it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if this is it. I don't know if this is going to cause damage. But, I mean, I guess that's the kind of thing they're playing for at the moment, is establishing this team and trying to show what kind of longevity they might have. Kind of starting to try and show what kind of a peak they might be able to get to in a month's time when the major comes around.
Yeah. They got a lot to play for around the corner. Lots to play for right now. I think getting that best of 1 upset is the greatest way to start the day. But now a real opportunity at hand with a pistol on the T side of Nuke. To write them off would be foolish. To think they'd find success this quickly would also be foolish. So ball's in their court. Matu on the scout, Crimbo and Prosus MP9s. And Crimbo's going to play the same angle. Oh, no, excuse me, a little further back, deeper on ramp, and with support this time in Montu. So if they wanted that ramp room a second time, feels like Heroic would get 1-2'd by the SMG scout. They've done a good job of avoiding that one threat.
Tabson sees the information on a little gap, is able to drop the smoke as well. Tessus doesn't pick up the pressure to try and challenge. So Heroic, for the moment, content to be slowed down. And looking towards door, an open choke point. Smoke towards Mini, Molotov on top of Hut. They've got some safety to start creeping out. Nerds, oh, he doesn't want to mess with that fight. You know it's dangerous, can't track the SMG.
Dude, the wide swing MP9, and he grabs the AK, gets it back into the sight. Sin with hands on it. And of course, still the potential heaven and ramp threat. What was once that ramp setup, now trying to split back in. Secret player and Tabson also pushing around. So a little damage.
Those drive-by MP9s, man.
Kind of nasty.
They're so rough.
Especially with the 5-7 up close for the jiggle beat.
Yeah.
Bro, you know you're done.
Both of those fights suck to take.
Yes. Yeah, both at the same time. Grueling. But all things considered, good response from Heroic.
This could get interesting, though. Big setting up for some exit kills, and it looks like Heroic's actually going to evacuate back towards the lobby, so it's not the worst position in the world to get a couple of extra kills, a little bit of extra pain inflicted onto Heroic, even in a victory. Tabson can't get it done. Mantu's up next. A tag. One more to the dome. Good trade in the explosion. They're not going to fall prey to it, so 2-0.
Yeah, 2 alive, 2 AKs move forward. You know, not the cleanest of conversion rounds, but sometimes you hit a speed bump and just keep going. And in this case, I don't think they'll be too upset with themselves. I expect a sloppy game, Moses. I almost called you Launders, I'm not going to lie.
That's fine. It's, yeah, you're going to do it once or twice, I guarantee it.
Out. It's like, you know, Mohan, Moses, the first syllables there.
Yeah, don't call me Launders. Call me Mohan.
Okay.
That's what I like.
All right. I'll try my best. Jason. So weird. MP9 of Crimbo, of course, the one piece kept by the big camp.
Outside again, I was going to say. Tessus is doing that same walk along the smoke that we saw in the previous round. Didn't actually do anything with it once he got down to secret and was spotted, but this time might be different. He's got an AK, though, so he's got to be careful about overextending.
Crimbo is somebody who I expect bigger things from. Obviously, there's this whole conversation around his potential as like an international player one day. Bad flash.
Well, he missed the lineup. He even lined it up. We even saw it in his POV the whole way. I was like, what a nerd having that perfectly lined up. Yeah. And then he muffed it.
Which is even worse, because now you're a nerd, but you're not even good at it.
Yeah, you're the worst nerd in the server.
Also, Crimbo still goes for it, you know, like a good teammate, tries to take it onto his own shoulders, but dies empty-handed. Luckily, P250 with the one.
It's because he knew he could blame Tabson. At the end of the day, he was like, I'm going to go for this. Yep. And if I don't get the kill, it's Tabson's fault.
Playing without responsibility. Poor Prosus, back sight. Tabson goes and grabs the MP9 out of Crimbo's clammy hands. AK upgrade. Again, we're talking about exits. We saw a couple go down in the previous round, but Heroic looking for strong. Yes, all good. Matu to hit the dirt and Heroic to hit the highway. 3-0 start T-side, their map pick. It's going exactly how they would hope.
Yeah, I mean that win over Astralis, I mean, certainly kind of put out the red carpet for them to just kind of stroll down into the next stage, which is absolutely magnificent. Big's no pushover, as they obviously had to compete with them last week, but man, you got to be happy that upset really set you up nicely to get forward. 3-0. Ops in the hands of Mantu.
Where's he posting it?
A lot of misutility from Tabson so far.
Yeah? You gonna throw him under the bus like that?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I expect more.
Good. Yeah, no, you should. I mean, prior to the groups last week, he was having a horrible month, uncharacteristically. Oh, Crimbo, that crosshair wasn't on him, right?
That works.
That was just full jumping inaccuracy that gave him a dink on the guy that was in the fire. I'm pretty sure.
We'll give it to him. It was cool.
I mean, you're the one who's supposed to have the eagle eyes. You tell me what the hell just happened.
It didn't look great. It didn't look like it was on him, but we'll give him that dink.
Okay, I heard a dink, and the guy not in the middle of the screen falls over. Tabson rotating downstairs, making sure to plug that gap that was on secret. And so as far as Big are concerned, excellent first gun round. Crimbo, little pressure on the ramp. Manages it with ease. Drops bomb, but doesn't also overcommit to all this. Just kind of lets it slide back. Heroic are going to have to burn a lot of time getting this bomb back. Cautious that there's this threat around any of these corners. Not the case, though.
And there's been plenty of time. There's already a defender down at the lower bomb site, so Big is ultra comfortable. tabseN just playing in a really safe position if they do commit here, playing for the post plan for his teammates to come over, and this is really one of the only options left. But there's 3 players that are going to be quick to be here. Oh, that's a nasty peek. Straight up. Didn't expect Sin, who doubles after that. And it's a first round for Big's defense.
Poor Process. Hanging off the top of the door frame.
When you get peeked like that, that's a bad feeling.
It's kind of disgusting.
It's a bad feeling.
You think you're sly. You think you're cool hanging around on top of a hut.
Here we go. Let's check it out. Not on him, not on him, not on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's crazy because it's like he flicked one bullet and went back.
And it's just the first bullet dink, right?
What if his brain processed the fact that he dinked him that quickly with Molotovs down beneath him on his feet, which
that guy's
therefore
burning.
get the kill? So Crimbo knew that guy was already dead even though he was still running. Look at this. What if he flicks headshots and lets the fire get the job done? Do we give Crimbo that much respect? No, he's panicking.
He's panicking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the, oh God, I missed the timing. I need to get the hell out of here. And then it's the gift on the way out.
Yeah. The lizard part of his brain did get that headshot though.
But we take those.
Of course.
Any day of the week.
Bro, if there's 3 guys running at you and you're inside that ramp room, anything you get, you walk away with head held high.
All right, 3-1. Mac 10 on the board for Tesses. For Kixon. And it's looking to be an upper bus, already headed towards door. Flashbang's utility to the upper site, and there's tabseN. Utility might not be on point, but that lineup sure is.
You're not getting in. Door shut, in your face, slammed on your fingertips, and just the life of Heroic gets drained in that moment. Everybody's just, Christ, minute and a half. Maybe you find a pick elsewhere, but I do think that, I still rate Big highly in these sorts of moments. tabseN runs a tight ship. And in the Sin/Process department, when it comes to the frag struggle that has been, that's one thing. But I think in terms of like making glaringly obvious mistakes, giving their opponents just a thread to pull on to unravel setups, that's not the boat I put Big in.
No, I mean, that comes down to the leadership, right? That's just been there for ages. That Gobby and tabseN working in tandem have just been like tactically so on point over the years, utility on point over the years. So, I mean, you're exactly right. Those fundamentals of the game are something those two harp on for sure. Say that. tabseN's broken ankle. But still, like, if you're Heroic, the worst part about that is you use all your utility on that upper exec. You use Molotovs, flashbangs, smokes to get in, and tabseN just shuts you down, and then this is the result. You have 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, 3 on 5, and you have really no options except to save the weapons and try again.
Just like that, you're toast. Luckily for them, Big, gonna come hunting. Let it slide. Try it again. This one far too easy. Nice to see tabseN, I think, get a couple kills early on in this game. Again, just,
When's the last tabseN game you saw? A tabseN pop-off?
tabseN pop-off? Last week.
Last week?
Yep. I want to say particularly on Ancient versus someone. There's a lot of Counter-Strike.
There was a lot of Counter-Strike, yeah. So he was kicking off quick.
There's a lot of big rounds back there. But yeah, so the thing with him, unfortunately, is like at the end of 2023, we see Big just like winning online cups, doing as they do, in their comfort zone and looking good, like looking like they were going to ramp up into the Copenhagen Major RMR close qualifiers and definitely be at least at the RMR. Like that felt like absolute bare bones minimum because we're talking about a team that missed the last major, the most profitable major of X amount of time. And that, I think, for an org like Big that's kind of floating on a budget but still committed to the space is tough. For him to have that one off week, wasn't a bad month per se, wasn't a 3-month period we're going for tabseN, it was just a few bad maps. And it comes with a cost, and then at least for this org, for his team, for himself, he turns it around.
I think the crazy thing was the desk painting it earlier was just like this tournament is essentially Big's first half of the year. Not managing to qualify for the major.
Yep.
Like if you don't win this, like you've got nothing. If you don't move like this tournament is kind of the last thing you're looking at.
Clean up for Crimbo, at least the one, but a second Tech-9 will suddenly find its hands on his M4. Mod2 picking up the slack towards ramp deters the follow through, and Heroic Gonna take a quick glance into this A site. You know, you're feeling somebody outside. You know, Tabson was spraying. That's 2 fully committed outer. That's a ramp player. You'd think maybe just 1 or 2 B. Or A. Upper site. Ready. And so this pack of heroic players primes themselves on the doorway. That's a good, clean entry from Nertz. Somebody who is going to have to perform well tonight if heroic want to follow through. And the timing on their terms is fantastic. Sliding down the vent as that flank was about to hit them, not by 1, but 2 players. And because they commit to the lobby flank trying to catch heroic, they inadvertently open the B site, Jason, which falls for free, giving heroic their 4th.
Yeah, it puts them completely out of position. That flank was going to decimate any upper hit. It was going to absolutely decimate. They dropped down the vent, and that is soul-crushing if you're Tabson.
And if you're heroic, you're like, bro, we just called that so little do they realize.
When you do the VOD review, you're going to be like, oh, God, I'm a genius.
Yeah, they just took a step off Death's doorstep without realizing it.
Perfect.
They're like, where the hell were Big?
Yeah, why is there no one here? Not even challenging. No one from ramp? Saving the weapons, so Big will try again in the next. It's going to be 4-2 in the favor of Heroic still. And that's a huge round to win considering the economy of Heroic as well. They were really on scraps after this. Nothing in the tank, and all of a sudden a little bit more flush with the victory.
A Heroic, of course, that needed that Nertz entry frag next to the vent. Rookie of the Year 2023, Nertz.
Well-deserved.
Yep. It's hard to follow in the shoes of ZywOo at times. You know, he did kind of set the bar higher than anybody may ever touch again in terms of the rookie department, but shout out Nertz one time.
He's put himself, I mean, this decision to go to Heroic from Nertz is putting himself in a really tough place. I mean, because you're all of a sudden, you just get, as you said, Rookie of the Year, had a great 2023, and now all of a sudden you got to figure out how new teammates play, how an entirely new environment plays, an entirely new in-game leader plays. Things are going to be changing, and you're still going to be expected to deliver to the same level.
100%. And honestly, I think that's a real testament to his belief in Saw, where you see this team just kind of crumbling apart. You've got some options. There's no doubt in my mind that Nertz had options. Anybody would have been happy to add him to their roster. He wanted Saw, he followed through, takes on this project. But Montu, no stress. Really just one belief in a deep angle on lobby, gets his 1 kill. Drops the bomb as well, so suddenly you're seeing bomb creep into lobby at like the minute 15 mark. Feels like Big are going to be comfortable in their knowledge this round.
And when you take a death like that to the alt pushed in door, it makes you feel so uneasy about kind of re-entering this late into the round. Mantu's now shifted position, so he can inflict further terror onto Heroic's attack.
We do have that second op though in play as well. We'll see if Crimbo can swing it. Montu. Yeesh, gonna take some damage as Sin is now on the responsibility of the ramp hold. 3rd player in this position, and he does it well. Tons of damage on Nikadaz, makes his life that much harder. 30 to the clock, 2 versus 4, low HP, and that economy we just talked about, that chance for Heroic to come right back in. Man, it's on the line. A little sloppy from Shush, and Process will capitalize on the moment. So looking like Big are about to grab this chance with both hands and hang on for dear life.
Yeah, it's kind of like, thank God they just won the last round with so many players surviving, because it's going to give them another chance in the next round, another buy moving forward. Mantu's going to start out the round and finish it off with that kill on Anikadaz. And Big come up to 3.
You have thoughts on Process or Sin that you feel like you need to get off your chest? Mr. O'Toole, anything you'd like to say about the lower rungs of the ladder?
No, I mean, look, they are like, I don't know, I feel like they are kind of exactly what you normally say about Big as a team. Like when you watch them play and it's going well and individually they feel on point, awesome players to watch.
Cool.
Process dominated earlier today in the best of one. It was so sick to watch. But then when it falls flat, you're just like, ah. And that seems to be the story of Big in pretty much every regard.
Yeah, epitomizing their identity. Taps in. Ooh, tried to get away from the flash, tried to keep his head down, hoped he wouldn't get checked. But with a somewhat limited buy round out of Heroic, Deagle for Nikadaz, we've got a very tantalizing positioning here. We've got 1 deep in secret, still holding back on lobby, and that's Nertz, right? Big firepower for Heroic on that half of the map. 2 towards Garage, and 2 yet to cross.
Well, Process might get called upon here again, him and Crimbo in tandem with that op looking outside, because Heroic isn't flirting with secret whatsoever. They've taken over, they've infested the Garage. And it looks like they either want to wrap or go through mini at some point, but they're just pausing. They're hoping that Big is considering secret. They hope that Big is thinking they're on the stairs right now, just kind of waiting to turn the corner.
Instead, we've got this tower of defense from Big. 1 op up in heaven, the other down towards ramp, but obviously ready to come swing hell if needed. 2 cannons position for Big that Heroic, honestly, by fixating in on the A site, could pretty much avoid. But Montu opts to get ahead of this split. He's sensing, I think, this timing quite well. They'll post Crimbo in his previous place and let him get a little frisky. Ooh, the headshot from Nerds. Like I said, firepower, all-time high, can't deny it. Brazen cross back, second off found out. Crimbo single kill, that's it. Because Tesses swings in from above as the A site falls and Sin's position's found out. That's a double out of Nerds and a double out of Tesses, and ultimately a stacked A site that just gets torn to pieces.
I'll tell you why. You mentioned that Big isn't a team that's going to give teams threads to pull on to get back into rounds. Well, they gave Heroic everything they needed this time. They were stuck between like two thoughts, right? Normally when you see outside lost control to that degree, there's some kind of a crunch or push in towards lobby. And that's kind of the idea Mantu was flirting with, although not fully committed to. But everyone else stayed back because Crimbo had shifted over to watch outside. But when Mantu goes down, he goes up ladder, and that's when the split comes in and collapses. They kind of got stuck, it feels, between two ideas.
Also, then Crimbo throws himself into the back of the site as well. Yep. What if Tesses doesn't swing heaven and take your second defender down? So Crimbo thinking we need more defense. All they wanted was that one anchor in the back of the site to get something, but Tesses slips through and Nertz makes sure to end it. I do like where the money's been this half so far. You know, we're 9 rounds into the game. We haven't seen full saves yet. It's just been this beautiful back and forth. We see the limitation here for Sin. But ultimately, I think Heroic will take this half to the bank, 5-3.
Winning this round, yeah, they might just rattle off a couple in a row and just take complete control of things. This is a very important round for Big.
Nertz preparing himself to unload on the A site when needed. I think that's Process trying to slip off of site. Missed shot from Montu, not ideal. Molly's coming at him, so suddenly he's been unearthed. And he goes all the way back.
Oh, it looks like they want to hunt him down. They almost got to be in some level. You almost got to be happy you forced the Opper deep into CT.
30 seconds, man, seems kind of adamant. Like you got to get this guy. He's in his spawn.
You can't kill him there. Yeah, this is weird now. There's a decision needs to be made quick for Heroic.
So they just cross down. They're going to go for the ramp player. Oh, damn. Crimbo kind of gets sidelined, but I mean, as if he didn't know that was a possibility, probably assuming that Montu had that locked off. We do get the B defense from Tabson. Single kill, 3v3, 10 on the clock, and we get this kill out of Process. They will find Montu and the bomb plant, but that's confirmation that Kicksands down here on his own. So split him. Get in while you can. Get it while it's hot. Process trying to charge him down. The first victim. Trade frag's good. Just the MP9 though. And that last peek. It's not a bomb plant for Nikodos, so a tap forces his hand. He's out. Sin goes up but misses him. And timing is everything in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really is, and that's actually there's actually plenty of time for Sim to make that play. If he does happen to catch Nikodos kind of lurking up, it put him in a really weird position. Plant's not for him. There's no kit. He had time even still if he gets that kill to defuse, so Nikodos had to make a play with information.
I can't believe Nikodos waited that long.
I know, that's so dangerous. But look, it worked out at the end of the day, yeah.
Yep, and as we said, the reward for it. Pistols finally for Big.
I think Mantu probably can't believe it either.
Oh, dude. I mean, if I'm Crimbo, I'm a little pissed. I'm a little pissed. Like, did nobody raise the alarm that the ramp split could be coming through? He gets attacked by 2 players and just, it seemed to have caught him off so badly.
Mantu probably tells him he's playing in CT, but he's only looking at heaven, right? We saw him behind the forklift, just making sure nobody could crunch the upper bomb site. He didn't have the vision on the lower angle.
And he could have if he wasn't crouching, trying to look through the controls of the forklift like the...
Probably a little bit scared.
Yeah, I mean, bro, you're in your spawn with an op.
Probably a little bit scared they were hunting him down. Didn't want to be that exposed.
And now poor Crimbo's just going to have to retake with a pistol 1v4.
And a Zeus.
And a Zeus.
Yeah. Respect it.
Nertz had an MP7 at the start of the round.
Oh.
I know you've been on that hype train.
I have been. Nertz is a gentleman. It's a gentlemanly weapon.
You seen these umps that have been popping up lately?
I've seen the conversation.
Dude, I haven't heard a pro talk about it yet. I've been trying to press interviewers to get in on it. I just need one professional player to tell me the argument.
You know who you go to for that?
Who?
Elige. He'll give you all the stats.
Well, he's your ex-teammate.
Yeah.
I don't know if I know Elige like that.
I'll ask him.
Okay.
For you.
Get to the bottom, would you?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jason.
Ronnie was intimidated to talk to you.
I'm just so nervous.
Talk to me about the ump, John.
You know me. You know me. So nervous. Like Montu hiding in spawn. Easy cleanup for Heroic, so that's with not even a bead of sweat. They beat their drum and move 7-3 up on Big. It's crazy to me that this T side looks so strong. It just looks confident, right? Like there's no real hesitations, I feel like, out of the Heroic rounds that are going well. Rewind to that like outer to heaven to ramp. Like there was layers on that one.
Yeah, they've done a good job when they get that control outside, right? They've been able to manipulate it 2 or 3 times now in this half, which has been cool, and that's always a fun thing to watch teams do. This time, though, it's tabseN shutting down Tesses, jumping on the boxes. A couple more come in. He drops down, goes for the spam through. A little bit of chip damage. Mansu's here fighting as well, but can't find a clean one. And all of a sudden, the avenue to secret is opened up.
He could have just been on those stairs. Could have been taking a headshot angle. What a contrast to hiding behind a forklift rounds prior. Here, let me just take a risk now.
Get him.
And just, you know, a small shiver runs down Heroic's spine. Because these CTs have gone completely silent, and they've got a lot of control up into the trophy room as Crimbo.
There's no way for the bomb to meet up with him. Nikodas is going to have to come through mini, Kixon's going to have to come up vent, and they're going to have to try and bust into this upper bomb site. It's all they've got left. A little bit of a fake coming in from Kixon, and it's forcing movement. It's giving information over, but here's the lobby crunch, and it gets pulled away. Attention pulled towards door, and the action coming from ramp.
Yeah. Nicely done by Sin there. Just serves up the distraction. Gets, you know, anybody in lobby or hut's going to be fully fixated on that player making sound. Crimbo had been waiting in the trophy room for as long as he did, so Big sell him a little snake oil, and Nikodas, don't die after time, my friend. He'll fall at this one. 3 alive for Big as they'll be going into the last round of the half, hunting that 5th win.
Yeah, they'd love it at the moment. They're going to have to do it without an AWP on Mansu, which they've liked throughout this half. Probably not as impactful and effective as they'd like. 3 and 8 for Mansu. This is a great round, though. Procis, the opening kill. Playing it calm. Here's that lobby crunch later on. And Heroic just eventually run out of options. No good ones at the end of the day.
Montu, man, that's a player who had some pop-off games last week.
I saw a couple of those.
Holy hell. Nerds, fast one, MP7 in hand.
Looks great.
This A site, though, pretty firmly defended. The grenade damage coming out of Squeaky has been significant. We saw the 2 frags, 2 kills with 1 frag a couple rounds ago. This time, we got the double entries coming out of the CTs, taking their fights and keeping it easy. Nikodas, great half at the end of all this, but it is indeed the 5th for the Big Clan. Clawing it back and banking on a strong T side.
Control. We are going to see that same smoke just behind the half wall, and this time negated by one of the CT's own. They don't want to play against Zentara as they can open up. Hold him at bay, and let's see if they just continue to cycle through, if they want to take this a little bit later within the round. Plenty of ways to skin a cat as far as Banana is concerned. Or flay a cat in this case.
Nothing, I just had inappropriate jokes about shaving cats. Gonna leave them in my pocket. Walk 6 and Tares walking on up. You can see this game plan. There's the flash. SNX has got nothing in front of him bar smoke. That boost though, just kind of jiggling in and out of the angle.
Does he jump on the half wall? That's the next.
It's tempting, but that's where SNX would have him dead to rights. Now the fade, now it's up to SNX, steps up to the plays, and Tares blinded, still frags him up. Disadvantage for the Rebels. Already, look at this positioning from Wakadia. He's burrowed in deep towards middle. And he's beheaded a limp Search. Goes looking, only finds hot lead to the head. Nice shot back, Flay. Keeps it level at 30 seconds. The bomb is alone. What's going on here? Xantares has no teammates with him. 25 HP and only 28 seconds to get it down.
Looks like Matt just going to sell this. He's going to smoke for CT. That's going to be dropped. Molly towards triple. Kisarek will have to move. The Orbs joined him. Now Casey, so much noise in Boiler. Open runway for Xantares to get into the site, but Woxic, he's not going to be ready for this. And Casey's heard a lot of steps now.
Casey, an opportunity, takes down Woxic. Xantares, don't forget, low HP, a single bullet could depart him.
They're just still at B.
From the round, maybe it becomes a little bit of a late flank. As long as Xantares can delay, if Xantares can delay, there's 3 encroaching on his position, opting for a bit of a forward aggressive angle. Kisarek, I'm ready for that one. And now it's a missed shot from Flay. Oh, this is uncomfortable. Mad just coming. He's anticipating. Flay, beautifully handled on the AWP. He is the MVP of that round right there.
Oh, Xantares having a bit of a twinkle toes right there, dancing between multiple fights, knowing he's completely surrounded. And that dance that they had with Casey as well, that made things...
Clan gonna be beating themselves up ever so slightly after that first half. 8 opening kills, 8 5v4s. Only post 5 rounds on the CT side of the half. A few moments as well where in the nitty-gritty Heroic pulled through that 1v1 clutch down on the B site. The A hold that couldn't hang on because of the Heaven timing. And a few double ops that just didn't get the defense alive.
Got to give some credit over to Kixon with his calling if he's able to come, you know, all those man advantages over on the big side of things. Good job maneuvering in disadvantaged situations around the map. And now they're going to switch over to the defensive side. Double dualies on Tesses and Shush. The Heroic mainstays.
Sign me up. Nikados as well, taking to the top of the board with his 13 frags on the T side. Cracking things open more than once. We get a quick Heaven wrap inbound, and if Crimbo can get some opening kills from lobby before that comes through, all these defenders, unfortunately, are going to be distracted. So it's nice that Tesses is able to connect with the Berettas in the lobby, get the frag back. That was gross. Brosis, just the one-tap dirt nap. Nikados the same. The pistol kills have been clean. He takes eyes up to Heaven, bomb in the backside. Tesses would love to get up into Heaven. He'll do exactly that on the reload. Perfectly timing this ambush on Montu and pushing us to the 1v1 between Nikados and Sin. I know who I'd take. 15 and 6 and already crisp. He lands himself another. And just like that, Nikados locking in the Heroic lead.
Those are some nasty shots from Nikados. That's a pistol round and a half. Triple kill. Just popping heads. Really well. And you got to say again, like, it goes back to what you just mentioned with Big's opening kills. Big has advantages in this situation, in this post plant, and just the trading, coming up the ladder while the player is distracted, making sure that goes 1-for-1, and just allowing the 1v1 to play out. Just a disgusting, filthy round from Nikados.
3 kills in it, 2 of them one-taps. Also, the beauty of ambushing up the Heaven ladder, not just while he's distracted, but while he's reloading.
While he's reloading. And you
golden ticket.
And you got 2 guns.
And he has none.
That's a timeout called for Big out of that pistol. A conversation to talk things over.
Now that's a conversation topic right there. Calling timeouts when it comes to Big Clan. God be getting in there. Every time I feel like we get this tactical timeout coming through from God B, he does not waste his moments. He doesn't interject for nothing. He comes in at the right time, and he usually gives them these like small little variations. These small, you know, if a site will crumble because of a small mistake, God B is right there to try and clean those up as fast as possible.
Yeah.
He's one of the coaches, I swear, you know, when you're stood back watching 5 separate PCs and everybody else's perspectives, he's so good at being in tune with the little details and the little changes that need to occur. So off of pistol, don't anticipate too much to be changed.
And that's a very difficult thing to pull off as a coach when you don't have in-game audio, when you don't have all the same cues that the players have. It's tough to notice those details. So this is definitely something called during this timeout. All the utility, they know exactly where they want to attack. Gobby will have a plan for this, he called.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason. Make more excuses for the coaches. It's just really hard, you know?
It's a tough job.
But they hold off on their utility, and utility they most certainly have here. Big are going to send a flurry of Molotovs, flashbangs, smoke grenades into the upper site. The question will be, do they follow through on the first volley? Or do they limit the execution, keep a couple in the back pocket as they try to burn out any reserves from Heroic? There is that follow-up a little bit later into the backside, but still nobody really biting down on it. Shush, gotta be careful with this spot. Meanwhile, Nikadaz picking up one. We do get this slip out from Sin. Missed Tech 9 shot at first, but a clean dink on Tesses opens up the potential for the Hell to Heaven wrap. Nikadaz doesn't get his target, so he knows what they're doing. Downstairs they'll go, finishing off Tesses. That's the big one. Sin opening the B site with a double kill as Crimbo comes in, combining off of the rotator position. Big, it felt like a full-blown A was inbound, but instead the ramp found itself opened up. And as Crimbo locks horns with Nertz here in the A site, he's just burning valuable time.
Oh, they're never going for this. Nikadaz has called this off a long time ago to preserve that AWP. So yeah, great kill from Nertz, I guess, but there's nothing to do. Man, especially considering Nikadaz finds the lurker outside. All that attention towards the upper bomb site, as you mentioned, all the attention gets sucked in there to get that space outside. Nikadaz is still aware. I think the fault came downstairs. That fight on the lower ramp, when you have a teammate over towards Decon, you can get in better positions. You can get in positions to help each other, and there's a miscommunication there that makes that's a really weak defense.
I think there was a little wishy-washiness in Tesses' movement, because at first I felt like he was further back in sight, and then he was re-engaging towards the ramp, possibly because Nikadaz saw that nobody followed through down into Hell. But at one point he was in the middle of the bomb site, then he's back at the end of the valley. Of course, tip of the hat to the Tech 9 shot on the decon door. Kixan thinking he's coming through to save the day, just gets shredded.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe he thinks he can't make it back to site. Maybe he thinks they're dropping down too quick, but he could have gone dark. There were some options there, but either way, that lower defense when they fall back, yeah, they're scrambling and they have to make a decision very fast, and unfortunately made the wrong ones.
Yep.
8-6, Big is back in business. AWP is still on the map, so they've got to be cautious about that.
Quick little vent dive, but nothing down there. We do get this pop out from Hut. Ooh, the Tech 9 not as good looking in Shush's hands. It gets away from him with the double kill on A site, so the lesser weaponry still has a chance. Kixan, it's a ton of damage. He gets the headshot. As Sin responds, Crimbo picks up the 1v1 and we're into the clutch. But if there's any player on Big you want to clutch, it's supposed to be Crimbo. Can he topple this red-hot Nikadaz op as they both sit back and wait?
There's so much time. So much time for Nikadaz to consider everything. Oh, Crimbo's got him beat for sure. Big boy win from Crimbo with patience, and that's his 12th kill. 7th round for Big.
Man, Nikadaz is quick though, scoped in, he reacted, but just not fast enough. And I love that from Crimbo. Sometimes, play less.
Yeah.
Sits in the corner of Hut.
Let the other guy make the decision.
Exactly. Crimbo keeps it cool and is rewarded for it. Closing that gap to a single round, inspiring and invigorating the Big clan, and honestly just proving that Nikadaz will not be enough on his own. Because you look at that scoreboard for Heroic, great 19-7 performance. Where is the rest of his team?
Yeah, he's buying him time. He's doing everything he can to buy him time to get into this game. Not quite here yet. And they better show up because that lead is dwindled. Big's about to have it tied. Just pistols, unarmored pistols for the Heroic side. And already complete outside control for Big as they start jumping up. Scaling up onto the roof. Like rats.
Like rats. Yeah, you got rats on your roof? Is that a thing? Is that where they hang out?
I imagine sometimes there's rats on roofs.
I feel like raccoons will get up there.
Keep your garbage can on the roof?
They look for vents, man. I don't know, you're the homeowner. I don't... What do I know, Jason? I live in a box, okay? I don't have acreage.
Oh.
Did you get those chickens yet? I know you were working on that.
When the snow melts.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna build the coop in the spring.
Good luck with all that.
Thanks. Chickens are cool. Sin up and waiting. Another nice round from Big. Deagle chimes in for one at the end, and exit kills are the name of the game. That's about it. That's basically all they should be able to get.
Yeah, he wanted that gun. A little bit of a stretch. Tesses, no kit. There's no kit. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Don't panic.
Can freak out a little bit.
It's okay. A parting gift, perhaps? Nope. Everybody survives. TeSS blows up to the bomb and an op shot for the road for Montu. Only his 6th kill of the game. You know, I thought to myself, that much like Nertz was going to have to be here for a heroic victory, I've been looking at Montu as of late. The op dominance out of Big literally won the maps a week ago.
It always feels so cheap to like distill like team performance and placings to like individual effort. But I mean, at some level, if there's an inconsistency in your star player, if like the peak is 30 kills and the floor is 6 kills, 8 kills, like that's a lot of kills for other people to have to make up. And that inconsistency, I think that conversation on Process and Sin is there as well.
Yes.
And that's kind of, that's the engine. Well, Crimbo as well.
That's the beauty of it, right? Perfect example. We're talking about Montu being a little absent, and yet here's the pack. The middle of the pack is all 4 other members of Big.
But it's also the beautiful thing about, or like one of the great positives about Big is you have this tactical like framework that Tabson and Gob B have set up to where you have some of those individual deficiencies, but you can lean on that framework at times to be able to help bail you out as well.
Good structural integrity.
Yeah. Well engineered.
Dink's coming through the vent. It's not too bad in terms of damage, and Montu picks up the opening frag. Pulling that one off over towards Secret. Nertz down. Down bad, 7 and 12.
Heroic down bad at the moment. Not a whole lot of utility left for them in this round. 1 player down in Secret, 1 in ramp. 2 playing the upper bomb site for the moment. And Big is happy to be very patient, look for the follow-up play. Looks like TeSS is flirting with the idea of a push.
But he's stuck here, there's nowhere else to go. And the trade potential higher on Big than TeSS. A 1-man army on the trophy room. Go big or bust. And Bigger, yeah, starting to collect themselves. This is going to have to be a massive spray down for TeSS. Does he swing into them? Oh, he does! Just the perfect lineup, the perfect timing to keep this round alive. It's definitely an opening for Big to get down into the lower site, but Kicksan knows that, sprints out from the vents. Here's the rumblings of the first approach. If he gets in between it all, good to go, but Montu crosses over. Will he be exposed? There's the threat of the single door, smoked off for now. Process doesn't back up and just waits, but the single door! Nikadaz comes swinging, and out they go. What around here from the individuals of Heroic?
Yeah, that door opening never got hurt. Maybe it was already open when that smoke plumes, but no one was prepared for that swing. Even Kicksan putting himself in nice timing, positioning over towards window room. What a great response and great rebuttal. All started off by TeSS. The fact that he gets these 2 kills so deep in ramp room towards trophy room, that's what buys Kicksan the time to get down and get over towards control side. That allows him to be patient and pick his moment to make his move. The whole round well set up from Heroic's defense. It's 9-8.
Smoke the bomb, says Tabson.
That's the difference in philosophy, right? In those situations, those are the conversations you have as a team. Is it better to smoke the bomb, plant inside the smoke, or smoke double doors, or smoke single door, obviously, as Big did in that round? So Tabson saying we missed a protocol we're normally on point with.
Yeah, and that's the ramp player, the third piece of that post plant, or what was meant to be, that doesn't see vision, can't help if somebody's crossing behind Silo. That smoke on single opens the avenue of attack. And just like that, 5v3 coming out from Heroic. So this comeback that Big were trying to mount, that momentum we felt, just gets sucked out of them. But look at this. Process, gets through main, will be found out by Nertz. Nice to see him back into the kill feed, and Heroic can do no wrong at the moment, pinching and prodding from all over. They've gotten Sin down low, 17 health. A 1v5, not gonna happen here. 10th round secured for Heroic.
Beautiful job, and they have just unraveled this big attack. No money in the bank. It's Crimbo with 5K. He'll buy an Hero AK-47, but everyone else is stuck right around 2,000, so no real investment for the big side of things, at least at the moment. But that's Heroic taking a nice grip of this map down the stretch into the later stages. It's 10-8. They're just 3 rounds away from a victory.
Yeah, not wasting this carry from Nikadaz. I mean, we can't sugarcoat this. The numbers don't lie. You know, that double kill from TeSS in Trophy, I think, was instrumental to getting these round wins back in place, to getting Big now down to the pistols. This was all set up by that 1 round. Those 2 multi-frags that come out from Trophy and the lower B site. These ones are easy pickings. TeSS, he's on for the ace. Just gonna clean him up like it's absolutely nothing. Oh, go ahead. All 5 for TeSS. Call it quits. Heroic will give Big no room to work.
None at all. I mean, I think I want to go back. That's a spectacular ace, but I mean, the conversation on Nikodas is interesting too, because when he joins this roster, it's kind of like, hasn't he had some chances? Don't we kind of know what Nikodas is? Don't we kind of know what this player is from his previous teams that he's been on, from his previous attempts at Tier 1? And I mean, joining this roster, he's been great. He's been great for Heroic.
I think he's been great in CS too. I think that what we know of Nikodas comes from CSGO and a lot of the opping. Dude, shout out Nikodas, looking like one of the best hybrids now. Doing some phenomenal rifle work.
It's interesting, the concept of a hybrid opper coming back into Counter-Strike, where it hasn't been that way for years.
Yeah, I welcome it.
It was pure oppers at the start, then the oppers had to be a little bit more hybrid, and then we decided we like saving every single round so oppers could go back to being pure oppers, and now you got to be a hybrid one more time.
Well, under the pressure and losing his teammates, Nikodas, big potential here. Quick scopes the second, and we're back into the 1v1, but we've got Montu. Speaking of oppers, who hasn't really been able to find his footing throughout this nuke map. Luckily for him, CT's so far away. If he wastes time clearing corners, this bomb might not go down, and it opens the door for Tesses to come up.
This reposition is so baller from Tesses, though, because he could have gone anywhere. And that's exactly what Mantu's thinking about. He could have gone towards Squeaky Door, he could be in lobby, coming hut. That's buying so much time for the rotation to come up secret. And now Tesses has a little bit of an advantage.
Creeping it in slowly, won't have vision on the player, safe plant back sight. But still, that internal timing has been ticking in Montu's head. He's scared, he's lost vision, and he's lost the 1v1. Just a straight-up duel from Tesses. Montu so concerned about lobby.
Yep.
Right? Lobby, hut, squeaky. Those were his main concerns. The possibility of the main wraparound
never entered his mind.
No, sir. Tesses, clean reposition, wastes no moment, and is rewarded for it as Heroic secure that 12th.
Smart baller play from Tesses, but this is all Nikodas. That double kill forces this trade. Tapson has to deal with the opper after 2 kills, which gives Tesses the chance to clean him up and then sets him up for his own well-played clutch. Well, Big need to rattle off 4 in a row.
Which is going to require somebody to go tit for tat with either Nikodas or Tesses.
And when they played this map last week, this was a big victory.
Was, Jason.
13-9 in the favor of Big. Not looking the same. And Nikodas, oh, he's feeling the hot hand. He knows he's on fire, and he's going to go for his plays.
Why not? Take it. Take it all the way to 30. Still a possibility if they free him up.
Let him have it, Big. Win a round, give him one more.
Crimbo, player right in front of him. Oh, we can feel him. Kicksan right in front. What is this? Oh, he loses, no way! And Kicksan comes through with 3, no way! He's on him! And all of that for naught. Heroic, a real resurgence in the CT side. It felt like Big had it rolling. It felt like that impact from God B had cleaned things up. And Montu, I'm sorry, you're surrounded. Finished off by Tesses, who kicked it off with that ramp hold. Heroic's hottest pieces, simply too much for the Big clan to handle.
Cathedral of Counter-Strike! Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
now. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
How you find the philosophy, the identity of a team. Because you've got some connected parts. You guys played together, obviously on the Old Heroic roster. You've got Nertz and Saul coming over. There's connection there. But then you've also got like the strong voices in the team, the IGL. You're coming in with a different perspective. The Alper, you're coming in with a different perspective. So that's like 3 or 4 schools of thought. How do you even start figuring out what you want this team to look like?
Yeah, it's very tough, and it needs a lot of talking and trying out ideas and trying to see what works for us. But one thing we have in common and everyone is agreeing on is that we're not going to create one identity. We're not going to be the old heroic or the old end. So, like for that matter, like we want to create our own stuff and find out what works for us. I think that's one thing we have talked about from the start, and going to try and do that as best as possible, and that will take some time, and you have to accept that.
Wow, it's almost as if our resident Swiss man was wrong, and we're going to lean heavily into that this entire segment. I'm just kidding, man. These things happen. Nonetheless, it did happen to Big on Nuke Maniac.
You do know how a best of 3 works, right?
Yeah, there's like usually 2 maps.
2 maps to win the series straight.
Okay.
So that's half of it.
Well, that's a steal right there. That was terrible. that was honestly terrible. But welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. We're live in Katowice. Maniac down on the end, and I'm looking at Steel down here in the middle. So, Steel, what did you see here? What did you like?
Yeah, I saw a lot of Big having good start of round plans, but once the round develops and once Heroic decide to go for their really aggressive plays and disruption plays, that's when Big start to fall apart. And obviously, having some good pistol rounds or conversions, that also helped a little bit, but that's what we saw.
But eventually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was really impressive to me how Heroic were able to build basically map control into mid-round calls on the T side of Nuke. It's supposed to be like a complicated map to navigate. Taken outside is like 3, 4, 5 different ways you can finish rounds. And an early team or a team in its infancy, for me, shouldn't be able to do that. But they make a lie out of me. Actually, they completely outmaneuver Big in the mid-round. Kixon in Tabson's head for that. The rotation's late for this Big side. Not exactly covering the right contingencies.
Right.
But that was well played from Heroic. I actually have to give to them.
Yeah, and it comes down to an age-old thing here, which is sometimes Nico does, and sometimes Nico doesn't. And this time, he damn sure did it.
Oh, it's your first game.
What? I'm serious. Like, think about it, though.
Just started. Yeah, listen, you're absolutely right to point. And Nico, your joke notwithstanding, that was a really great map from him. Mostly off the back of the rifle on the T side, which, in fact, I do appreciate. Why not? On the CT side, when he had that confidence momentum, he picked up the AWP a couple times here and there. And he is obviously a profile who's kind of in limbo in the sense of people have already sort of discarded him after the Fnatic situation. I count myself amongst these people, so maybe I have to revise my judgment.
And that's pretty fair, because these numbers aren't going to lie to you, Maniac. This guy was, obviously Nico does his part. I'm just looking at Heroic as a whole right here, and just what they had in pocket. Like, it seemed like they had some stuff here to work with, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, mainly what they had to work with was their individual skill, and that's what we saw when they were able to get into these mid-round situations where they were able to, slink through the gaps and take the map control. When we're talking about new teams, like, yeah, having a good game plan takes a while for a new team to get, but when it's all individual skill, you can be as fresh as possible, and you can still get away with that.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's a bit outrageous that Big are not equipped to deal with these type of rounds being played. This is usually where, as a team, you should have some of these plans you're talking about. Hey, they're taking outside. Okay, we know what we're doing here. Oh, they can have garage. Oh, so that's the moment we push ramp, we push. Like, this type of stuff you should have over time. And this is where Big falls short a little bit, and the map pool is differential. It's like from map to map, you feel like they don't have these moments. Like, we were having this conversation, and you told me in the green room, when Gobby can have a say in what's happening, he will help them, he will guide them. But when they're out of that sort of guidance, the mid-round's a bit more murky.
Well, we definitely had to see an instance here where, he had to call a timeout. He had to get in there and say something. It had kind of had to stop the inertia, which was Heroic running over Big on the first map. So let's just switch our attention here. Let's talk a little about Vertigo. Josh, what do we expect on what is going to be Big's pick?
Yeah, if it's Big's pick, we might see Heroic starting on their defense, and you know, when they get to move around, Vertigo is a map where you could do a lot of aggressive pushes, specifically down like A ramp, down B stairs, and even at mid. So if they are able to go around and disrupt Big's plans, then there could be a really good thing going for Heroic. But what we saw on the nuke game, on Big's T side, it looked like they had layered strats. So, you know, on the round 2 after they lost on pistol round, they did a force buy, and then they did this layered upper hit where they did like a set of nades and they didn't go with it, they waited, and they did another set. And they did this a couple times actually, trying to bait out Heroic to make a mistake, to push into Big and to, you know, get punished for their over rotations. So we might see that again coming in here. That seems to be Big's game plan.
Yeah, I think we will, definitely. And not only do they have that on Vertigo, like they have these sort of pocket strategy. We name them, you know, when you run them, it's a set play and with layers, as you mentioned. But I think they're also able to play a bit more loosey-goosey. And I think this is what makes them a bit more dangerous as a team, is that it's not only going to be dependent on did I pick the right strategy and did I execute it well, but you will have rounds which are a bit more free-flowing. You see tabseN trying to take some map control on the A ramp. You'll see maybe Krimbo going for duels towards either B or mid. And then they keep the options open. Like they keep you guessing, which is something I don't think they were able to do on Nuke. A bit more reliant on these layered strategies. On Vertigo, I think they can do both.
And you think they lean into that going into Vertigo, right?
You'd have to, right?
Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, right now, all we see from Big when they do have players going for these kind of individualistic plays, it's usually tabseN going in and making a play like that, for better or for worse. I mean, on the flip side, Heroic does the same thing. Nertz is the main guy that does those, you know, risky plays, wins the round or loses the round for the team. But they're going to have to lean into tabseN Big Clan if they want to be able to do something.
Where Heroic is going to struggle here is when protocols are needed on the CT side to deal with whatever comes your way. Like Vertigo, I think, can be super straining and exhausting for the CT side if things are not exactly planned out. Like, I don't know how much pugs you play, but if you get to play
a few
on the B side of Vertigo and you don't actually have plans with your friends and you're getting executed on, you know how it is.
You're pretty much blind for about 10 minutes.
That's it. You just drop your keyboard, you drop your mouse, that's it. And this could be an issue for Heroic. If they pushed into these passive positions, I don't think they have all that's needed to just react correctly, being able to trade each other, use utilities for each other. That takes time to build it. I wouldn't imagine they're already at that point.
And I guess I just beg the question, though. You know, you did explain how a best of 3 works, and I appreciated that. You know,
I'll be here all day.
Yeah,
I have been here.
You have been here all day. So you're telling me that there's a chance we could settle this on Anubis, even perhaps?
We are going to Anubis.
Okay,
I don't know.
That's harsh.
We might see a 2-0 at this point.
Actually, there are 2 possibilities.
There are, yeah.
We are nailing it.
You guys are on point today.
It might be 50-50 here, yeah.
It might be. In fact, why don't you tell us what you're thinking at home using the hashtag IEM. That's right. We're down here in Katowice. So if you're just watching, the year is 2024. We got a whole new Counter-Strike going on. And we also need to determine who's going to be moving forward. You know, who progresses from this. From this right now, it could be very well Heroic Maniac.
I mean, we're moving into the group stage. That's crazy how it is. We would be sending our first team to the group stage here in Katowice. Can you imagine that? 2024. First CS2 tournament straight. How does that make you feel?
Old? Okay, maybe not. It doesn't necessarily do that. Josh, anything you want to say before we get us to a break?
Just
no pressure.
Looking for a really good game. Yeah, thanks for throwing me that softball, you know, just like anything you're looking forward to. I think we're going to see just like people having to step up to the plate. And I know that sounds cliche, but like we're going to see Heroic abusing Big if they don't make adaptations. So we need to see Big starting to be able to punish that or make big plays of their own.
Well, let's sit back, relax, and watch the show. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to see what Vertigo has in store for us with Big and Heroic.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Fanatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snowby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
heart, what your clothes are for. I can't tell what you're looking for. And I could've lied. They say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right. And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. And now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, light, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. What you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall at all, baby. And you make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, damn, baby, you're in full control. Oh yeah, cause you make me surrender to your love.
Heroic sitting pretty on a map in their back pocket, banking off of the individual levels. A good analysis there, I think, from Steel. Obvious, kind of obvious, but also still well put. Straight up, doesn't matter how fresh your team is, when you're hitting shots like that, when you are that good, when you've got Nikados on the brink of 30 kills, who needs teamwork? Who needs tactics, Jason? Just hit a few headshots.
And the beautiful thing is you could see him like a moment of realization where he was just like, I'm taking over. I've got that level right now. The game's feeling good to me. I know what's happening. I'm comfortable. And I'm just going to keep pressing this advantage. Another map like that, and Heroic is just going to move on to the group stage. 2-0 for the day, nice and easy.
Just like that, right? With a win over Astralis, with a BO3 over Big. it'd just be a great, I think, great accomplishment for Heroic to get something in the bag like this quickly. You know, we are looking towards Kixan, we are looking towards Nikados, we are trying to figure out what it is they can really offer and how fast they can offer it. But I will say, Nikados, of course, a part of the notorious Copenhagen Flames team that, back in the day, were all specialists on this map in particular. Jabby loves this map, okay? Hooksy loves this map.
Yeah, we know Hooksy does.
And Nikados,
you're giving Yango PTSD at the hotel right now.
Maybe Nikados loves this map enough to take Big down. 2-0, Jason. Is it in the cards?
It's within reach, and certainly the level that was played. We're going to see more across the board out of Big. Let's get that process back from earlier in the day. Let's get Mantu back from last week. Let's see what kind of strength Big can bring into this game. Already challenging, not slowing down. A rush up the A ramp, and it's Nikados under pressure, but he's going to deliver again. Oh, 2 headshots, even one more. Build upon it, my man. And there's the dualies chiming in, and it's just Sin remaining.
Come on, surely he can't pull this one back. His gun is empty. There's 2 CTs right ahead of him. I mean, they're going to have to give him separate duels on his 8 HP, but he does. 1 bullet, hit him in the face, knock Nertz's teeth out, and Sin will be the savior of the day. He's sitting on 4 frags, ready for the ace. We just talked about how back on Nuke, we were looking towards Process and Sin, right? The floor of Big. If it rises, then Heroic get choked out.
Oh, that footstep. That footstep is so harsh because he'd paused and waited for so long that Nertz might have lost track and had to potentially start considering other options, but now he knows. Now he knows he's still here. Plant's going to come in, and Sin just sticking it.
Nertz doesn't push immediately, gives him that little room. Glock back up, hit him in the face. Simple as that. Simply done. 1 shot. He had the chance, but he misses it and closed out of course, by Nertz, but opened up back-to-back 3Ks in the CT pistol rounds of both Nuke and now Vertigo. Nikedas, just whatever you did back on the opening map, go ahead and do it again.
And the crazy thing about it, this situation, if you're Nikedas, you know you're dead. Like, you're dead. You have no chance of surviving when they push, so it's just how many am I taking with me? How many can I get? With 10 bullets in the mag, 3 kills. Spectacular.
Well-earned pop-off.
I bet he's cheering for himself.
Yeah.
He's like, you won the clutch, but that was all me.
Dude, I'm sick! Of course. There's no doubt. Nikedas, nasty. 349 damage.
Give us back-to-back maps, baby.
3.5 kills on Nikedas alone. And all that, right? All that just to take away whatever Sin's 4K was, because we didn't even get to see it.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. In the face of Nikedas, Nikedas is posting highlights. Keep the POV on Nikedas.
Winners write history. Ooh. Nade coming in. Shush is going to push forward. Buy off the plant in the last round. A deep smoke to delay things and give him a little bit of cover, but he can't get away. Process makes sure to take advantage of the Molotov.
Good, making sure to capitalize on that moment. You know, I want to sit here and talk about the potential Nikedas contribution. What Big have in store for themselves by bringing us here, of course, is having to deal with Shush as a B anchor. I love watching Shush B anchor Vertigo. This is, you know, go back to the heroic day. Well, he's still in, you know what I mean. Go back to Cadian's heroic and Shush B site Vertigo day in, day out. I'll take it. Give us more of that. Of course, he is the first victim of this round. The second being Kixan on his expedition towards top middle, was once with a teammate, but left to his own accord. Dies.
This is crazy. Second round, huge advantage for Heroic, but it looks like they're the ones feeling pressured to make plays and try and make things happen in this round. Big has just slow played it and waited with open arms for 2 players to walk right into him.
Nertz, star power potential undeniable, and kills Process without taking a tick of damage. Ooh, there they are, the dinks.
That's one big tick, though.
Yep. And Tabson crawling out, gonna finish this B site off. No chance at holding back the bomb, no chance at converting their pistol.
And at no moment during any of that did Tessas and Nikedas budge.
They still haven't moved.
They were just like, yeah, you win us this round or we chill. Like, that's cool.
Yo, you guys good over there?
And it's like, anyone gonna come help? Anyone gonna move?
Can one of you guys smoke ramp for us?
Anyone gonna flashbang?
They just sit pretty, they let it go. It's a little bit of defeatism.
But I like this from Process too, because even with that smoke coming up, like, you could make the decision that it wouldn't probably be too criticized. You're just like, oh, smoke popped, I'm not going to mess with that whatsoever. But you also know you have like an advantage in that situation, and you want to see someone like Process press that advantage when he has it.
Yes, I do. Also, shout out CS2. I think that, you know, it's got its shortcomings, all right? We don't need to sugarcoat it. But the smoke grenades are probably one of the best developments in any FPS title that has happened in my
lifetime?
I was going to say lifetime. That maybe that's a little extreme.
Yeah.
Just this, you know, when somebody's running back across the stairs and you're chipping away at the top of the smoke with a Galil shot, and you get the clean vision, it actually gives a certain purity to the duels and takes away, of course, what was just blind spam in the past. And it just looks better. You ever go watch a CSGO demo, Jason?
I don't want to. I've moved on mentally.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I've moved on mentally.
Disgusting. Okay, movement better, aiming better.
The nade mechanic is awesome.
But the smokes are pretty cool, man.
Yeah, smokes they did a great job with the smokes.
We got to give them credit for that one. Now release Danger Zone. SS holds off on what was a very easy pickup, but Tabson.
Yeah, the follow-up is less easy.
Nothing for free, it seems.
Yeah, but there's going to be another M4 sliding into that position. Smoke is going to go down. You might be able to actually, if you drop that smoke or Molotov, you might be able to actually save that weapon and juggle it backwards. It'd be risky. Nikedas wants a fight. Looking for it, sees it deep. There's one close, and closing the gap, but he still recovers.
That rifle work, that's what I'm talking about. Not just the one-trick pony, not just an op abuser, a real rifleman as of late. And as he goes back into the action on the 5-7, having handed that A4 to Nertz, Nertz better pull through with this. Because Nikedas goes back, giving away control of short, and then rotating back into it.
Do you expect Shush here?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't anticipate this. And you can see Sin looking more so over towards the elevator. 5-7 at this range, right in the pocket like this. Sin clears it. Nice. Keeps his guard up and makes sure that Big's comeback is quick and efficient.
That's a detail that can go often unchecked, considering how many bodies they contended with towards scaffolding at the A-bomb site already. Very easily could have lost track of him. Second round for Big.
In hindsight now, obviously, you know, Nikadaw's trying to set up Nertz for the A4 to have his big multi-kill moment, but it wasn't just giving away the gun, it was giving away control of that half of the bomb site. Maybe he didn't expect Big to follow him up short that quickly, but when he just runs back in and dies, it's like, well, there goes your equal man advantage. You know?
I don't think he would have done that, but he heard the smoke hit the player. He heard the smoke hit him, and he's like, oh, someone's actually halfway up, so he wanted to be the aggressor in the situation, and, you know, the fight doesn't pan out.
Well, there's 4 CTs sitting pretty with their nades. There's a team kill out of Montu, and frags are coming out. Whoa. Let's all, everybody, you cool?
Breathe.
Chill, shall we? Crimbo, late alert, top mid, gets dinked down to 38. This is a ton of damage considering what they came in with.
Oh, okay.
And now a gun. An AK and a 1v1.
Oh, you get the right read, you get the right timing, you get the right push, the right call. Oh, there's so many X factors. Tabson, you're in trouble, baby.
Oh, dude, Nertz is close, too. He didn't waste a single moment on this. He hears Tabson running over with bomb, and Nertz, give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Slammed by Heroic as they had vanilla pistols, top ramp, pushing into 4 members of Big. A team kill in the middle. The AK pickup as Crimbo tries to flank. Could this have gone any more poorly for the Big clan?
Oh, that hurts so much. That's a disgusting kill from Nertz. Knows he has to take that duel, at least eliminate one of them while they're split. And for Tabson, it's all a guessing game, and guess is wrong. Good timing from Nertz to peek out, though, as he's approaching the bomb site. Bomb coming out in his hands. Catches Tabson completely unawares.
And wasn't even like tucked as close to the orange boxes as possible. Kind of went for like a more mid-site plant. Oof is what I believe that one is.
That's what you want out of your star players. Nertz delivering, continue to delivering on the promise as he joined this roster.
And of course, Nikadaw is not far behind him. 4 kills and an op in hand with deep vision down ramp.
Both teams pretty much fully invested. Only Nikadaw's has money in the bank for a future op. Sees the jump up. Oh, that's hard to track that head, but Nikadaw's wanted to fight.
That's what we need, though. We need a Montu op impact, because we went basically all of Nuke without it. The op was not online for Big. The riflers were, but Montu's presence absent and noted. So for him to just win that heads-up duel against Nikadaw is going to feel good for Big. Try to shake off that last round.
This is interesting, though, from Heroic, too. Even with Nikadaw's going down and no longer having that deep information at the A ramp, they've just stacked the B bomb site. There's 3 players here. Tessus is the only defender gone passive. And I wonder if they just call this round done if Big end up hitting this bomb site.
Well, Kixan's going to try to send a flash over top, a second one, but no follow-through just yet. 24 seconds. Big better not trip over their own feet. That smoke, dude, that flash, that was the weakest flash I've ever seen, dude. What was...
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, and that's the kill. It looked like they were reconvening towards the B bomb site, and that kill is just like, nope, we'll come back to A. That's all good.
Tess is like, I need a flash. Kixan's, best I got. It's like, if that's the best you got, you just led Tessas to his own death. And sure enough, that classic double op T-side that we all talk about.
That we all love.
We all love
know
and
is impactful.
Celebrate and definitely understand.
Okay, there it is.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Prosus just didn't want to Galil. He's like, no, let's go with the double op.
Yeah, that's fair. Could feel God be staring at the back of his head.
And he's like, you take that Galil. You like it.
You like it. You save it as you're 1 and 4. But that 1 kill was off of Galil when he got his ramp kill on Shush a few rounds ago. Big back to winning ways. Best way, of course, to shake off the upset of the round prior. Look at that, dude. Saw you.
It's such a hard peak for Nikadaw. I'm actually surprised he stayed in the fight. He probably wants to have that one back. There was probably like a split second where his brain said, you should crouch and get away from this. And he didn't listen to it. But you never know when that other head, that little whack-a-mole, is going to pop back up. And you don't know which angle it's going to be.
Yeah, usually you should trust that voice in your head. Unless they all start talking at the same time.
In which case, pick your favorite.
Yeah, babbling at the moment are definitely Heroic with 4 players here on A. Trying to swarm the ramp again. Working with guns. Nertz will kick this off. It's Prosus having a hard time to really get the ball rolling. Can that one? Okay, we'll just win a 5-7 duel down ramp. Why not?
Double swing with kicks in as well, doing the damage, and the 5-7's cleaning it up. So well orchestrated so far from Heroic, but now they've lost a player. And over towards Sandbags, you dead.
Boom, just like that. An artillery strike finds Tesses, and that's man advantage now gone. Health advantage also swings the way of Big, because we've got a wounded Nertz here. Working with Kixan in the site. And a very silent Big here, not showing their hand yet. Plenty of time, though, to figure out what it is they want to do. All the time! They didn't even make sound. They did nothing wrong. Tabson just knows. How does he know? Jason?
What a good read. He hears the smoke goes down, and he's like, there's a timing here where this might actually work. Either someone shifting in or out of position, or maybe he, I mean, heaven forbid if he actually called the boost, but that's a god-tier play from Tabson to just go for the spam.
Dude, I feel like not a single bullet from that spray missed.
It's because like that smoke is meant to give the timing to execute that boost. Just goes for a blind play, and it works out. Still a chance, though. Nertz and Shush can try and recover. Shush still killless in this map so far.
Ooh, the boost back sights, gives him vision. Sin still able to keep his head tucked. Tabson going for the bomb plant, 10 seconds to spare. No smoke lineup. Despite 2 sprays of shots through smoke, Tabson able to retreat somewhat, but nice timing on the push here. Shush trying to make the most of it, knows that he has done damage and kept somebody tagged behind Sandbags. More damage now on Crimbo. We're talking 18 HP for the 2 Ts that do remain, but both of them will show no skin. They sit back, all the way back, down ramp. They peek out from Sandbags and die, forcing Crimbo to come back. This for as long as he has to. It's a 10-second stick. Crimbo's got to get going, and it is Shush who made this happen.
Yeah, look at that face from Nertz as well. What a round for Shush to get his first 2 kills. He controls the entire post plan, and maybe a little bit too much respect given over by the big players in a 2-on-2, obviously prompted by the incredibly low health that they had. And this wonderful spam from Tabson goes to waste. That was a kill that provided them an opening into the A bomb site, and they just can't close it out.
Not one bullet missed.
He almost can't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, between that and his low HP 1v1 win, he's like, we've gotten away with some clutches. We've gotten away with a couple situations here.
That's the best kind of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
By the seat of your pants.
3-3.
Rounds that you don't feel you deserve are the ones that feel the best.
Sure. They get you the most hype, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know someone on the other team is pissed. It's not even about winning the round. You're just like, I made someone angry.
Yep. It's not that I get value out of this. It's that you're upset.
My value is derived from your pain.
Of course.
Yeah. The matchmaking experience.
Yeah. While we're in the server, and outside of that, we're all very empathetic. We like to cheer for our competitors, etc.
Speak for yourself.
When that game's live, eat shit.
No friends in Counter-Strike.
Process. Back to the endeavor that is the ramp play. We're waiting for Process's moment. Hell, we're also waiting for Crimbo to get into the action, really. Nertz, see ya. Oh, there it is.
There it is. We got it. Not waiting anymore.
It's funny, you said Shush hasn't got to kill you. Posts his impact. Crimbo needs to get going. Posts his double kill just like that. 5v3 looking good for Big, but the trajectory of the utility, yeah, gives Shush an early warning. He's going to peek into his 4 players, though.
Yeah,
so
he
traded out with mid-control. Last guy on the B site's done for.
Yeah, he didn't think there was going to be 3 more on the stairs. He was thinking maybe that was just 1 more player at that position, but shut down entirely. But that round was always going to be desperate after Crimbo opens up with 2 kills. So a win for Big. Tessus is going to back off and save money is horrendous for the heroic side of things. The next round might have to be a little bit of a save. Regardless, I mean, both these teams just going back and forth. Feels like Heroic with some of these round wins are hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but they're fighting in each and every round. They've already won a full save. Difficult to think that you could add another one onto that.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice.
Well, not in the same place.
Just really odds, I guess, huh?
But then you always hear those stories about a guy who's been hit by lightning like 5 times in his life.
Yep, well.
And he doesn't even get superpowers out of it.
Nope, just paralysis. Crimbo paralyzing the top mid push. No chance to follow into the ladder. I'm curious what they wanted from that. Did you want to kill top T-spawn? Did you want to get ladder in flank? Like, you don't have to give away kills top mid as a CT on Vertigo, but they clearly had a plan.
If you don't get spotted, if no one's there for some reason, you cross the ladder room and either sit in it or you go for an early flank or go for a timing flank later in the round. Obviously, when they see him, they thought maybe, you know, headshot angle, we can take that fight. It is Nertz. Can't blame him for having the confidence in that.
Yeah, well, it's also Crimbo. This is the round that won them last time. The fourth player, Crane Push, has kicked it off with a frag again. They're going to be on high alert. As long as nobody team kills, maybe things will be all right. But 2 frags. This is nearly the most successful strategy that Heroic has
Yeah, unfortunately this time it's not all of Big there. It's only a couple players, so they're able to get the bomb planted. And now I think with the money that you have, you prioritize keeping these AK-47s. Don't even go for anything except for those USPs.
Come on, Jason, live a little. Nah, never mind. Crimbo, he's got support as well. Last time, flanked Elevator, gave away the AK to Nertz, allowed for the 1v1 to be finished off. But if you are at home looking for a new eco strat, clearly Heroic are bringing the 4 Crane Peak to the table.
Well, we talked about the Nikonos heat check coming into this map, wanting it 2 maps in a row. He got 3 kills in the pistol. He's at 4 overall since then, so been very quiet outside of the pistol round here on Vertigo. Good frags from Nertz at the end of the day to keep the AK-47.
Yeah, but the beauty of it is Nikonos can cool off if Nertz is going to keep this impact up.
Sure.
You know, those are the 2 stars, 2 highest rated players for this Heroic team. Nertz 1, Nikonos 2, Tesses 3.
That being said, you're down 3-5 at the moment. This has not been, I mean, especially when you consider like the fashion of some of the wins, right? You win the eco round with most of the USPs, the Nertz 1v1, then you have that sketchy 2v2 that they're able to bring out, or 2v3 at one point at the A-bomb site. You've had some gifts given over to you that are keeping you in this game, but outside of that, it hasn't looked like you really kind of have what it takes to stop Big overall.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hell, just even winning pistol and not converting fully.
Sure.
Leaves a sting, but dealing with it economically, back in with rifles. No op on the board. Not for Montu, who thankfully has got some more frags here. 2 slow maps from Montu back to back. I think could have been a real end to Big. Hopefully there's not 4 players on. Crane taps in, gonna go right into it. He knows what he wants out of the spawn. Just beams Nikonos. Kixan, there's his first frag of the map. Welcome to the server, buddy. You want some more? Because Montu's not far away, but making a bit of a ruckus on the fallback.
He wanted more. He was out in the open looking for more, using those flashbangs to get a wider angle. So just re-clearing ramp as we speak. Tess is behind the smoke, is going to tell him close up is clear. That'll put Shush on notice. He has smoke Molotov, so does not have to commit to any of these fights when he spots the information. And there it is. There's the first one. They might come right through that. Sin probably could have beat it. His teammates wouldn't have been able to, so he calls it off. And a smoke to delay even further.
This is where I rate Shush. This is where I expect big things. On his own, with a teammate, doesn't matter. In his element. And he's deterred them from following through to the B site. We get this pack of players coming at Tesses, just using that gap in the tarp to perfection. Kind of cheesy, not gonna lie. Bit unfair, but it's not his fault. And poor Process about to get hit by the back of the Sandbags player, who does get molly, but late. Will he die? He insta-smokes it. They found out about Kixan. Crimbo tries to clear him, just loses the blind spray duel, 25 to the clock. Rotators come in, and Kixan's doing a wonderful job of staying alive and getting his first bit of impact in this second map. They still have not found him.
That's so frustrating. That's got to be
unbelievable.
So frustrating for Big that he maintains this position. And now he's just toying with Process.
Oh, this is it. That's it. Process, 2 kills up close, just when it felt like Kixan does enough. Ooh. They got ahead of themselves. They thought Kixan had that wrapped.
They were feeling themselves.
Oh, dude, he's thinking, I'm so sick. Feeling invincible from the center of that smoke, dude, from the heart of the moment. This tap, this one here.
Oh, no way.
Oh, let's go.
Unreal. Well, Heroic got a little bit of a gift early with that Nerds clutch, so the game just giving it right back to Heroic, to Big with a nasty one tap from Prosus.
Dude, and this kid hits headshots. And I love aimers like that.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, even for like a young player, like understanding the situation, like if he's just going to hide here, I got to find his teammate first. I got to look elsewhere and force him out into the open, flush him into the open.
Yes, sit in your sandbags. I'll give you the tea bags. And just turns it on him like it's nothing. One bullet tap, like 5-6 seconds to the clock as well. Literally an unwinnable round without that frag from the player on the site. Kixan, at that point, Kixan could have died. Wouldn't have mattered. Site player should not have faced. Jokes aside.
Yeah. Yeah, could have been played smarter.
Did not have the time to win, but sure as hell had the aim. 5v4 comes out of this. Kixan, that one M4 coming through. An interesting buy as well, right? Investing into this on his own, like down to $600, goes armor, M4, wins the fight against Tabson on ramp. Is it enough? Deagle softening him up, but Prosus back in with a kill. Nertz boosted in middle.
I think you have so much confidence in individual levels of player at this stage, where you're like one Deagle kill, and then all of a sudden that M4 can really do some work if they go elsewhere. It can put itself in a good position. And obviously, it's not panning out here the way they would have liked.
Kixan's still in the middle of it all, so trying to make the most of that M4, but his one opening kill really looks like all they're going to get. A Hail Mary as the two pistols just await anything in the B site, but Big don't mind playing with a clock.
No, and the nice thing about that buy too is, I mean, he'll have an MP9 in the next round, right? Yeah. It's not like you're putting yourself on too much of a back foot. MP9 full utility, very strong situation.
Good target selection here from Sin. Nikadaz, he's got a nasty Deagle, and he's got two players softened up, and they don't have the time to go to the A site, so they have to give him this chance. Slim chance at that. And shout out Sin one time, because I think when it comes down to the individual level of Prosus and Sin and who's getting frags, you know, we just talk about Prosus far more.
Sure.
But right now, Sin's putting forth the highest performance of any of the big members 11 rounds into this half.
Almost even more impressive is 147 ADR so far into this. He's been doing damage, even on top of those kills. Good job from Crimbo holding on and making sure those pushes don't wreak any havoc. It's 7-3, a 4-round lead for Big, and Heroic really looking to try and scrape together what they can at the end of this half.
A deep finds Sin. That'll make his job a little harder, but oof, Shush has to extend out into the open. Luckily for him, there's no peek behind it. And of course, his rotator comes over in the form of Kixan. Not liking this early bit of pressure, it seems, on B. Another nade, another util, just trying to shake things up a bit. But they go both ways, and Montu's now softened. Crimbo, clean opening frag. Just like that, it's Nertz out of the half. Or the 11th at least. Do they follow through? They've been allowed to get close on the wood wall. Shush as well, leaning back. Great rifle work out of Shush.
And he still has kicks in here. He still has kicks in here behind the boards. He'll never expect it. Bomb hits the deck. Up, Mantu, he's got him trapped behind the boards. Flashbang into the sky, and Kixon gets himself out. 1v3 for Crimbo.
Yeah, man, that's just a hook, line, and sinker moment from Shush. Relatively quiet half, but still 2 bouts of impact. And now Crimbo, just a week ago, had a beautiful 1 versus 3. Specifically on Ancient. You know, if he had a minute here to work, Crimbo's one of those guys who is just, he's never stressed in a clutch. Great ability to visualize the map, to predict positions, doesn't skip steps.
And right now he's just visualizing this one's out of reach.
Yeah, he knows. You know, it's good to be a realist.
Yeah.
As somebody who is alive last.
And he's got plenty of money to drop weapons over his teammates. Mansu's going to need one. Prosus is going to need one. So he's prioritizing the economy as well, playing for the team. 7-4.
I love a clutch king who comes without an ego. And to me, that is Crimbo.
Okay.
You know, even in a 1v3 when he gets, let's say, you know, one of the kills, that's not always him then just going off the rails and following through. Good risk assessment.
I like the ego.
Of course you do, Jason.
Yeah, I like the players who can clutch and they know it, and they'll tell you about it.
Well, if you spoke German, he could tell you about it. Has excellent English.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you know. I'm stretching here.
Anything to take a shot, huh?
Yeah. You know me. Speaking of egos.
Nikodaz, man. Rough game after nuke.
Yeah, true.
Rough first half. 1 kill since the pistol round.
But Big are just so content to play Vertigo. We'll see what their defense has in store after this round. TeSeS trying to pull on something, but the headshot's just too clean from the ramp commitment, and it is very much a commitment, but is it at their demise? Double kill out of Shush. It's gonna have to be an ace for the Dane as he swings out. There's number 3 and still at 100 health.
He's like a ninja, just disappears into the smoke. He's got a double already, adds 1 more, and then just is no longer on the map. Bomb gonna be planted. Shush is reassessing and repositioning. He's got a kit, no utility. I think the problem now is since he's not close by, so much time for Crimbo and Men2 to just fall back and get into comfort spots and play this post plant intelligently.
Creeping in, Montu holding edge of the smoke, and just, all right, 1 bullet to seal the deal. So nicely done from Montu, catching up with Crimbo. Nice even scoreboard from the big clan, and Heroic with a map in their back pocket. Better have a T-side ready. taking back control of the series with an 8-4 T-side on Vertigo. Their map pick and looking comfortable.
And it could have been way stronger. There were some nice clutches for Heroic in the first half to even just get him to 4. That could have just been a dominant half from Big. As we stand, though, they still looked like they were completely comfortable with everything they saw on the map, ready to go. They switched sides. It's Big on defense, Heroic attacking into it. Another test for the new in-game leader of Kixin in Heroic.
Of course, and unfortunately for him, his 2 stars that were dominating back on Nuke and Nikadaz and Tesses, well, they've fallen quiet, Jason.
Very quiet. Very, very quiet. We'll see if they can pick it up in the second half. Nert's doing his best to buy him a little bit of time to warm up into this map, but Vertigo seems firmly in control of Big.
Shush to lead with this P250. He's going to get a jiggle out of Sin, who responds with a flash and a peek behind it. Nice tap into Tesses. As his teammates fell back, he tried to go in, and that little disjointedness offers up a 5v4. It causes a scramble from the A site, heard by Nikadaz. And then silence blankets the server yet again. Late catch on the ladder there.
Yeah,
Points,
very late catch.
Points.
Oh, Crimbo already pushed up. A little bit dangerous. He's alone out in the open. This is another one of those positions where you know you're so committed that you're gonna die. It's just, can you take multiple people with you? They don't expect it. He's got 1, almost clean up on 2, but he's got early information, so Sin's gonna slide himself into the bomb site.
Scrambles all the way over, Kixan 2 HP. Sin dodging flashes. He's got teammates behind him now in Tabson, and Tabson's going to get that job finished off on Kixan. Nikadaz, let's see it. He's been strong in the pistols, but this time it's a one and done, and that deep angle from Crimbo. Not only killing the one, but also he got the headshot on the second player through his first target, does all of this damage, and just eases Big into a 9th round win.
Yeah, and that's time for the rotation to come in. This is a great shot from Sin as well. Just swinging, jiggle peeking a little bit. Finding that tap, and yeah, Nertz, all you can do is give it a little eye roll and a shrug.
Nertz is honestly slowly rising the ranks in terms of like the reactions.
Yeah, they're very muted reactions, but they're subtle, but they're powerful.
They got a little sass in them.
It's just like, sure, bro.
Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, meet me on Mirage.
Oh, all right. We like this.
Yeah, you gonna try that again, or? Process, a little ambitious. A little dangerous, gives an MP9 to Shush, who tries to lead the pack around the ramp. Montu, though, coming around with 1 kill towards short, doubles down. Nice frag out of Kixan with the Glock, but this should be all good. The flank finds him. Crimbo, again, not wasting any time on these backstabs, and I like that about Crimbo. Not only in the clutch will Crimbo just, pull off his big moments, but also in the middle of the rounds, I feel like it's a player who really doesn't have hesitations. He knows when he needs to go for the round-winning moments, and not that this one got too sketchy.
He makes his decision, and he's committed to it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, as, again, touted as kind of like the star of Big, he's given that space, and everybody kind of respects that Crimbo can do what Crimbo wants. But as an egoless player, he doesn't do it too often.
Sure, I see you're trying to pull together 2 completely different concepts. I like that.
Speaking out both sides of my mouth.
Mantu, off angle in middle. Oh, and he slides out into 1 Nertz.
Oh, what?
There's certainly another shrug on that one. However, 2 kills in quick succession in rebuttal. And now towards the bomb site, but Process comes in time. Grabs Nikadaz from the back, and it's going to be 2 on 3.
Dangerous for Process to just attack out through the smoke like that.
Bomb's dropped up on the ledge, though.
Oh, a gift.
What do we have here?
And Sin can just lean on this dirty off angle that gets found out but cleaned up regardless. Shush 1v3. I do indeed love a Shush clutch. Oh, I do indeed. Now he got the bomb at the same time, so didn't have to jump all the way up, and Process is gonna walk right in, but still he wins his duel. And Process, I think, needed this to close out with a 10th frag and an 11th round to Big.
Yeah, feeling good. That's a nice clutch as well. Could have very easily gone the way of Shush in that 1v3. Mantu with a nice start. This double kill follow-up is something special.
Didn't push through.
That's how it happens.
Right, because I was thinking like, damn, he got smoked off, ran through, and still took that fight, but
it went crazy.
Nah, he's just got that lineup, the helping hand for Sin, Process and him working in tandem, and they have led themselves to an 11-4 lead on down. Vertigo simply the better team, no contest.
Yeah, and it's just funny. Like a week ago, it was Big winning Nuke. They lost it today. A week ago, it was Heroic winning Vertigo in overtime. It looks more than likely they're going to be losing this one today. Nikadaz with a double kill coming through the smoke at top ramp. Man2 waiting for his moment. They've all passed by.
Ooh, this could be something big. Nertz turned away. No one watching. MP9 will clean him up. The ump could never do it, but it's only those two. He'll be traded right back. And again, in anticipation of Crimbo, this is what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about,
Isn't that
baby?
the perfect example? Look at the way they go back to try and catch him, but Crimbo knows better. Crimbo tucks in because Crimbo plays without ego.
Unless it's an eco round where they have unarmored Glocks, in which case he's just rushing up there as fast as possible.
Well, come on. We all love a little stat pad.
It's not a lack of ego, it's eco hunting.
I don't. Tomato, tomato.
Good timing on this, though. Jokes aside, playing this round very, very well, making sure there's no escape route for Heroic. Sin's going to call them committed to the bomb site, committed to the plant. That Molotov holds him off, and that brings Crimbo just a little bit closer. And there's not enough bodies to protect against this.
Nah, step by step. Look at this. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. A double for Crimbo to close it and give Big that coveted 12th.
Man, they got so many chances to close this one out. They probably won't need them all with the way this game has been because Big, as you mentioned, has been the better team from round 2 of this map on. They have just been in complete control.
And I think, like, you just brought it up, right, how this doesn't quite correlate to what we had a week ago, but I think that's really a testament to where both these teams are at.
Yeah.
Big, not qualifying for the RMR, coming in very slow at Blast, but then ramping up and getting better. Heroic, strong individuals on certain maps at certain moments, but, you know, not having that tactical depth per se or the consistency. These are two teams in flux, and that's when the non-consistent results start to come through. So a tough one for Heroic here on Vertigo, but they'll try their damnedest to at the very least get up ramp. Prosis losing his teammate.
It's a lot of resources used to get that 1-for-1 trade. 2 smokes and a Molotov remaining for Heroic's attacking side. Everywhere else is pretty chill, pretty quiet. Nobody else from Heroic making any kind of a play or making any kind of a move. As they shuffle back to the B bomb site, everyone evacuates over towards A. Prosis hears nothing. Sin still has a smoke. So any indication this is coming, he's got a little bit of utility to help him out.
Starts to drop it ahead of the hit. Gets dinked immediately. Nice opening here from Shush. Cracks the whip, follows through, gets into the bomb site. And honestly, nothing Big can do about it. But at a 12-4 lead, don't you deserve to go for the retake? Haven't you earned a throwaway round? No, got B.
Kids at home, that's how you lose games.
Yeah.
That's how comebacks happen.
But think of the glory.
Yeah, I know, but think of how cool it would be.
Yeah. Play with fire.
Please don't play with fire.
Come on, Jason, you're from America. I feel like, you know, fireworks, that's your guys' thing.
Yeah, fireworks are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Those are cool. Play with fireworks, it's not fire.
Okay. Yeah. Fire spreads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quickly.
So one more from Heroic at least. Of course, we've got Anubis waiting in the wings, and I think that's somewhere where, not to keep putting him on a pedestal, but Crimbo is one of the best A players on Anubis in my mind.
Yeah, but also as we can see on these 2 maps today, it's like which and remember, like these teams have already played one game earlier today, so
Yes.
it's a longer day, even though it's not like a grueling series they had to play first. It's a long time you have to kind of be focused and getting prepared for the next match. And I mean, it does kind of feel like which individuals are going to be showing, like if we get another Nikadaz.
You know how many people in chat play 8 pugs a day? These guys can do it too.
I can't play 8 pugs a day.
Oh, you're like 40.
Yeah.
Getting there.
Well, you know the kind of pugs we play.
That's true.
I don't want to subject myself to 8 of those.
That's true. One's enough.
I can't solo queue 8 games in North American Face It.
We ain't playing that. Nertz quietly creeping out middle. He's got this A site wrapped up. Nobody even thinking about it. So what's he really want from this?
Uh-oh.
Okay, just that. Yep, cut. Yep. You got there. And luckily for you, that was
an interesting way to come through that smoke.
You know, but that's 5v1. That's 5v1 confidence.
I was just gathering information. I flushed him out, guys, exactly as designed.
I'm setting you up. Surely we can't lose a pure 1v5 to Montu after giving him 2 separate 1v1s. Surely he won't anticipate this player on top. No, Nertz locks it in, and that is a 6th for Heroic.
And that's the lack of money now for Big. Still plenty of breathing room. No cause for panic just yet, but they'll have to sit a round out. Shush doing some work over at the B bomb site, of which he normally, or in the first half, was defending.
Yes, I mean, two sides of the same coin, right?
Yeah, he's like, I know every annoying thing people can do.
Literally
to defenders at this bomb site.
Yep, and he knows how to hold it on his own. He knows how to prod it on his own when playing T-side. You know, Shush, I respect a player that can operate individually. Keeping his score up there. In fact, that last round now puts him above Nertz. Buying time for Tessa. Are Big literally running back the same 4-person pistol setup that Heroic used twice on their CT side, once to success and once to not?
You think they're trying to get a little bit of pride back?
Yeah, it just cancels each other out.
It is like, we don't actually think this is going to work, but we just want to show off that we can do it.
It's like, actually, it's our strat. You just got to play CT side first. They're going to go peeking down, and unfortunately not nearly as successful as the one time Heroic pulled it off.
Eco hipsters.
Yeah. Nikadaz just chewing through this setup. It's actually Kixan's wallbang, just to keep TessS as negative as possible. Still 9 more deaths than kills, but only 5 rounds to lead.
Only.
Yeah, I don't put it past Big to throw this.
Heroic's not going to win it. Big's going to throw it.
Yeah, of course. There's still a chance.
Definitely still a chance.
Again, just, these teams are in flux.
Yeah.
They're in weird, both of them are in weird places.
And there's going to be inconsistencies.
And that's fine, because we're at the play-in. The play-in is a weird place to be. You don't know all your opponents. These two do, but that's also weird. You played so soon ago that who knows what to expect.
Same maps as well. Yep. Yeah, you start getting into the mind game territory.
Yeah. Who knows what's going on? But 1 of 5 rounds needed for Big, and they'll seal the deal, move this series to Anubis. Crimbo pushed to the back of the site. He's as low as Montu over on the ramp, but Montu, just like that, gets himself 2 frags down ramp on the op, makes a difference, right?
And that makes Shush feel like he has to make a play, and there's the first kill. That's sin to go down, but does he have an idea? He knows about the possibility.
For sure, because of the smoke, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe just the zoning of Crimbo, who is on half health and has 2 to deal with. But Tabson lends helping hands, and with it, a 4v1 queued up for Big to close. So this inevitability, as it felt, seemingly coming to its natural conclusion. Ooh, Feet had a chance to tug on a toe. Nertz, the first of a 1v4. I wouldn't put it past Nertz. Rookie of the year.
You have to read this second player, even if you get that first kill. Problem is, Tapson's never going to peek.
Nah.
You want to talk about like a strong fundamental player. He's just like, he probably doesn't even have his hand on his keyboard at this point.
He's probably unplugged it already. Nertz will slide through smoke, and Process, he's been reloading. Process, for a second, maybe, just maybe could have thrown it away, but Big Clan will close it. And doing so cleanly pushes the series into Anubis, where who knows what happens next.
You need to be quick. They need to go. Player manager's not going to be happy with me. But Crimbo, I love you. I watched your career from when we were in the academy days. It was all good. But now Oni is destroying my interviews. Why are you letting this happen?
Well, I love it. It's so funny. And like,
Oni's not funny.
He's the best.
Are you being paid to say this?
No.
So why do you do this to me?
It's so much fun. I don't know. Everyone loves it. I love it as well. My friends, my brother loves it. So why not? Like, especially most of these interviews are so. I mean, of course, it should be professional on one side, you know. But it's like it always seems like so sad. I also saw JL's doing some fun stuff with you when they won. Exactly. I love it because it's like sometimes it's a little bit too professional. You don't get a little bit, you know.
So let's bring some more fun in. So next time, not only me and you will decide something before interview here at Kato, and so start thinking, start getting these cogs set, and we'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, love, man. Yeah.
So it seems as though Crimbo having a little bit of fun, and that a Big Clan as well. They do take us in the second map. They take us to a third. That's going to be Anubis. We'll get into that and all the nitty-gritty here really shortly. For the time being, 13 does stand tall on the Berlin International Gaming side. Joining me to be Maniac and Steel in the middle. Now we have a split series. What is it? Smile about?
I was going to see where you were going to take that one. You know, you kind of made your own bed.
Okay.
Making fun of me after map 1. And,
listen,
you know,
that's how the best of threes, right? So there's usually 3 maps, guaranteed 2, right? That's how it works.
That's how
we've got 2 out of the way. So tell me about the second one.
Yeah, it was. I think the scoreline is slightly deceiving. So you have Big with a very vast scoreline on this map. It was very messy. It was very skirmishy. There was a bunch of clutches. I'm sure we're going to touch on them later on in this segment. And I think Heroic made a very good job at throwing the strat book out the window, being Big's face, forcing duels, forcing trades, not letting Big be tactic as we talked about. But somehow the German/Polish handled it pretty well, better than I thought they would.
Yeah, what did you see, Josh?
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of back and forth rounds, especially early on in the half. We saw the Big team doing the force buy on the round 2 after a losing pistol round, and they won that, just like on Nuke. And that really set it off into a back and forth, few clutch rounds, and it didn't let Heroic get any footing in the game. And after they lost, like, you know, 4 rounds, I think, Big started taking a huge lead off of that. And Heroic couldn't, like we see here, you know, the spams. That's what I like to call Big. Berlin International gimmicks. They know the maps really well. They get to do all the spam lineups, all the nade lineups, the double nades. They have all the boosts. They have all the little things to inch them a little bit closer. And those small little, I guess, inches that they take sent them the mile, yeah.
Yeah, but for the crowd that, you know, goes by centimeters. So, like, if you really had to break it down, no, I'm kidding.
I've been living in the U.S. for too long now.
It's okay. We'll give you a few days to adapt to the real metrics. We'll get back to that eventually. No, I think it's the conditions that we set prior to this map, I think, applied very well here. It's like if you see Heroic being passive, then you're going to be subject to the wallbangs you're talking about, all the sets of utilities, the gimmicks that you mentioned. So Heroic quickly understood that, and they took the fight too big. But this is where I wanted to highlight Tapson as well, because I think he did a good job stabilizing. Like, he might not have an incredible scoreline. You might just take a quick glance, say, 15 kills, whatever. But actually, if you pay attention, all of the moments on a knife's edge where, like, 1 kill is going to decide, is their weapon being picked up? Is it going to be 2 kills for the CT? I feel like Tapson was always here to sort of stabilize the situation, make sure everything is in control, and doing his job as a leader. So shout out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just going to circle back to this gimmick name. I think it's a cool name, and it makes sense for a team that we talk about being gatekeepers from time to time, right?
Yeah. Gatekeepers of what, the group stage? Or?
Yes,
the
group stage. Of the group stage, and kind of like then also maybe the play-ins. We don't know. We'll find out the conclusion, but you know, we do have to settle this on Anubis. So when you think about Anubis, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Very strat heavy and very protocol heavy. I think the CTs need to be able to be aggressive and actually fight instead of letting the Ts just walk around and do whatever they want and split from E-Box and split through camera. You need to take fights and you need to be proactive. And we're going to need to see Tapson activating again like he did this last map. And we're going to see Mantu's op. He has to move it around. But again, that's another place for Heroic to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mantus still has hits or misses in terms of series and maps. If he has a good one, I think we saw on Vertigo that Heroic doesn't necessarily have the super refined protocols to make sure he never is in a position to get that kill, you know, talking about either a shoulder peek or a good flash or the set falling apart around us.
That was terrifying.
That's always got to keep you on your toes. But quickly to talk about Heroic really on Anubis, when I watched him play in Copenhagen, I had two very different versions of him. One tried to play very loosey-goosey map control individualistic against Cloud9 and got smacked, literally smacked right on the ground. And then against Big, they got a little bit more organized, and I think this is more of a version we're going to see here. I don't think they're going to play open map control. I think it's going to be a bit more complicated, a bit more, I guess, structured from Heroic. They have to.
So on either side of the coin here, right? I mean, you guys were kind of divided on this one when we got started. Who are you looking at as your playmaker over there on that side for Heroic?
Or for Heroic?
Excuse me, Big for you. Big for you.
Are you going to change my predictions? Is that what's happening here? You're making sure we are just getting everybody confused.
Puppet master, you know?
Puppet mastering, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, who are your winners? You know, like who is going to be those playmakers?
I think, honestly, I think Crimbo is always going to be a playmaker, like a stable name for playmakings. And I think whether Big is having success or not, sometimes hands on him being either too impatient or being successful. And this is sort of the line that he's walking. He's very out there. He takes risks, and sometimes he forces them a little bit, and he gets caught. That puts Big in a disadvantage. But he's one of these players in the Big camp that gives me the feeling that he knows what's happening. He wants to be assertive. He wants to try and take risks, grab a map control, grab information, and not just stand around and have a schnitzel and enjoy himself.
And okay, I know that we've been highlighting Tabsin a lot over the past two maps, but we saw in this last game on Vertigo, Crimbo was actually activated a little bit more. He was getting down B. We saw that on CT Pistol even, where he, took out one of the nade sets in from Heroic. He almost took out the second one as well. We saw him down in that 2 versus 2. He was able to flank up A and get them in the back before the bomb was planted. So there were like all these good plays from him being active. And we also saw him doing those like street fight type things, Crimbo slice around B site, moving from quad to double, letting his teammates take first contact, then he, comes in from the side.
1-2, kind of like
the little 1-2, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what a game of Counter-Strike is, right? You give up areas of map and take others. Like, it kind of works like that, right, Maniac?
Absolutely.
Tell me about this game known as a 5v5 title.
Yes, so what you have is you have an offense and you have a defense, right? And they play about 12 rounds, and then they switch. And then whoever was defending is now attacking, and vice versa. That's a little bit how it works. And sometimes there's a bit of a Big out there coming back from the outside, making sure they stay hydrated and oxygenated.
Yeah, and it's cold out there too. So
it actually is really, really cold. Someone probably must have opened the door somewhere or something.
Yeah, probably. Josh, 3, 2, 1, who wins?
Sweater on.
Just say the name.
Well, I said Heroic at the start. I have to dig my heels in and do this. Otherwise, I can't be spineless. Yeah.
Someone has some demeanor. He was about to give you a way out. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Hey, let's go ahead and go to a break so we can get Anubis started. We're going to settle the score here with Big and Heroic when we return. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
now. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, it's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
A new day means new submissions to the workshop. Let's take a look at some of the maps that piqued my interest. This is one I had to add as it just looks so good. Bounce is a small A map with the theming of a bouncy castle. The aesthetic is not just for the looks, as this bouncy castle has some gameplay effects. Jumping on these trampolines will allow you to soar into the sky and take you back to your childhood. The creator has really nailed this one, combining stellar visuals with relevant gameplay changes along with it. Top marks all round, and you should certainly subscribe and bounce around on this one. While Surf has some gameplay hitches that still need to be resolved, people are starting to remake classic maps from Source and CSGO, giving them a facelift with the new tools mappers have access to. Surf Nyx is probably the best looking I've seen so far. Originally a Source map, Zen and N have done a lovely job porting this map to CS2, as it offers surfing in a futuristic crystal mine. The lighting and feel are dreamy. It even has a nice audioscape to it as well, with some droning tones and crystally noises. I still haven't seen an all-out original surf map yet, but I can only imagine how good it will look. Let's hope we get some adjustments to stamp out those ramp bugs so we can all enjoy surf to its fullest in CS2. Now this one is more for me, as these minimaps have provided me with many hours of fun in CSGO. Bot Mishi has ported over one of his minimaps, and that one is Mini Mirage. If you are looking to play a fun 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, these minimaps are peak fun.
You could literally be anywhere right now.
Oh my
shit, Aaron
God.
Familiar maps with a twist. I can't guarantee your instant mid-spawn smokes will work on this one, so throw all the utility you know out the window. While Mirage is great, I'd love to see some other maps created in this style. Ancient and Anubis would be a treat, and who knows, maybe one day we can get them, if we ask nicely.
What? Were you on the left or you on the right, Sean?
Sticking with Mirage, let's head over to a practice map to help you get your util up. We have seen quite a few aim-related maps recently, so it's nice to see some other variations of practice maps. If you want to become a future pro and you play Mirage on the daily, then this is a map that's worth a sub. This training map has extensive nades for all areas of the map, from A site to B site to mid nades, retake nades, and even all instant window smokes. It makes sense why Mirage is first. While hated by some, it's beloved by most. While I might not be a part of the latter group, I can still appreciate a well put together map. There are smokes in here that even I didn't know existed.
And so here we are. We find ourselves locking horns between Big and Heroic on Anubis yet again. A series, it's not deja vu, it's not Groundhog Day. You've seen this not long ago, but I think this time it means a little more, because we're talking about the group stage of IEM Katowice 2024, the first ever CS2 Katowice. And of course, I think both these teams kind of content that they opened the days the way they did. Big were the betting odds favorites to take that match over ENCE, but they did it in such a clean fashion that I think they should be proud of that. And Heroic, a sick best of one upset to kind of get the ball rolling this very morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the idea of dodging any potential danger and, you know, I guess the lower bracket of this play-in as well. Just get through. Just make it easy. One day, and then you get a chill and you can relax.
Just have a good day.
Yeah.
It's a long day, but have a good day.
It's that easy.
We do make it sound easy, don't we?
Yeah, that's our specialty. Well, third and deciding map. Anubis is going to be where this series is figured out. Both these teams, as you mentioned, I mean, it is a little deja vu with a couple key differences. Both teams winning different maps than they did a week ago, but still coming down to the wire on Anubis. And the big question mark now is, like, we've seen some incredible performances from individual players across the series. Who are we going to get in this next third map? Nikadaz had a great nuke, really quieted down on Vertigo. We had some great impact from Prosis. Man2 showed up on Vertigo as well. Crimbo is obviously as a stud, as we know. So what do we get? What do we get here on Anubis?
Well, I can tell you what we're going to get over on that A-bomb site. We're going to be getting what I consider one of the best Anubis A anchors in the world in Crimbo. Sometimes depends on what his teammates can do and offer around him. That A player has to retake B 7.5 rounds. Yeah, he's going to have his hands full. But I think you can guarantee that Crimbo, again, just kind of touting him as being like a good risk assessor, sometimes pushing out long A just causes you to lose rounds. And I don't anticipate Crimbo as one of those guys when the gun rounds start coming.
Well, this is designed on the pistol, and let's see. Oh, good shot from Sin. That's huge. Nikados gets cleared out. That's Crimbo. Doesn't fall prey to the trap. And all of a sudden, Heroics only got 3 players. Bomb plant at least secured. So victory of sorts no matter what happens from here.
Yeah, small win. You take what you can. Kixan not even able to get off of the site as Sin just lays down bullets. Shush goes real deep, all the way over to the tunnel. He waits for that long cross, but we do get the 2 Dark players coming up, both of which die out to Tesses. A Glock on this platform could have been fantastic, but now that Tabson's crossed over, this is a 10-second stick. Shush taking his sweet old time. Oh, comes through! Crimbo doesn't hit that.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. You can see God B with the sigh of relief. If Crimbo doesn't hit that, I feel like Tabson dies, no kid on the play, and we're just about at 12 seconds.
I think it's, yeah, I think it might actually be over after that. Oof. That got real dicey. Beautiful shooting from Sin. But they make it interesting at the end of the day. Shush and Tess is almost pulling it together. Pistol round for Big, a second round buy from Heroic with that plant. They get Mac 10s. They get an MP7. Nert's the gentleman. They got a scout on Nikados.
And what's Tesses got?
He's got a Galil.
Oh, okay.
It's not as interesting.
That's all right. It's just odd you draw the line there.
That was a little bit of OCD kicking in. You're like, he's done 4 the 5. He's done 4 the 5.
Say it. Galil's, of course, better than ever.
They do feel nicer.
Listen, anything that's got 35 bullets in it, sign me up. This 20-bullet magazine runs dry, but with substantial damage already output by Sin. And Process primes down in Dark. Comes out with his SMG, gonna clear platform, wasting no time, and trying to put his name back into the lights, because I think when we go to map 1, or when we go to the Ancient game earlier today versus Ents, Process took over.
Yep.
Like hands down, top-rated player. He was the guy. And I think he would love to end the day exactly where he started. He will have a lot of responsibility. So one of the things that I do criticize Big for when it comes to... Hold on, Tesses. Okay, good. Sit down. Conversion out of Big, force buy doesn't work. One of the red flags, right? You said, like, who are we going to get? What are we going to get? And I sing Crimbo's praise. At times, the Sin and Process setup within the B site of Anubis can get a little sketchy because the CT side of Process hinges a lot on these dark door jiggle peaks. He'll have a smoke or a molly or a frag in hand, and he's just constantly giving that river a jiggle. But I do feel like that's a position that can get swarmed. It's a position that suddenly the B site is cracked open.
It's chaotic, and if you're not on the same page as your co-defender at that bomb site, you can get real disorganized real quickly.
Yes, and you're working with Sin. Again, not trying to talk shit, but the 2 players we do kind of put lower on the ladder is Sin and Process. And if they don't have that consistency that they need, B site can become problematic for Big.
Yeah, I certainly, in terms of like experience, right, in those kinds of scenarios. Oh, nice shot from Kixon. Crimbo pre-aiming a little bit too deep. However, they're going to re-aggress on the B bomb site. Heroic wasn't prepared for it, and that little dink from the Glock means absolutely nothing to Tabson. He's like, I'll take that. Now it's my turn.
Doesn't give a damn, like a bug on a windshield. It's not that funny. Oh, Montu slammed. Did you like that one, Jason? Why are you laughing?
It wasn't funny. It wasn't great. It was well timed, I think. I think that's what it was. I don't have an. I got an easy laugh.
I got to cast with you more often. Yeah. Wander's a tough crowd.
I laugh real easy.
Sorry, Kicksam, but that bomb not in your possession. Such little health, though. You know, when you're in a 1v3 and you kick it off with a 1-dig, it does make you believe you can do it. Ooh, Sin goes down to 4-8. What, that M4 hit him through a steel plate? I mean...
It didn't look like it hit him through anything, but it did hit him through something.
Okay, he survives it. Otherwise, would have been a dead man and could have had the 1v1 queued up, but it's a 3-0 start for Big.
Yeah, good little piece of aggression here. The AK was swapped over to Nertz, who was low on HP, who cleans it up. It's the re-aggression that really sealed this round, because things could have spiraled from this moment, but then you get the control of the bomb, you get to infest a little bit deeper outside of the B bomb site. Heroic starts out in a little bit of a hole. 4 AKs and a Mac 10 on Tess's.
The old ramp nade. Boom. There goes 20 HP for Shush. Crimbo has some sick utility as well from inside and outside A. He can nade rugs through that window. He can nade, obviously, this bottom of the ramp. But from both ends, I think that was one of the key components of dismantling Cloud9's A defense. And I put that as like a big upset, a large upset, big over Cloud9 on Anubis. You know, Cloud9 kind of losing to everybody nowadays, but...
Yeah, more of an upset when it happened.
Yeah, but, you know, they did it meticulously.
Sure.
That's the kind of stuff I can get behind.
Meticulous is a good word for big. Taps in middle. Sees the jiggle peeking Mac-10, just backs away into safety. Deeper in towards Temple. Might open up an avenue in middle, but at the moment, Heroic's not going to challenge it. Again, it's this mid-round B push. It's Nikadaz, and again, it's the bomb outside B. If they drop this, danger in Heroic's future.
Oof, Sin of two minds stuck between them, but I think does a great job considering Process goes down with nothing. The fact he got away from Nikadaz on that long play, taps in good rifle work. Shush, 1 HP, survives and gets that trade frag. Crimbo creeping upwards. You'd love him in a clutch, but he still has Montu to work with. That's a smoke, that's incendiaries. They could definitely flush out this post plant. And to bank on Shush with a single point of health feels like a tall order. So let's hope for Heroic's sake that Nikadaz offers something. Using the pillar to block off the long peaks, a great play, but he gets found out. Crimbo gets a glimpse of him. Nikadaz feeling like he's squeezed, squished, and with limited time, takes to the deeper corner, dies out to Montu, and it's a clean 2v2 rolling forward for Big. It's a clean 4-0 start.
A really patient one, and I think that's a really critical component of that 2v2 is it's so much time for someone with 1 HP to have to play the game, so much time when they're already at the bomb site to have to really worry about that. And nicely handled from Big.
We cut out a game, my friend, but that was like, I didn't realize that was like a 0.00 type defuse.
I felt confident the whole time. I don't know why. It changed when I heard that.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I shouldn't have been
I'm over here
confident.
drinking water, taking a break.
I'm analyzing I'm breaking down the clutch.
Look how close this was. Ew. Almost. And then all things considered, a 1 HP Shush smoke peek.
Yeah. Yeah.
He delays them.
All those little details.
A second longer. I should love Counter-Strike.
It's probably a little bit of a bummer because like, he gets smoked out, right? But like here's that AWP kind of fighting from Temple, and with 1 HP, you're like, that's a fight I should just like swing on at some point. Like help protect Nikadaz, take that fight. But that smoke really makes it difficult to find that clean fight or that advantage or that fight that kind of negates your low HP. 4-0.
All 4-0. At least Heroic come back in with their bye. Now, I do think that we're unfortunately in a place here for Heroic where they can't afford Nertz and Nikadaz to be off. Also, a T-smoke to block off the op, so no early chance for Montu's opening kill.
Not just block it off, but really hit him right in the face.
Yeah, right in the top of the head. Gonna leave a dent. The same way headphones do on gamers. Not sure how good that'll be for us in the long term, but
we'll find out. We're the guinea pigs.
Tapson.
Oof. Oh, nice transfer.
Clean little flick over.
Yeah. Sideswiped him. Tessus goes down. 5-on-4 advantage for Big. And it looks like they want to head towards A main. Haven't had a whole lot of success towards the B bomb site. Shuffling players around the map. So Nertz with the bomb and Nikadaz will start working in middle. Shush and Kixon are going to wait out the smoke at A main, and they're going to try and pincer maneuver onto the A site. Tabson watching middle, and Crimbo, who you've touted a number of times.
Place back. Whoa, nade in hand. That front runner's got him dead to rights. Yep. Rode off Shush. Tabson clean trades. And it is now Tabson taking over the server. 8-1, squeezed from mid. Can't manage to do it all on his own, but sets his teammates up nicely for what could be a comfortable 3 versus 2 retake on the site. Deep peek from Nikadaz, trying to take an initiative, trying to even out numbers and not leave Nertz in what is now a stranded position. He opts to play the smoke.
He's got to do something unexpected. Unfortunately, hiding inside the smoke when there's this much time left on the bomb is just like, that's fading soon, baby.
Now he's just stuck along the wall. Now he's about to be exposed to camera while he's still fixated in on the storage push. And of course, the whole entire time, A-main's coming. So attack from 3 angles. No way he peels it all apart. A good trade from Montu. A quick jump on bomb. We've got kits. We're okay. We're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're okay.
Giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, you made me nervous now after the last round. Now I'm watching. I'm paying attention to all. I'm counting the beeps.
Just got to keep you on your toes, Jim.
Triple kill from Tapson in this round. That is very, very well done from Tapson in a tough situation. Good clutch at the end, and again, just a long bomb timer to have to play a post plant for the T side. Timeout called from Big up 5-0. And Gabi is looking like he's down on 5. Very emphatic.
Dude, every time. Every pause that Big have a chance to utilize is never a waste of time. It's the one team, you know, sometimes you see a tech pause, and look, coaches aren't even flapping their gums, right? This guy is, I mean, this is interpretive dance at this point.
Yeah.
Gabi comes through, micromanaging, and trying to, I think, cover up small errors before they become glaring mistakes. And a coach like that?
Preemptive coaching.
That's what I'm saying. Get ahead of it. Get ahead of it.
Well, he's got his team playing really well, so we won't argue with the methods, because ever since round 2 on Vertigo, it feels like Big has been in control of every scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we run it back to Nuke as well. Bro, if it's not for Nikodas on nearly 30 kills.
True.
Big were making that comeback happen in the second side.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Heroic just cannot catch a break anywhere they go. Tapson's got another opening frag out in middle. And that even goes back towards Nuke as well, was Big at some points having an opening frag advantage and not able to convert him.
But now Tapson leaning back, making sure no space is lost. And right now we're getting a mobile op too, right? We've got Montu down towards Dark a couple rounds ago. Process will be caught out taking an initiative through River. Did you need to push? Curious. Luckily, Anchors in Crimbo towards mid after Tabson dies is here to clean him up. Good reaction to the nerds along the wall. That's a weird spot to catch somebody in. But again, side-swiping every peak in middle.
Just layers to this defense. They fight one down in Canals, going for a push outside A, and then you have Tapson outside the double doors, and then Crimbo's right on the inside of the double doors, and every step of the way, Heroic is challenged and whittled down one by one.
It's suffocating.
Yeah.
To go from Tabson's opening bridge kill to him hiding in camera, to having Montu come out A main and clearing you on rugs. Process at the same time is pushing down the river. That's the one chance Heroic had to get back into the round, and even when Big get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, they just keep grabbing them. 2 more peaks off top mid, no space given to Heroic, and honestly, not much money now here in the 7th.
Not much money and not a whole lot to build off of if you're Kixen and Heroic. And again, then it comes into new lineup, the depth of play they have across the entire map pool. Crimbo knows what's coming. He hears the footsteps, drops defensive utility, softens him up for Tapson's nade. Can't connect any kills. Ooh, and Tapson burns fighting in the flames. And all of a sudden, we've got a round.
Uh-oh, smoke.
Oh, God.
That's so good. Because yes, this one just slipped through your fingertips. I mean, Tabson standing in a Molotov, burning to a crisp. Crimbo, I mean, the grenades were fantastic, right? The first step of holding back this rush looked great, and that's why Shush is low. That's why Tess half health. But still, numbers advantage plus an AK in the hands and a desperate peek out through the smoke. This one just falls completely flat. And of all the rounds we've seen so far from Heroic, you're telling me this is their first win?
Yeah, it's a classic. Just a nice A-rush with the Tech 9s, with the MAC-10, get in, hustle. Process has blinded himself completely, and still wins the fight on Nerds. And Nikodas dropping down is able to find it at the end of the day. Saw gives out some high fives, some fist bumps, and Heroic finally off the goose egg. It's 1-6.
Now, this is one of the features.
You won't replicate that.
No, that's, I mean, for everybody's sake.
For all of us, baby.
I do think that, one of the features, actually, it's not a feature, I'll call it a flaw. The last time they went head-to-head on Anubis, dude, we had some crazy decision-making coming, even from players like Tapson, all the experience in the world. Jumping through smokes with a bomb out, giving away plants, like, the game got so sloppy. And again, we chalk it up to these teams being in flux and not being at their best at the moment. But that's something I'm really hoping we weren't going to get tonight. Okay, back to winning ways. Tapson and Process go crazy with the MP9s. We're just throwing ourselves at them. Crimbo dropping off of the bridge. But how did Tapson manage to get bomb control on rugs?
He jumped through the mid-smoke. Oh, now all this aggression, it's backfiring. It's hard to rein in that philosophy when everyone's gotten a little bit crazy. It's so much harder to get him back on the leash. And all of a sudden, it was a massive advantage. It's now a tie ball game in this round. 2-on-2. Tapson, MP9 can't do it at that range. It's put Process in an awkward situation.
Where he knows where the bomb is at. He knows where Kixan was, but has a more recent read on the 10 HP of Shush. T-side still so separated, though, playing behind smoke. You know, at this point, does Kixan just maybe serve up some kind of a distraction and then allow for Bomb to go solo A? Would you split this up?
I think considering the position they're in and considering they don't know where the aggression might have taken Process, I think this is fine. Especially because you can have that bomb, as you can see on Shush, just parked over in rugs. It's just like, don't move, just don't get caught out by some kind of a flank. Let me clear the map, let me walk towards you, and we're gonna escort you into this A bomb site. And Process is the one who's kind of had to make a decision as he loses track as time goes on.
Yeah, unfortunate. Loses out the 50-50, plays it to the B site, dodged by Heroic, and he knows it. But that Jason was a 5v3.
It's such a cool, I mean, it's a crazy, but cool at the same time, opening and play from Big. But then again, you can't like introduce chaos into the round and then expect people to just, like, no one at any point just buttons it up and says, hey, we just did some crazy stuff. It's a 5-on-3. Let's go back to playing normal. No one ever had that realization enter their brain. It never clicked in.
Maybe I shouldn't jump off the bridge in a 5v3.
Crimbo's like, oh, Chapster just jumped through a smoke. I want to drop down. Why is he going to have all the fun?
Yeah. It's an addicting philosophy, but they trip over their own feet in, again, a 5v3. So Big thought they'd close the door on this round. Little did they realize they just kind of left it ajar on their own.
Gob's hands are still on his head.
Yeah. He'll be frustrated with that one. And at the very least, you've put a dent in Heroic, but the real reality of the situation is it's back to pistols for Big. You convert that 5v3, you're resetting Heroic. You've got now 7 and a near guaranteed 8th CT round win on Anubis. Big just had a chance at a glorious first half and a potential dominant map 3 to close this series. To lose Nuke like it's nothing, you know, keep it tight, have your moments. This is a big chance for the Heroic squad to leave a mark on Big.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Heroic's back into this just yet, but obviously the door is cracked open for him to slide in. Nert's going to drop some utility. Oh, there's Process, though. Nice little peek down towards Canals. Unexpected from Shush. Still losing control of the bomb site. Still going to be a very low percentage round to actually win if you're Big. That's a good start on the opening kill.
But isn't it a tantalizing option? You've got everybody already in position. You've got the 5v4. You got little to lose. Now, there's no kit on the play. There is a smoke. And Tabson gets his hands on the AK. But Big...
I'm surprised some of the pistols aren't at least lining up for exits, right? Taking some money away?
Crimbo's got armor. The other ones, yeah, okay. They could. But I think they had their fun in the last round. God B just tightened up that lead.
Yeah, he's like, that's the round you get, guys. Once per half, you guys can have fun. Other than that, it's all what I want to do.
Now, in the end, the 2 pistol players that should chase do. Sin can't get much. Maybe Montu can.
Don't take that fight.
Never mind.
I lost the advantage.
Let this one slide. So
6-3. Lead has dwindled. Oppa's going to be back in the hands of Bantu. Nikados has one as well.
Now, Montu was essential to some of the moments that Big had over Heroic and Cloud9 on Anubis. And I think it takes that little extra edge from him at times to go that one step further in a risky op play, whether it's an opening or whether it's a mid-round moment. We'll see if we get it from him when he's not playing as well as he was. Currently over towards the A site, looking to anchor. Lands his first shot, nice enough. And of course, you know Crimbo's always in A somewhere. So trying to disrupt him with all this utility, Crimbo has to forego his original spot, leaving the Molotov in front of Shush. But Shush isn't going to respect it into the streamline of bullets. That molly just a little wide, and Shush senses this, sees that slight gap, and tries to pounce on a bomb site with success. TessS along the walls got what should be and is 2 easy frags lined up. Heroic making something of this T side now.
Man, shout out to Shush. The trade, as you mentioned, that player on the Molotov, that is full confidence in the flashbang of your teammate. Full confidence that flashbang is going to be effective coming through that smoke or coming through that Molotov, and just saying, I'm getting this kill at the very least. This is the one I'm aiming for, and as long as I get it, that's mission accomplished. Cracks open the bomb site. TessS builds upon it. And Heroic's got a little pep in their step now. Looked flat to start this. It was a little bit scary seeing Heroic come into it flat, but they've picked it up. Just 2 rounds back. And that AK in Tapson's hands is taken away eventually. It'll be a decision in this round from Big. Money's kind of scattered all over the place. Oh, it is beautiful. Jumps over. Flashbang's wonderful from Nikos.
I do think there's also like a bit of an original disconnect between Crimbo and Montu. We see Montu up by Fountain, getting the opening pick. No fallback support. Crimbo's hiding behind Cake. You know, maybe setting him up with utility, maybe having the flash to get him out, and the second player wasn't quite blind, but feels like usually if you've got that two-man A setup with a deep op angle, you're both ready to roll in this long room.
Yeah, fight that trade as well.
Right, it's just two separate single-player defenses put in place by Big, and Heroic get through it.
And that's what we can't know, right? That might be a world where Crimbo's like, Matsu's going to have an angle where he can get one kill and fall back safely, or get into cover safely, and maybe he's just too wide, and Crimbo didn't expect him to be that committed. But regardless, there is that disconnect there.
Yeah. And also, you know, what else are you doing in the back of that bomb site? What you doing back there, Crimbo? Getting flooded forward here. I think this is actually just a real testament to some of the heroic A hits that we've seen. I tried to hype up Crimbo, but he's looking very mortal in the face of this pretty consistent pressure now. Heroic at the tail end of the T side, to me, have sensed an opening and have, I mean, successfully abused it with really nice utility.
It seems like he's lost a little bit of confidence, a little bit of desire to take those fights towards A main, which, as someone who doesn't really play that bomb site but has been, you know, randomly forced into it, I can understand. Those fights kind of suck when you're all alone. You don't have a teammate with utility.
Oh, just comparing yourself to the pros again, Jason.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to find any way I can connect, you know?
Yeah. Trying to humanize their experience. Nothing out of Big this time, so this is an excellent comeback from Heroic in the T half.
It's good that Heroic found and has been exploiting this weakness or success at the A bomb site, because nothing was really working at B. Tapson was shutting them down in mid. It felt like they didn't really have a whole lot of options on the map.
Let's not forget what that first round on the A site, what the first round of this 5-round streak really was. Pistols rushing A.
Yeah.
Full pedal to the metal, no stop. And what was a pretty embarrassing way for Big to let Heroic into this half at all has now turned into this snowball effect where now they're just the better team. Now they've got the full guns, the full nades, the full execs, and the trade potential of your A defense has withered away. Final round of the half, and of course, we've got Nertz trying to take the angle into B. A peek out from Sin, but he gets caught by the second player, not anticipating Nertz this deep. Prosus makes sound as he comes out from Dark, but he'll win his duel. Sectioning off these fights one after another. Tabson crossing bridge yet again, but doing it quietly and doing it with nobody to hold him. If he goes A, there's nothing there to be found. It's a 50-50 as far as Tabson's concerned, but if he had gone the other direction, which maybe is now too late, that bomb's going to be through the B entrance, and we're talking 2v3 retake for Big to close the half.
That's way too late. He saw a little ankle as Shush kind of came up, but Shush was already considering and looking back towards Canal, so yeah, he knows the potential. He knows what's going to come. Not going to give away his position. Bomb plant going down. Tabson's in some trouble. Off angle for Shush, but he doesn't call it out to Tessus that he's exposed.
Oh, no.
And Tabson has opened it right back up.
No way. Like that, Tabson, 15 frags posted, and we're gonna see Kixan in a clutch. That's both confirmed with the op shot rattling off. The nade damage, it's a little bit for Tabson, but he still holds on. Coverage of the pillar. It's gotta be clean from Kixan, but as the CTs continue to cross, oh, I said it's clean. It's actually nasty. Beauty of a 2K to tie this game at 6 rounds apiece. Heroic back in action.
This
This isn't finished, it's only begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done.
You thought maybe it would be Nertz or maybe Nika Dawes or hell, maybe even the heroic duo of TeSS's Shush, but no, it's Kixan at the top of the board, knocking on Big's B bomb site, just puncturing through the A defense of Crimbo like it's nothing, and suddenly Heroic from a 0-6 start to Anubis have tied this game up ahead of their defensive half.
It's the same on the other one too for Big. You think it might be Crimbo, think it might be Prosis, Man2, but it's Tabson, who was a beast over in middle. The IGL's the captain stepping up big in this third map. Close as could possibly be.
Ooh, they hear the rumblings of the bridge cross. TeSS taps out one. Worried about the long hit as well, but not there. No one turns. CT's chasing down bridge. I mean, this is the bomb carrier in Montu. He's gonna go ahead and kill one, but then Sin's up next. He clears out E-Box. What am I watching? Why are there CTs chasing T's down to dark with no long splits, but players flanking from A into top mid? Why, Jason?
That's a good old-fashioned SWAT team drop down. I love it. It's beautiful. Man2 getting that double kill throws a wrench in everything, though, because they didn't clear out dark nearly as well as they would have liked. Makes it awkward, and Shush, good shot from the P2K.
Crimbo, he's coming from the A site. He has already walked through a back around mid to cross bridge, but now he's in a seemingly expectable position.
He's playing around the world. And if Shush disappears back to the A bomb site, Crimbo's going to be like, well, this is stupid. I've just...
What have I done?
I haven't seen anyone.
You literally could have waited and spawned for the first 45 seconds, Crimbo. I suppose at least he knows bridge should be clear. But would they leave? Oh, they will leave that bomb unguarded, but not for long. Shush, killer headshot. And in fact, him and TeSS kicking it off with those CT pistols.
7 rounds straight for Heroic as well, going back to the first half. This is quite a run that Big need to get control of, and fast. No plant. Force buy in the second round is going to be tough. We've seen Big do it. And in fact, they are going to do it here. Tech 9's being picked up. Mac 10 on Prosis. Dang. Are we switching to P2Ks tonight, or?
We might have to. I'll give it a try.
Okay.
I'll tell you, the USP ain't working.
Yeah, haven't really been enjoying that. What, like 6 months or so?
Yeah, gotta try something.
Wish I could buy a Glock.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, yo, give me them CT fighting Glocks, bro. Somebody put in an order.
Well, this force buy, they're going to have room to work with. Shush is playing it passively as the only real A defender. Gonna be smoked off, so chances to at least get the plant. Kixon challenges through the smoke, steps forward, and they handle it. Him and Nikodos, oh, a cute little one tap. USP is out, and this has been shut down entirely.
Montu tries to swing, no Tech 9 impact for him. So honestly, Shush getting smoked and mollied off like that, the utility deals with the original anchor. I think it's just the pizzazz that comes through with the camera rotation, right? Getting ahead of the smoke, not being afraid of what is just going to be these measly little Tech 9s trying to cross into the bomb site. No, we've got clean shots. And that Nikodos second kill on Fountain, that last bullet in the M4 headshot, that's exactly what you need, right? He doesn't get that kill. Maybe there's a world where Big's Force Buy gets them a bomb plant, a frag or two. Hell, unbelievably, maybe they win the round. But now 8 straight for Heroic.
There's been an infusion of confidence in this Heroic team that happened down 0-6, and all of a sudden that rush towards the A bomb site changed the entire trajectory of this match.
Oops.
No utility. Just some deagles for Big. Relying on a 1 deag, relying on a pick, excuse me. I think Kixon actually saw that boost. Swings a little bit too wide, manages to get away. For the moment, he's got some backup in Nikodos, making sure his teammate doesn't go down without a fight, and that's awkward.
Through the wall, though, TSS makes sure to put him over the line, and Crimbo's deagle finds his. What more do you got in store for us here, Crimbo?
One more.
On who?
Shush.
Come on now, place your bets, place your bets.
No, Shush is the farthest back. Tess's.
Sorry, sir, you made your bet already. I'll be taking your money.
I would like to change my answer.
Crimbo, you can go ahead and take your sweet time. Maybe Big will find their confidence while they wait.
Yeah, let the boys have a conversation.
You know what I'm saying?
Let the boys have a chat.
Gombi's going to be losing his mind if Heroic keep winning more rounds off this streak.
I mean, you pointed out like kind of the preemptive timeout. I don't know if this would count as a preemptive timeout because you've lost 9 rounds straight, but it might be time for one heading into this first gun round of just like the importance of getting back into the swing of things, getting back into this map.
Do whatever it takes to kind of kill this momentum because it is very much on Heroic's side. Montu op. Can he get into it? That's the big question.
Better happen quick.
Running out of time, honestly.
Yeah.
4 rounds away from victory in the best of 3. We didn't shoot, but he'll stay scoped, flicking into his counterpart. And that's what we're going to need. Somebody to open rounds for Big. Crimbo sees the fleeing CT. And now, of course, confirming that the op is still in that A bomb site. Expecting him to be holding some sort of an angle. Maybe you go soften up a bomb site elsewhere.
Yeah, they wanted to attack towards the B bomb site, which is just as Tess is shifted away. So it's really Nertz as the sole defender there at the moment. It's just Big not completely lined up and held off by Smokes over in Canals from exploiting this rotation.
Tapson going to try to preoccupy the CTs in mid, slow down any rotate that he can. And seeing his Kicksands getting support, but ooh. No flash for that peek. Kicksand just goes right into the op, and that's 2 frags for Montu. The 1 round that we've seen Big with an op on the T side, and we're talking big money Montu. But it wouldn't be the first 5v3 that Big have lost this map.
No.
The difference being we're not in the middle of chaos and carnage, and A is completely clear.
Yeah, that's the question is, does Crimbo actually work up some courage and go challenge this, or do they want him to kind of stand pat and just wait? Because if he starts peeking into the A bomb site and gets no resistance, they're actually going to go right into the stack. Even Crimbo's coming back now, so a chance now for this 5-on-3 to slip away.
Oh boy, lordy lordy, what's in store? Shush, not respecting the smoke either, but the flash will get him. Still 2 more though, in position to hold. Nertz is locking off 1 half. Down to the 10 seconds, TSS with the fresh mag, squeeze from Process, out from Dark, and he's gonna go ahead and find it. Oh, 2 more! No time to plant! Crimbo needs the kill! Dodge! And perfectly clutched out by TSS!
What a god. What a beast of a sequence. Tess's, that's absolutely perfect. And that is the heart of Big just ripped out and stomped on at that B bomb site. You don't recover from that.
Oh, you're done.
You don't recover from that.
You're done. Another 5v3 thrown away in a streak of 10 rounds straight. Heartbreaking.
Unreal what Tess's has just done to Big. so smart, using time as an ally. And an immediate timeout called by Heroic. That's one to calm down the adrenaline.
And let Big stew in it. Go ahead, Gob B. What can you say about that?
He's got a smile. All you can do is sometimes is smile.
That's actually the perfect response.
Yeah, it's all you got, really. Is just like, you know what? He made a play.
Yeah. Yeah. The Counter-Strike god's not on their side. If only... And you know what? Honestly, Jason, props. You set it up perfectly. If Crimbo had an ounce of bravery left in him in that round and went into that A site, there's no way they commit fully to B.
Well, the question is always, too, like, does he have the kind of freedom in this situation to do that if he wants to?
He should. And back on Vertigo, you know, I personally was trying to hype him up as that guy that when he wants to do something, he can. And I truly believe that is the case. I feel like of all the, you know, leashes on Big, he has the longest one. And after the longest streak of heroic rounds in the series, 10 straight, it's another 5v3. But Bomb is back outside towards T-spawn. They can't fumble this one, can they?
Well, let's find out. Let's see. Process is going to swing in along the wall. Sees there's some space, sees it's a little bit clear, but here's Tess's once again. And that might bring up bad memories for Big, because he's got a second kill on Sin. And all of a sudden, another 3-on-3. This time, Crimbo does have the courage, or the space, or the freedom to clear out the A bomb site, and that will call tabseN over. But it's not done yet. They've got a disadvantaged post plant to win out first.
That's the thing. Crimbo's gone so deep at this point. Shush gonna find him, gets a fight, but Crimbo wins it, losing only a quarter HP. The contrast in action and initiative taken by Crimbo in this round compared to that last could very well make the difference and finally end the dry spell that Big have been trying to deal with. But that's assuming that TessS and Nikadaz, after this streak of victory, don't come for the retake.
I don't think they have
One
the
of
tools
them's
for it.
taken a glance. TessS out from camera. Of course, they've got the kit, but nobody's got the smoke. Not going to block off vision. Not going to unanchor any long players, so they have to give it up. It took them some damn time, I'll tell you that. 2 3v5s in this 10-round streak, but finally, Heroic give one back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so tough, too. Look at the money for Heroic when we come back into it. It's not pretty. 1,400 on Shush, Kicks, and a Nertz. So, I mean, these are the only two weapons they'll have, and that's the decision you make of not going for that retake, is having those weapons moving forward. So I guess there is a little bit of a bright spot in these past few rounds of Big being able to find those opening kills. Obviously, one being given away to a nicely called stack from Heroic. But you whittle down the economy, and if you want a softer route to get back into the game, this is how you do it. 2 MP9s, 5-7 on Nertz, that AWP and saved M4. Heroic scraping the bottom of the barrel.
That's where all the flavor is, though. The build-up that Shush is about to have his hands full of, but the second CT, this could be the perfect distraction. Even if Kixan dies, 2 backs turned, wild flash because of TessS, who at least comes through with the trade, so Shush gets all he can in such a bad spot. It's that duel that tabseN wins, his 18th of the map. And Nikadaz, do you press this? Utility flying at you, barreling forward with no teammate close enough to help. And even when Nertz gets here, it's a 5-7, but Nikadaz, it's perfection! Just opt to the back. And a reading, if Montu, you push this, you're doomed. Don't do it. But you gotta make some kind of move, because that long A flank's also coming through. The opening is storage, or a Heaven Peak versus just the 5-7, which does reopen this. He knows where that Opera was at. Can he close it? Nikadaz creeping down to get Heroic right back on the board, to put that op in the spotlight, or to allow Montu to get away. At this point, if Nikadaz comes and clears this, then Montu should have him. As he's creeping out, he's going to be concerned with backside. This shouldn't be a readable angle. Oh, but the flick is right there when he needs it. Element of surprise means nothing in the face of talent. Nikadaz, op, rifle, pistol, doesn't seem to matter.
Man, that's map 1 Nikadaz right there, just for a shining moment. The guts to step through this smoke and just look for a shadow, any piece of information. And this flick, so fast having to zoom in. And what can you do? He has the same smile of God B of just like, I got no other response.
Oh man,
I got no other response to this.
Yeah, I'm not saying Big are gonna stop trying, but those are the kinds of reactions when you just start laughing off moments like that. It just feels, I mean, that's defeatism.
They still got the money to fight back. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and an AWP on Mantu, and they've still been finding success in these last 2 rounds in terms of opening them. It's the closures of these rounds that they've been struggling in. A little bit of leg showing. Nikadaw's ready. And now he's looking for the close-up fight.
He's just on point right now. Process tries to chase him down. Nikadaw's still has cover here. Nades are on top of him, but he's got support from Nerds. 2 players facing out long. Nerds about to get pinched, but holds off on Dark and doesn't show himself to what is the follow-through here from Big. They're trying to pinch him around the obelisk. Shadow advantage for Tabson, as he seems to be the only solution to this problem. But he's got the bomb. And CT is close enough to sight to really cause problems. As Sin is preoccupied with E-Box, he looks the wrong direction, and there is indeed a player just sitting here on Temple. Can Tabson post a critical clutch, or is it too much to ask? He misses his shots, and again, closing rounds is just escaping Big one time after another.
And you nailed it. Just the buildup of those, just the needles that they just kind of shove in with each and every one of these close rounds, the 3v5s they've won, the clutches they've won. These grind them out rounds going in the favor of Heroic, I think it's just built up to a critical mass for Big. It's got to feel so dejecting, and God B, a second timeout to try and get his boys into this one last time. They're 5 rounds back from overtime. This is a 12-1 run for Heroic. And I'll tell you what, Tess has had that brilliant round in the B bomb site, but just building upon that, he has found some heavy impact kills at the perfect moment, rotating away from his position into new action that Big is causing, and he's just finding that one kill that alleviates pressure. He's been so impactful.
Kixan and Saw sharpening the tools that they managed to put together for this Heroic team. And honestly, an upset over Astralis, who looked hot last week. Revenge versus Big in a best of 3 to advance to the group stage of Katowice. A level of success that I don't think anybody could have expected from this camp this quick. And I don't think some people expected ever. An unknown entity in Kixan stepping forth to this caliber of team, this level of expectations. The return of Nikadaw's questioned, but CS2 looks good on this team from top to bottom. And the confidence to make this run come back. It just feels like they're playing as if they can do no wrong. Everybody stepping up. Sin can't handle this peek out. Nerds is going to team kill, which makes things a little weird.
He's laughing about it in the moment.
If I've learned anything, it's that Heroic still just close late rounds. And again, Shush just finding that little glimpse of Process, all he needs to pull him down.
Yeah, Big don't seem comfortable in these fights that they're getting at the moment. They're just not finding the great time, not nailing the shots when they're presented to them, and it's just slipping away. And all that's left is this hit towards the A site. Shush is here. Kicks in close by in middle. No utility for Shush. Spot on. Doesn't even need it. Follow-up peek, sees him streaming in, calls out the bomb, waiting patiently behind Cake for his teammates to come over.
But again, it's comfortable. Again, they can just lean back, lean into what's going to be what seemingly is the road to the group stage. Uncontested in the second half of this map. Uncontested since they cranked that dial and overran this A site. But Crimbo loves a clutch. 12 seconds going for the plant. Kickstand comes in, denies him that, and denies Big back-to-back head-to-head wins. It is Heroic in the group stage. Questioned after this series got started, with Big having their moments, but Anubis, it's sweet revenge for the Heroic squad. And Big, a tough pill to swallow, because they most certainly seem to have this one in the bag.
A day of revenge is the best way to put it for Heroic, considering they took down Astralis to even get into this best of 3, and then redemption from last week. But yeah, they've been questioned, they will be questioned, but today at least we have an answer, because they very easily could have crumbled here on Anubis, going down 0-6. A 13-1 run to close it out with clutches. The fortitude from Heroic was on point, and that's a solid-looking team today.
That indeed. Solid, as well as our analyst desk, who are standing by to close out the day.
Well, I just got to say, very simply put, if you're a Heroic fan or you're playing for Heroic right now, you're probably feeling pretty damn good about yourself.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I'm also, I don't quite CS, but we are going to be joined here in just a second. Just like she's going to be joining us. Yes, indeed. Hey, man, congratulations.
Thank you.
You've advanced forward to the group stage. It's pretty cool, right?
Compared to the last place in the Blast.
Yeah, well, okay.
Right. Yeah, that was a bit of a, that was a bit of a difference, right?
Sounded real. It got real, you know, real fast. So anyway.
How does it feel? Fresh off the batch? Well, it's been a long day, so
yeah.
It was nice to actually play some good CS.
Yeah, and speaking of good CS, now we had this moment happen within this matchup right here on Anubis, and like, you know, sometimes there are these moments that don't even really compute. They don't make sense, but they're fun to watch. So can you walk us through your moment here in this round?
I'll give context to you. It's a crazy stack you guys make up towards the very end, 3v5, and you absolutely smash them. Can you talk us a little bit through this? Well, yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure that wait, let me think. I was pretty sure that we'd go A, so I just said, okay, we have no money, and we can save those 3 weapons and still have a good buy next round. So I just like, stack B. And then I saw they kind of felt the CT smoke, so I just tried to peek, but... what's the vibe in the team right now? Because you guys have been mounting this incredible comeback from 06, right? I know as a player how you feel in this moment. You feel very much in control, you're happy in your game, and you have this moment where you win a 3v5 with insult to injury. Tessus just dances around the pillar to kill him at 0. Yeah. Surely at this moment you feel like that's it, they're done, it's over. I mean, that was a crazy round because, I mean, he's dancing around the pillar for like 3 seconds or something.
Oh, he was there a long time. Yeah.
I was like, playtime. But it's 3 seconds around a little pillar and you can just shoot his body and it's like 50 HP. So it's also a little bit random, but went our way. And we were pretty hyped about it.
Speaking of time, do you feel like you made a deliberate tempo change going from that second match into the third map, where you were losing down 0-6 at the start, and then you started mounting the comeback? Was there a deliberate change in pace so that you were like, okay, these guys are really active, they're getting in our faces, let's make sure that we're not getting caught off by this?
I think we were playing a little like the last time we played big in the beginning, where we got punished. And then Nerds came with some good calls as well when we went 0-6. And they said, just PK lobby. And then I traded the guy, the Orb on A, and it just, like, we're just good at ping-ponging from that point. And he kept on, like, giving ideas to calls as well, which gave us a really good feeling at, okay, he's feeling the game as well.
Yeah.
So everyone was really a part of it. So it wasn't like quicksand.
Yeah, I feel like the stylistic approach that you guys have versus what they have is that they are really about their game plan and sticking to it. And when it comes to the endurance race or the mid-round adaptions, they fall short there. And I feel like that's where you guys do really well, because you are really active, get around the map, find out, oh, I've pushed here, they're not here, they're going to be over there. And then you get like one step ahead of them. I feel like that plays out really well for you guys, or at least here. Did the momentum from beating Astralis earlier carry into that today?
I think it was a great start just by beating Astralis, also getting a good start to a tournament. But I feel like, I mean, it's been a long day, but we are really good at like helping each other with those small details. So, for example, I say they don't use nades on A like early in the round, and then Nerds say, okay, let's just PK instantly. So it's like all those small details where we just give the information and another guy just builds on it, and we just keep rolling the ball like that. I would love to know, I mean, obviously we talk about this great project of revamping an entire new team, right? With Kixen, Nikodos, Nerds coming in. What are your expectations and goals here in Katowice? And how ready do you feel, and how far do you feel from being like this finished product absolutely ready? I think it's a little hard to say because it's so new and we are from 4 different teams. So we're still trying to figure out like what we want to build and how we want to do stuff, how we want to see the game. So it's all about like watching all of the situations we end up losing as well. We've had, because most of the time we have the advantage, and somehow we're throwing it. And it's just about like watching those rounds and just talk about like how we see the game and read the game, because I can't exactly know like how Nerds see some situations. And how he's going to react to certain situations, because
it's a combination of perspectives.
Yeah,
right? Like a different eyeballs looking at it, right?
How much is purely spontaneous what you're doing right now? Because we understand you don't have everything organized, everything ready quite yet. You're figuring out how much of it is spontaneous and like on the fly,
when you're going through these officials?
I don't think there's that much on the fly. I mean, we don't really spawn call, but I feel like we are on the same page pretty much all the time. But it's most like those stressed situations or chaotic situations. They're like, okay, what do we do now? And people just peek one by one, and that's not really the solution.
No, that actually, I think, notoriously hasn't always paid off very well. But what does pay off is putting Nikodos in the server, which is why he's going to be our U.S. Air Force Aim High Player of the Match. And in doing so, tell me a little bit about Nikodos.
I mean, he's a rifler.
He's a gamer.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really nice guy, and you can just feel he has the confidence to do pretty much whatever. If it's with AWP, Deagle, or AK, you can just see he's just jumping down, taking duels.
I mean, you say he's a rifle, you're laughing, but actually, yeah, he's pretty hybrid, right? And is that something that Kixen also uses strategically, like knowing that Nikodos is very apt with the rifle? You guys make sometimes the decision to put him on the rifle as well, just to adapt to your playstyle, or does he get to decide, yeah, you know what, F this, I'm going to go with the AWP, that's it now?
I think it's mostly him that decides if he...
Yeah, we're talking about you, buddy.
If he wants to use a rifle, because there's round to say, I don't want to play the AWP. And then Kixen just calls something like whatever, and Nico can just chime in with whatever he wants to do.
He's the boss.
Yeah. He has a lot of freedom.
Yeah, and I think I can give you the freedom at this moment. You said it's been a long day. You want to hang out with us, or you trying to go? Or
I mean, we can say
let the guy sleep. Like,
I mean, I'm down with it. Like, I'm cool. I'll let you go, Shush.
The whole time.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate coming here and kind of giving us some insight into what's going on in the heroic camp. So we'll get you out of here and we'll do what we got to do.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Have fun.
Have fun. Your team already left you here, but
they already left. They didn't wait. The show is out already.
He's got to unplug the stuff now.
No, they do that. They got people for that.
Someone does that for you now.
Oh man, if people
no, that's when you and we used to play. That's when you had to do it yourself.
Yeah, we had to do it ourselves. I was always like really annoyed when other people would do it because I'm like, no, I put it in here. I don't know. I'm a little freaky like
a little superstitious almost.
Not superstitious, just like I have like a carrying thing for this so it doesn't get damaged. But I don't know. I'm just like that.
Weird. Trace is exactly like that as well. He carries everything and stuff, same
man.
all the time.
It's the most organized, the most ever. In fact, so organized that we're going to begin to close this day down. So let's do it the right way. Let's take a look at our brackets. Let's take a look at the results of the day. Let's take a look at everything that is making the Intel Extreme Masters what it is here within the play-ins. Yeah, that's a Rebels defeat over Cloud9.
There's been a fair few upset / surprises / whatever synonyms you want to use. Don't adjust your settings. Rebels did beat Cloud9. To make it to the next round versus Eternal Fire. Fell short a little bit, so a major in the crowd already in the group stage, and then we just witnessed, of course, Heroic in this passing through. And then in the lower bracket, we have some sexy matchups down there. I just want to use the term sexy because I do mean it. There's a lot of drama going down. There's the Cloud9 versus Nafany. There's Glaive versus Astralis. If you're a fan of soap opera, I mean, we're right there for you tomorrow.
Yeah, somebody is getting eliminated down there. I don't know who it's going to be, but Josh, you could tell me a little bit about this bracket, right?
I could, yeah. Furia over Mongols. We saw Furia losing the matchup to Mongols the last like 2 or 3 times. Some sort of mental block in there.
Again and again.
Again and again. But they'll go up against the Dongster and Co. tomorrow in Team Spirit. Team Spirit with a 13-0 over Apex, which was...
Donk!
Okay, yeah, one of you guys got him on your fantasy team, right?
I have him.
I don't.
Of course, I don't either, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, he's definitely on everybody's minds. He's out here. He's the talking point of any room you're walking in around here. It's Donk, and obviously he's redonkulous.
I love that.
It was okay.
Oh, it's okay. I think we can workshop plenty of these throughout.
Oh, yeah.
I would have laughed more if I hadn't heard it like a million times today already, so.
Well, that's why I said it 1,000,001. That way somebody else could laugh at it, hopefully. Nonetheless, I do believe that we have tomorrow's matches, if I'm not mistaken. That way we can keep it going. We keep the ball rolling. This is the play-in stage, Josh. Some say it's the hardest stage of them all. I don't know who says that.
I haven't heard that personally, but if you say so, I'll take
Don't let him get away with that kind of shit.
If you say so, I agree. Yeah, so Mongols and Spirit. How about that one, Maniac?
Well, listen, is it going to be the Donk show once again? We get to see a little bit more of him, best of 3 now. But I do think that Spirit has so much more to offer than just Donk. So I'm very hyped about this team, honestly. I see a great future here in Katowice. Nafany versus Cloud9. Who doesn't want to see that game? There's a lot of grudge going on. The loser obviously out. And Astralis having to stay alive versus Glaives Ends. Lucas, as they call him now.
Now, this is the A stream matches. And in case you didn't know, there's a whole B stream component.
Actually, over there, the only side of the arena.
It's pretty much mirror opposite of us, but this is what's going to be going on in their stream, M80. What do you know about M80, Josh?
Yeah, they're one of the better teams in North America right now. Obviously, you know, complexity on top, but, you know, somewhere in the top 4, top 3, they're in there. But right now they have Def actually standing in, who is their coach, and he's playing, I don't know if he's in-game leading or if it's Swisher, you know, doing that role again, but getting 10 rounds today against Gamer Legion was pretty good, you know? Yeah. Maybe if they had their full roster, they could have gone the distance, but they'll take on Rooster tomorrow, so that's going to be a nice little fight.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, right? He wanted to say sexy, so I just wanted to say cock-a-doodle-doo.
Okay,
we'll
we're
let
in the same theme.
We'll let that one stay there. What do y'all think? Let's go ahead and go call it a day, actually. Yeah, we're done here for the day, which means we come back tomorrow with the final stage, or excuse me, the final day of the play-in stage.
The end of the event, actually, tomorrow.
We got there. And by that, I mean good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I'll never complain, I'll boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible, the way I die. When the struggle pushes me out, shove it. Arise, brother. Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!